Yo, yo, yo. Well, go on, family tree. What's everyone saying? Hope everyone's good. You know, hope you've had a great day. It's been productive. Jeez. Aqua. Some of that water. Yeah, so who's in the building? Let me see, man. If you're in the building, let me see you, man. Hey, Wagwan, make a sign. Let me know you're here. Ultra Funky, Mr. Lee, the London Miner, Octo Beans, Tanway Ahmed, Max Savage, Step Back 123, Hannibal Rash Trill, Jungle Jesus, Western Goddess. Yeah, man. Some good folks in the building. So who's gonna jump on and say, well, go on. Hope you can hear me. Let me know that you can hear me. Let me get a response or something. Here's a link to jump on the panel. It's in the link as usual. It's in the description. As usual, and going through the chat. Big up Axum Queen. Let me know you can hear me, man. Yes, Tanway Ahmed. Yeah, done now. So yeah, man, today I've just been out and about, vlogging, went to a meeting in like Canary Wharf sides, went to view a building, came back, went to there's like a vegan kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, a vegan, not a festival, but I don't know, there was like a vegan market thing going on. So I went through the vegan market, looking at the goods and that, tried some dragon fruit and yellow dragon fruit and some other little bits, vlogged that, caught up with our uncle, chatting about some community plans and whatnot. And yeah, man, came in, I think there's a night going on the roadside, so I don't know that there's enough music, just chilling, man. Thought, you know what, let me go live, see what the people them are saying, you know, let me see what the fan bam are on. So yeah, if there's anything you don't got, any suggestions, anything you want to hear me talk about, whatever, now's the time, man. Ask me a question. Let's start it off like that, man. Interaction, you get me? So interact with me, family tree. First of all, let me encourage you to press the like button, yeah, so we can get these likes up. Let me see what's our situation right now. Get these likes up. That helps to battle the algorithm and let them know that we're here and we're live, because they like to hide my live streams. You get me? So let's see if you can smash that like button for me quickly. Get these likes up. No notification again, says Sham. No red dot on my name. Well, you know, it's a sad thing. Big up exploration of space as well, man. Big up the chest. Yeah, so what were you saying, Sham? You want to jump on? Who's going to jump on and come chat to me? Or at least one of you out there come ask me a question. Big up Mr. Trill Hudson, man. Done now. Every time. Yeah, at least one of you lot like must have a question for me or something. I'm looking, I'm reading the chats, waiting for something for you to give me. Thanks for the likes, man. Big up the 21 likes, you get me? Big up, man. Much love for that. Keep liking up the show as you jump on. You know, it'd do wonders if you could share. If you could share and just let someone know that we're live, come check this out. How you stop nosebleeds. Let's see. Let's see how to stop nosebleeds. Right. First of all, I think to stop a nosebleed, you got to stop being a puss, yo. Which is going to be hard for you, Ultra. How to stop nosebleeds. Here we go. Nah. I'm not feeling that. Okay. Sit up. Sit or stand upright. Don't lie down. Pinch your nose just above your nostrils for 10 to 15 minutes. Lean forward and breathe through your mouth. Place an ice pack or frozen bag of peas wrapped in a tea towel at the top of your nose. Have you done all these things, Ultra? Huh? Have you done these things, Ultra? Let me know if you've done them things. R10NN says, what was the song that was in your vlog yesterday by the river? Song was Hard. Oh yeah. Where do we go? Where do we go? Yeah. I'm gonna be dropping that one soon. Where do we go? You know, gonna get ice now. Okay, man. Hope that helped. 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, man. Bear, hold your nostrils like something stinks. Yeah, get that ice and try that, man. Sorry to hear your nose bleeding, man. It might be a period, you know. Let me see if there's anything else I can help you with. Nah, it's all pretty much saying the same thing, man. You know what I mean? Don't stop applying pressure. You gotta keep applying pressure. Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, I hope that helped, Ultra. Hope that helped. Come on, family. Come on, family. Where you at? If I had to get rid of a law, if you had to get rid of a law, which would it be and why? Oh, right. That's a fucking good question, Afghan. If I had to get rid of a law, what law would it be? That's a fucking deep question, mate. Let me think about this. If I had to get rid of a law, what law would it be? Do you know what? Yeah, it would probably be a law that restricts travel. So, like, for instance, it makes it's illegal to travel without a valid document, without a passport. I would maybe change that law because I think that would free up the globe or free up the world, should I say? And I quite like the idea of being able to rustle up some cash and going where I want. Like, I don't know, yeah, might be something to do like something like that. You lot in the audience, what would you lot want to change? Well, one Ultra, where did you go? Immigration law. I don't know, man. Yeah, something like the law I'd want to change would be something that actually granted the common people a lot more freedom. Do you know what I mean? I think quite a lot of the laws are oppressive, or a lot of the policies that are enforced are quite oppressive. Do you know what I mean? To the common man. But I'm not sure which one. That's a fucking good one. I'm gonna go study and think. Go study and think. What happened to you, Ultra? Where'd you go? Let everyone in. I'm more thinking of letting everyone out. Yeah. I'm more thinking of everyone out. Did you hear what happened to Nick Cannon? No, what happened to Nick Cannon? What, let go over dropped over anti-Semitic comments, fired after controversial comments. Nick Cannon apologizes to Jewish community, demands Viacom CBS give him rights to widen out. Oh shit. Demands full rights to widen out. Nick Cannon been fired from his MTV show, widen out, another work for the channel's parent company, which which said he had promoted anti-Semitic, whatever. So what was his actual? Nick Cannon slams Viacom CBS after firing him. Did he offers him what? But he's going to offer him a job and then he's going to be back on the air. What's going on? What are you saying, Ultra? Oh, shit. Ouch, man. Bruh. I don't even know if you want to see that, Ultra. Sheesh. I told you don't fuck with me, you know. I told you, you know. I warned you. I said, fam. Yeah, I will send someone to your yard and they will punch you in your fucking face. Now look at you. Claret all over the fucking place. You got nothing to say. Nah, I hope you're all right, Ultra, man. What? Talk to me, bro. Fuck. Yeah, well, stop the bleeding. But yeah, talk to me. Unmute your thing, man. Woo. That was fucking scary. Yo, Ultra. Bloody nose, you.
Yo.
Fam. So how long's this been going on for?
This morning.
Oh, you don't know why? Yeah, you definitely got to go doctors, don't you think? Hospital.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, you're gonna need to go to hospital, brother. You hear me? Definitely get that looked at. Definitely get that looked at, man. Let me. Fucking hell. A&E, yeah? Oh, cool. 111 people are saying. Renegade Ruff said he's saying the what? He said the Rothschilds are controlling the world. Is it? And what? And that's all he said. So why is he apologizing to the Jewish community? He must have said more than that. That much blood lost can't be good. Yeah, can't be. Obviously not normal. Nosebleeds generally last for 30 minutes or less. Yeah, man. There was something in that Coke Ultra, man. Change. Common sense is used before law. Yo, let me get some of you lot to jump on, man. Where's the family at? Smash the like button on your way in. You get me? Happy New Night. Big up yourself, Kate Etak. Love my cartoon character. Yeah. Big up, man. Thank you. Who put glass in his Coke? That's what I'm saying. Man like Sham. What was Sham?
What's happening? You all right?
Yeah, what are you saying?
I'm all good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Like, I'm encouraging everyone that jumps on to ask me a question. So ask me a question, please, if you don't mind.
I was kind of that question that was already asked. I was going to see what your take was about that law, because I kind of think that drugs, like legalizing drugs, would be a big step to obviously cleaning up the community, and you know, I think that's a big move. Whenever I look at a junkie, I think to myself, is it the drugs? Is it the fact that they spend all their money on drugs? You know, like what is bringing this person down? And most of the time, I don't feel like it's the drugs. It's not the crack, it's not the heroin, it's the lifestyle. Because obviously, I know people that got a lot of money and whatnot, and you know, they take drugs and you'd never know it. They're fine. So it must be the money. So if you legalize drugs, you took away the sort of financial burden. I feel like
wait.
That'll be a big step.
Wait. Legalizing drugs doesn't make them free, especially not the ones that are addictive. They need manufacturing. That's labor. No one's doing that for free unless they're doing it themselves, which they won't.
Yeah, but the cost. Look, it's not any more expensive than producing wheat. You know what I mean? Like look at the price of wheat.
What I'm saying is, you think legalizing it is going to make it cheaper?
Yeah. No, I know where you're coming with this. You're thinking.
What are you talking about? Like heroin?
The whole lot.
Yeah.
The whole lot. I think if they
Is
legalized
legalized
it,
weed make it is the legalization of weed made it cheaper?
yeah. I heard in America there was, someone can correct me on this, but I heard in America certain places were struggling to get rid of it, overloaded, stock rooms full. You know what I mean? Like all of these people look to franchise and open up, all of these stores and whatnot. I heard they couldn't get rid of it. Like that problem, you're not gonna have
Oh,
that same problem in the UK and whatnot.
all right. So that's the law.
I already see where you're coming with this. You're thinking big companies come in, monopolize, shut down, we're back to the same problem. I
No,
understand that
no.
or tax.
Even though that could be a real no. I was just like questioning you on how you thought legalizing it would make it less of a financial strain on an addict. It's basically that's why I was questioning you, like,
Yeah.
what, based on what? Like, why would you say that?
But in a nutshell, that's exactly what I believe will happen. Because
Right.
if you look at the prices now, yeah, if you look at the prices, they're crazy, So I just think if them prices were destroyed, basically, like you can get a crack rock for £1, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, it's not going to be the same.
Surely getting a crack rock for £1 would just mean that they'd buy more crack and get more addicted to it.
You would think so. You would think so. But look,
I'm just saying, innit? I'm asking.
Jed, let me put it to you like this. I remember this guy, yeah. Basically, he had his wife on the game and his daughter on the game. Also, he could smoke. Like when I see that, I said to myself, you know what? This thing is horrible, but it's not necessarily the drug what's horrible. I feel like what it makes people do is horrible. You know what I mean? Look at all like wars, like all of these, like, people coming trying to like rob other people getting kidnapped, stabbed, shot, whatever, all because of it. If you take all that away, how is it not a better community? How is it not a more positive place for everyone to live? I just don't see how, how that's nothing but positive. And also the prices, I think if you look at just the manufacturing and obviously people making it and just that cost alone, it's gonna get, that price is gonna come down big time. It's the illegal aspect that pushes the price. You know what I mean? What happens when there's a drought or, there's not a lot of, the price just shoots through the roof. And that's because of the illegal aspect. There'll never be a drought if it was legal, Prices would always be reasonable. People would live better. So that when he's asking about that law, for me, 100%, that will be the first step, But I'd like to hear your view. If you don't agree on that, if you think,
Do you think drugs is the biggest issue in society?
I kind of think so, I know it sent me to prison anyway, you know what I mean? It sent me there for a long time. So I feel like, like I've seen what it done to my area. Like, so definitely, it's a big problem, very, very big problem. And once they sort of sort that out.
What about the issue that leads people to take hard addictive drugs? What about that problem?
No, I get what you're saying, but look, it's like this.
No. What I'm asking, you deal with the fact that it's drugs, yeah, and the drugs are illegal, and it pushes up the price and pushes everyone into the underground where there's violence and crime and criminals and all that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying, okay, so now drugs is legal, but what about the factors that brought that person to want to take a harmful substance?
Yeah, I knew you was going there. But this is the thing. I don't see it as a problem. This is maybe where we differ. So, for instance, I think that there's a time for most drugs. Right. There's actually a time for most drugs. So I'm going to be a bit wild there. Even crack. There might be a time where, you know what? We're just going to go wild and that's what it is, sort of thing. Not saying personally, but there's that place for certain people.
Right.
Like there's certain, you know, drugs that I entertain, maybe, you know. I'm
Yeah.
sure if we're all honest, most of us do. Whether they'll be classified as light or heavy, you know, it's still a drug. So
Right.
I feel like they should be legalized, because even if you look at stuff like creatine, steroids, coffee. Someone was talking about coffee the other day on your show. Coffee was banned in Islam. It's banned in the Olympics, UFC high amounts. So it's not a joke, is it? Like, you know, it's they know the power of it. And yeah, I just feel like, who's to say what drug is good, what drug is bad? You know what I mean? Cigarettes, alcohol, they're here. And
All right, let me ask
know.
you. Yeah, okay, let me ask you a question. Yeah, do you think that illegal drugs are a bigger problem than the legal drugs?
Yeah, I kind of touched on this, you know, with Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline and all of that. I was in one compound somewhere in Essex, and basically I was a courier, working as a courier, you know, delivering like packages and whatnot. And I remember going to this building, unmarked building, and it was like it had more security than like a embassy or anything you could imagine. It was no sign on the building. I had to be pre-warned the day before. They had to take the registration of the van and everything. And as I got in there, the wealth was just incredible, like the cars, everything. And this is Pfizer. Why is Pfizer? Why have they got multi-billionaires in Pfizer? Like you're selling pills. Like how much? What are you doing? So yeah, I do think legal drugs there's a huge monopoly. You know what I mean? They make you more sick, and
Okay,
definitely.
so you're agreeing. So what I'm saying is, with your one law wish, yeah, that you've been granted, you'd rather legalize illegal drugs than criminalize legal drugs, even though you think legal drugs have a bigger impact on a bigger problem on society. You've wasted your wish on illegal stuff. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're saying, but
I'm not saying the advocate, but like, what if you said, you know what, I wanna like bring some laws to regulate fucking. You know what? Yeah, I'm chatting shit because the question wasn't what law would you bring in, it's what law would you take away. So I'm chatting shit still.
no, but I can still see it from that.
I would take away the
view.
law. I would take away the law that allows them pharmaceutical companies to poison everyone and get away with it.
Yeah, but then you gotta remember, with my law, for instance, some people, like, imagine if weed was just like, or I'm not even gonna call it weed, call it cannabis or whatever you wanna call it. Imagine if that was legal. Like, I would happily use it. You make tea, you do whatever. I would happily use it in many different ways, and I'd incorporate it into my life, into my family's life. Other drugs as well. I'll say it straight. You know what I mean? You lose a bit of weight, a little bit of amphetamines. You know what I mean? You go to the gym, whatever. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. You don't need to go absolutely mad on a drug. You know what I mean? Just use it and sort of take what it has, what's positive from it. You know, like I keep it, even like steroids. You know, they say steroids are gonna do that. All steroids did for me was make me a horny beast. You get what I'm saying? Like, it just made me feel like a monster. I loved it. No side effects, no nothing. The only bad thing, really, because I've done it years ago, that I found out is obviously when you stop, you lose a bit of power, and I didn't like it because it was like, oh, now I stopped, and it just feels like it weren't how it was before. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make, I believe that there's a lot of stuff you can use and you can get great benefits of. I remember speaking to one Turkish guy. He was telling me when he grew up in his village, they used to dab, like if babies were crying, they'll dab a little bit of like heroin, like powder, in the baby's mouth. You know what I mean? He said it was normal. There was nothing like, you know, crazy about that.
Who used to do that?
It was, he's quite a bit older. He's probably in his 80s now, but he grew up in a little village.
In where?
And
Village where?
I think it was North Cyprus or Turkey, something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they
Yeah.
used to dab a little bit heroin in like kids' mouth if they were ill or they couldn't sleep or whatever. And a lot of people are like, oh, what are you talking about? That's crazy. But when it comes in a pill form, you're loving it. You know what I mean?
It's opium at the end of the day. And
Yeah. So exactly.
Not that heroin is opium. Heroin obviously is, but I mean, like, it's a derivative of something that has a medicinal purpose. Like, and every drug has a medicinal purpose and or other means of which they can be used, or even safer ways to use them or whatever. They're called controlled substances because people want to control the substances you take and tell you what you're allowed to eat, what you're not allowed to ingest, what you're not. See, personally, I'm in full agreement with you of the decriminalization or legalization or just the abandoning of the policy of telling people what drugs they can and can't take. However, like, they still are things that we need to take into consideration, like, like regulating.
Why? But then it becomes a problem, though.
No, because
Then straight away we're gonna start to have issues.
Why? Yeah,
regulate. That comes down to opinion.
Hold on.
Then George over there wants to regulate. Steve wants to regulate some. Everyone wants to regulate now.
Bro, I'll tell you why. Yeah, if I'm gonna legalize something, that can potentially be dangerous, I want to give, like, for instance, my citizens or whatever, or my villagers, the ability to go back to the person that made that thing and say, you made this thing shit, and this is the consequences, and I want some recompense. Yeah.
Oh, you meant like that?
Yeah,
okay.
We have to build a structure.
Yeah, like that, I agree.
Then you can pick it up and say, okay, there's 5 millimeters of crazy juice in this. Do you know what I mean? So blah, blah, blah.
I thought you were talking about the usage, but no, I agree with that.
According to the serving, so I should only take 1.5 milligram or milliliters or whatever mils of crazy juice, and that way you're safeguarding people, keeping them informed so they know what they're taking. And Crazy Joe down the road has to go through some kind of process before he can just serve shit to the public that could endanger them. If you want to do a bit of corn on the cob on the roadsides or a bit of chicken on the roadsides, that's your business, isn't it? If you, like, do you know what I mean? I can't stop you from jerking up some food and someone paying you £5.50 for what your mum cooked or whatever. I can't stop that. I think that kind of regulation goes a little bit too far into our privacies and our personal choices and whatnot. Because you want to start baking cakes and shotting them, and then people telling you, well, no, actually, you need a license to do that, which I think is ridiculous.
Do you know, also as well, do you know that that's, I get what you're saying, I'm not, but do you know that's kind of also part of the problem? Take, for instance, like milk, in some countries, you'll go and the milk will just taste so nice, and you'll think, why? If, like, in the UK, they'll remove all the fat from the milk and then they'll add it so they can have the right percentage of fat. So you see where they're playing around with the product to meet the certain criteria comes into it. Even the argument, even the argument with like cannabis, one of their biggest problems, I remember when this topic was a bit bigger at the time, and you really thought there was going to be some movements. They were saying, when we grow this plant, you could grow them in a in a scientific environment where you're scrutinizing everything. 2 of them, you could even have 2 cuttings from the same mother, but they could produce different, the yields could be totally different, and the concentrations could be totally different. You can't, and this is trying to put a straight line on nature. Sometimes it can't work, sort of thing. But I do think within reason, you should have some sort of regulation, perhaps. But I think if you go too deep into it, you could also start to destroy something that's would have been a lot more positive had you left it alone. Okay. So it's a fine line. But my biggest point that I was trying to make is that anywhere you go, look at the destruction. You were saying about burglars. I hate burglars. These crackheads are burgling your house to get high. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they'll be burgling your house if they don't want to get high.
Crackheads are a problem, but mainly my biggest threat are not crackheads. It's the lawmakers, it's the people in suits, it's the pharmaceuticals, the military complex, it's the bigwigs, yeah, it's the financiers, the bankers, and the elite and the royal and the aristocracy, the deep state. These are the type of people that are my issue, not crackheads.
But this is how we combat them.
I don't know. I hear you, but if we're talking about that magic law thing, I'd want to do something that actually fuck them up. I don't know. I feel like dealing with it's like the war on drugs. I don't feel like I know what you mean, and I've seen the devastation drugs that drug addicts and drug dealers and that can cause. I've seen that, but I also know that the state of the world that they live in is perpetuated by people much higher than them, and they're also addicts, and they're addicted to power. They're addicted to our suffering. So the addicts I'd rather go after are those addicts, not just crackhead Joe on the street corner that's trying to steal or might smash into my car. Fuck that guy for trying to steal my car and take my stereo. And that's disgusting. And my kids shouldn't have to see maybe needles. Blah, I hear all of that, but there's some addicts bigger than them that I think we should use our magic fucking law changing wish to fucking do something to them, bro. Swear down, bro.
I get what you're saying, but the thing is, I feel like at a monster like that, you gotta take small bites.
Okay.
If you just directly jump up and say, I'm gonna take down this dragon, it's impossible. It's a dragon. It's breathing fire. It's killing everybody. So it's a bit like even when whenever someone's doing, I was teaching someone to drive, they were terrified of cars. I said, just sit in the car, play around with the mirrors, get your position. That's day one. You know what I mean? Then we might start the car another time. And that's the way you will get them. If you destroy their foundations, for instance, take, drugs and whatnot, I feel like it could have a lot of health benefits as well. And once your community is more healthy, you're able to think more clearly. If you grow up in a shithole, it's not the same.
What would you take away? Would you take away hunger? Or would you take away addiction?
Hunger or addiction?
Yeah, hunger or
you're talking about food hunger, like real food.
Hunger, would you if you could cure one? Would it be hunger, or would it be this issue with drugs?
See, the thing is, it's weird because someone has said that there's a problem. Okay, whoever you want to smoke weed, you want to do it. But some people, I don't believe addiction is a problem. First of all,
hold on one second, Lady E-Tech, feel free to jump in. Big up yourself. Say hi and that. You're on mute.
Hello everyone. Hi. I was just sorting my washing up. Do you know what? I just got to say, you just said, Jed, I would actually take away addiction, because if there was less people addicted to drugs, there'd be more money to be feeding people food. In my, do you know, in England,
in England,
in England, you know what I'm saying? And also, I don't agree with the fact when you say crackheads robbing house and that. There's enough crackheads that would not dare to rob a house. I would actually trust certain crackheads over liars and the elite, to be fair.
I hear you still. I hear you. That's what I'm just saying. Addicts can be an issue in your community. They actually can be a nuisance and cause issues. I'm not even going to front. And they may even have a drain on the so-called quote-unquote fucking funding of whatever, due to policing or whatever nonsense. But they're just bigger criminals and bigger fish to fry.
Mm-hmm.
And I refuse to target the people. I just don't want to target the common people always get targeted first. And for once, we need to start high up. We need to start at the top of the pyramid. Stop starting at the bottom. We need to start at the top.
But no one's trying to do anything bad to these people. We're trying to help these people. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? No one. First of all, my stance is, like I said, I don't believe addiction is a problem, because there will be a window in everyone's life
Yeah.
where they will use this drug, or they will use, you know, part of this active chemical or whatever it might be, you know. So remember also, your brain is like a chemist. Your brain can actually produce these chemicals without nothing, you know. How do you think people survive? People have been locked up just drinking, you know, they just had water and just potatoes or something like that, and, you know, a couple years in whatever the case might be, and they still survived, and, you know, they don't get these kind of deficiencies. You know, your body can produce these things by themselves. But what I'm trying to say, first of all, I don't think addiction is a problem. This is the thing. I don't feel it's a problem because someone likes to get high. I don't see it as a problem. I know a lot of functional, you know, crackheads and all the rest of it. You know, I know many crackheads. In fact, you know, I'm not against them. I've got no war against them whatsoever. They're human beings like us. You know, I feel like legalizing it will be a step in the right direction to accept them for who they are as people. We have to sit around and accept that people are going sodomizing other men, even though we know the lining of an arsehole is thin, very likely to rip, spread infection. They're more likely to die young. We have to accept this. We have to stomach it, but we can't stomach that someone likes to get high. I just feel that that's you know, is a step in the wrong direction in a very, very big way. It's programming, you know, to believe this is okay, you know, and that's not okay. We have to be okay with trannies. I'm not saying I've got a problem with them or anything, but if someone likes to get high, it's the biggest problem ever. I'm not accepting it. That's not my stance. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of perfect people, family people, who just like to get high.
Rather than arresting people for their drug habits, they should be helped, offered counselling, and help to find ways to.
But why do they need counselling? Why do they need counselling?
Counseling's one of the best things they could have.
But why do they need it?
And by counselling, I mean drug counselling. Yeah.
So why are you saying it's wrong? Why? Why is it wrong?
Hear me out, bro. I'm gonna tell you. I never even said anything about wrong. Yeah. I said, it is a debilitating, the same way that you said certain sexual practices are debilitating to one's health, the same way that the use of drugs or the persistent use of certain drugs are debilitating to one's health. Yeah. And we want to encourage good health and good well-being. So as much as you might like to partake in something, you've become addicted and it's now become detrimental to your health. Yeah. So what I would suggest is that you find ways to lower your intake, lower your dosage, and finally maybe even get off the substance altogether to resist the temptation of you becoming addicted again. Because actually addiction is like a mental disease and does have many physical repercussions. And I don't want to encourage anyone to become 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, whatever, addicted on a substance that ain't gonna love them. You know what I mean?
Do you know how addiction is measured? It's measured socially. That's how it's measured. If you can conduct yourself in a good way, you have a nice car, you know, all the rest of it, no one will point any fingers. It's it's the outcome. They judge you by your fruits. You know what I mean?
I'm just talking about your health, and like by health I mean your mental, emotional, and physical health. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you've picked up a habit or you've picked up something that you're recurringly doing and it's stopping you from progressing. Like, is it something I'd want my son to be on, or something I want for my daughter or for my sister or for my friend or my neighbor? No, I don't want you to be reliant on a substance for you to feel normal, reliant on a substance for you to feel like you can get going, and then and if you don't have it, you're having withdrawal symptoms. And then it's making you take risks and make illogical choices in bids for you to get this substance. I don't want that for my people. Yeah, you might be able to drive a nice car. There's plenty of people that are addicted that are driving nice cars and rare, but they're fucking sad and they're broken, and this shit's having taking a toll on them. So I'm just saying, innit? Yeah, I'm not going to glorify it. I am not going to tell anybody that they can't do this and they can't do that. If you're my you, I'm going to tell you, you can't do this. You're my brethren or my partner.
Unfortunately, we live in a world where we do. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
So in a situation like this, we need to look at it for ourselves. You can either just get spoon fed what you think is correct. You know, there's so many things that, you know, no one agrees with. No one thinks is right. Take, for instance, sentences, sex offender sentences. You could ask 100 people on the street, everyone would say, why are their sentences so damn light? Nothing's ever done. You know what I mean? A lot of people, I know for a fact that a lot of people, even though personally, I really couldn't care less if you know, you're gay or whatever. I just don't even care. That's the energy I give to that. But if you asked a lot of people would say, you know what, I don't really agree with that. You know, and then you'll have the people that, you know, they'll just regurgitate the sort of what they think is the correct thing to say. But a lot of people, a lot of things don't sit right. So you need to look within yourself what you think is acceptable and what you think is, you know, sort of okay. And to me, I've given this a lot of thought. I don't feel like, you know, you're talking about an extreme case of abuse, people that are down and out. I'm not talking about that. You know, I'm talking about people that use.
I didn't say that, bro. Like, don't twist my words, because I'm on your page, innit?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, even on your page, bro, I'm gonna tell you that I don't want my wife taking that shit. Yeah, like I don't want her taking it on a regular basis. Yeah, I'm telling you, even if physically you cannot see the damage it's having internally and mentally, these drugs leave imprints on people, innit? I don't want
what drugs in particular leave imprints on people.
Crack, heroin, coke.
How does crack leave an imprint on a person?
I could tell you someone that used to be addicted to crack or used to take crack.
Okay.
I can tell you that. I can tell you. Yeah. I can tell you someone in their behavior. You can see it in their face, bro. Yeah. I'm born and raised in North Peckham Estate, fam. I'm trained to know somebody that likes Class A drugs. Yeah. You get me? So I'm not gonna like beat around the bush, innit? Like I know crackheads and I know people that take crack in it and people that sell crack. So
okay, and if you removed crack from that equation,
I've seen the effects of crack on people, innit?
Yeah,
I've seen how it's dealt with them mentally, flip them into psychosis. I've seen the physical deterioration. I've seen their financial deterioration. Do you know what I mean?
But you're saying you've seen them flip into psychosis. I have never seen anyone. There's a clinic not too far away from where I live where all these people that have so-called been damaged from you know, cannabis, and that's what they say. One of the people who went there was a close friend of mine.
Let's not put cannabis in the
same. I know, but people, I'm not, but I'm trying to say, basically, his uncle had mental health. His mum had mental health. He had mental health when we were growing up. He went there, they blamed the drugs. You understand? So these people that you're saying are got all of these horrific things.
You think like crack is going to help someone's mental health?
Yeah, but you're speaking about people which I'm just assuming now.
Okay, let's talk into the people, the crackers the people that take crack, that drive a car very rare and do nice and look good, but they've got a history of mental health in their family. And I'm their friend, and I'm saying, do you know what? If you're gonna take this, fair dues, but I want to introduce you to ways, or people that can show you ways to limit your usage, to use it in a safe way, and maybe even get off it and focus on other things that are healthy for you. Because I love you, because you're my brethren. You're here saying, people have their rights. I know people should have their rights, but at the same time, like I don't want my people on crack.
Yeah.
So the two things.
I'm looking. Look, it's
you got the freedom to drink bleach. I don't want you to drink bleach.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, don't drink bleach.
Yeah. And bleach is legal and I'm not drinking it. You see what I'm saying? Bleach is legal and I'm not drinking it. Yeah. Right. I went on holiday in America. I rented a motorbike. You don't need to wear a helmet in this state. I asked them for a helmet. It makes no difference to me and my safety what the law might necessarily be. You know what I mean? I'm not drinking bleach. I'm not doing things which I think is way out there. But specifically, you said crack. Specifically crack now, yeah? For anyone, no one will come on this show and obviously say that they've smoked it. But for people who know or for people who have dabbled, no. Listen, with crack, you just get extremely high. I know there's a lot of people who have tried coke. It's like a ×3 coke bus. You tell me how that bus is destroying someone's life. Please explain to me how that's
It's the
destroying
circumstance. It's the
someone's life.
circumstance.
That's very selfish, bruv. That's very selfish.
It is very selfish.
You thinking about
Everyone
you.
has different circumstances of why they take things
Exactly,
in the first place.
circumstances that's led them there. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but
Don't
what
blame
about
the
the
product.
people in this
Don't blame the
world?
product.
What about the people in this world, yeah? That their whole family was on those drugs, yeah? They never knew any different. They was born into it, yeah? They don't know any different. Their whole brain is affected by it, yeah? And they have to try and find a way of normality, and their normality was always surrounded by the drugs. So everyone's got different circumstance, and everyone, like, some people might want to wean off it. Some people don't know any different. Everyone's got a different reason for why they got there. Like, I know a woman, yeah, she lost 4 children. Yeah, it was not even a fault of her own. She lost the children. She went down the routes of drugs, yeah? Instead of, like, other people say, oh, go and get counseling and that. She found that route and she went down that route. She's not a bad person, but she then didn't get the right help. You know what I'm saying? Like, circumstance is a big thing.
Yeah, and I was going to say more than the circumstance, yeah? I'm just saying, John is cool, Jack is cool, Jamie ain't cool, and we gotta know that these things can trigger things in you, innit? Like if you've got propensities for other things, and it can cause that. Drug-induced schizophrenia is a diagnosis that I can understand because you've taken so much of this thing. This thing is fracturing your mind, fam. Yeah, there's people that don't come back. It's not for everyone. So for me, I'd rather say, look. For instance, I got a brethren. He was diagnosed with dissociative personality disorder, drug-induced schizophrenia, and something else. They've changed the schizophrenia now to something else, yeah, because it's not schizophrenia, whatever. But he was bunning skunk, and every time he bunned skunk, he'd have these episodes, right? And these episodes would last and last, and it'd be very serious.
Did you see this with your own eyes?
Yeah, and they could be detrimental.
Okay. What happened?
It could be detrimental to his safety and others. So
Do you see him smoke a spliff and have an episode?
No,
you see that?
Yes, fam. He's smoking skunk. The skunk is tripping him out, yeah, and it's fucking him up. And he's not coming back from the zone that he's in. And he's fucked. He's ripping his clothes off.
What meds is he taking at this stage? Because a cocktail, you can't blame one ingredient in a cocktail.
You have to listen. Please listen. Please don't be one of these people that don't fucking listen, bro. Please, Sham. Be one of these guys that listen to, because all the questions you're asking, I'm I'm telling you a story in it. So rather than asking all the questions, let me tell you what I'm telling you, and then I feel like you've actually heard what I'm trying to describe to you. But what I'm saying is, he's gone through the process of being referred, of being sectioned, and being in the hospital, and being pumped full of drugs, and losing his personality, and being all inflated, and coming out, and being on the meds, and not wanting to take the meds, and stopping to take the meds, and then coming back to normal. Like, he's back, it's him, and he's all normal and rare, and then he'd fucking smoke again, and it happened again, and it kept happening, and to the point where you're not smoking. Then we said, okay, look, just smoke Mersh. And the best thing for this brother to do is just smoke Mersh. Anytime he smokes skunk, it trips him out. So this is me understanding that, okay, look, you really want to smoke. Socially, you want to smoke, blah, blah, blah. You've got this thing of smoking, and you've got a fixation on it. The more you're told you can't, the more you want to do it. But every time you smoke, it's fucking you up, bro. So either let's smoke the light skunk. That didn't work. Still sent in balmy. Okay, stay on the Mersh. Smoke the Mersh, you're cool. So this is me saying that you can say to somebody, it's cool to say to somebody, this ain't cool for you, bro. It's cool, it might be cool for everyone else. Sham and Jeds could smoke to our heart's content, but you know what? This ain't good for you. And that's what I'm saying about crack, about heroin, about these drugs. They have a high propensity to have negative impacts with long-term use. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm not gonna do the whole government-funded, oh, this does this and this does that. I reckon if you take pure heroin without fuckeries in it and blah blah blah, you probably could do it for ages with the right distribution, the right doses. You know 100% what you're getting is from this person. You're not gonna get a back suddenly 2 times stronger, or suddenly got some next shit in it, and now you've OD'd. I get you. I'm just saying, regulating something that the people consume is wise, and helping people get off substances that in the long term are not positive for them is another wisdom. So yeah, take heroin if you want to, but I know a guy that can help you get off that shit. Yeah,
okay, so where I'm struggling with what you said and what the lady just said, you're both telling me about people who had other problems, quite serious problems, where clearly they needed help. It's a bit, if we're looking at, let's say this was a warranty case sort of thing. And let's say I sold you a product and I said to you, yeah, this has got 1 year's warranty. And then you come back, let's say it's a car, to simplify, you crash that car and you're just like, yeah, where's my 1 year warranty? And I'm saying, but this car's crashed. This is not a normal situation of someone in perfect condition and he smoked a skunk spliff and now he has a huge problem. No, he can't smoke because of what he's been through, or you know, whatever the circumstances might be. So once again, we would never equate anything else but drugs. We would never give them the same scrutiny. If there's a blimp of a drug anywhere, you know, then it's the first thing to blame. Is
heroin addictive?
Yeah, it's addictive. It's also got a physical addiction, like alcohol. Alcohol and heroin, you know, they both got a physical addiction as well.
Would you be happy for your son to be regularly, weekly taking heroin?
If he's functioning, yeah. If he's
You'd
functioning,
to be doing that.
Well, how many of us live with mothers or whatever that take tramadol, and all the rest of it?
So every year, week for a year, he's taking heroin. 52 times a year, he's shooting up heroin.
52 times a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he maybe shoots up twice in that day. I don't know. Maybe he has a long weekend. I'm just saying.
Is he functioning? Does he love his family? Is he a good man? These are the questions which.
Yeah, no, those are good questions. But what I'm saying is, do you expect to find any adverse health or any other effects after a year of taking heroin?
Well, we all know, coming off heroin, how these people are. You know, they'll tell you they're physically sick and all the rest of it. So I would say if it's got to that stage, then you've abused it the same way you've abused sugar or you've abused cigarettes or anything. You've abused it at this stage.
I think long-term usage of heroin is something that you would try and persuade your son not to engage in. Do you know what I mean? Like I personally would tell your son.
Out of love, you tell him not to. You don't want him to.
I tell your son, like, yo, see this heroin thing every weekend or where I think you should allow it. Like, I don't think it's good, and I think it can have a negative effect on your health and your well-being. And I'm saying that with love, not.
But Jed, you need to understand as well, that if we were to go back to the drawing board, this is a well-known fact. We would go back to the drawing board and look at all drugs. Number one, you have different people from every spectrum. They agree alcohol is the most dangerous drug. Why? Because it's the only thing that at your first visit can kill you and immediately starts affecting you.
That's what.
Do you understand?
You're being a little bit ignorant. Yeah, it's not the only drug that on its first visit can kill you. Don't know why.
The thing is, you might be able to overdose on other things.
Bro, come on, stop. You can OD on every other drug your first time. Stop that, man. Secondly, the whole thing about alcohol is, I would say to my son, you see every week. This is why I put it to you every weekend. You know, see every weekend you going out drinking. You need to stop that, bro. Yeah, it's not every weekend drink. Yeah, once in a while maybe, and we're talking about alcohol, innit? Yeah, once in a while maybe. But to be honest, it's looking like you've got a problem, and maybe you should find ways of limiting your alcohol intake or reducing your alcohol intake, or maybe even stopping full stop. And that's because out of love. And that may even be a case of do as I say, not as I do, but I'm going to give you the good advice, right? Not to control you, but because I want to see your well-being flourish. So I drink, innit? I don't drink every weekend. I don't drink every week. Do you know what I mean? So for me, so let alone me drinking every my son drinking every week, let alone swapping the drink for heroin. Of course I'd have a fucking problem. Yeah, man. Yeah. And I'm not saying that alcohol is more dangerous than heroin.
But if we were to say one, which one is more dangerous then?
Say that again.
I'm saying which one's more dangerous? Because I'm clear. Yeah.
No.
It's alcohol. You know, like you Google it, you'll find out. There's loads of different, you know, bits of information on it. It's the damage that it does straight away. It can straight away damage you. You know, like it's poisonous to your body. See, this is the thing as well, which I find the least fun. Alcohol, if you really look at it, it's the most boring of drug or anything that you could use. Why? Because you poison yourself. It's like getting bit by a snake. You get bit by a snake, you'll feel the same thing. You poison yourself, so you don't really, it's not like a euphoria or you're high or anything like this. You're just out of it. You're just slurring out of it. It feels fun, but you know, it's not really the most, it doesn't give you anything, you know. I don't believe it gives you anything whatsoever. It just takes away. But yet still, this is something which a lot of people, and if I put that same question to you, you know, you asked me about heroin, blah, 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 blah. Why is alcohol any better when it destroys communities just the same, it destroys families just the same, it tears people apart in front of your eyes just the same? You know, why is it any better? You know, this is why I'm opening up.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is better. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I don't think.
But then we should treat them all the same, right?
No one's arguing that it's better. Like I said, with my analogies, I was treating alcohol and heroin the same. For me, I drink alcohol. I don't do heroin. So and there's traits of alcohol or alcohol consumption that I find pleasurable in myself and my people. I've given my son a drink. I'll have a drink on an occasion, on a fun occasion or whatever. You get me? Yeah. I would never give him heroin.
Why?
Why? Because
just on the basis, is it the name? What is it? Just on the basis, you're comparing the two of them. Why?
Heroin. Because what do you mean? Because
I'm sure you'll find one is more dangerous than the other.
I'm an African. We don't smoke heroin, fam. It's not culturally. We don't smoke heroin. That's nothing to do with us. We don't smoke that. Opium might be used for some kind of medicine. If he's sick, then maybe he's in pain, maybe. But like on a day-to-day basis, recreationally, we don't ingest heroin. That's not
so. But you believe,
and we don't chase the dragon. So
okay,
that's why
but you believe one of them, as in alcohol, is less dangerous than heroin. That's what you believe.
I never said that, bro.
So what is it that you feel so strongly about?
I've already you just didn't even listen to me at all.
I heard what you said about culturally and everything like, and I get that. But I'm just trying to say, in that case, how is alcohol a bigger part of?
We have alcohol in our culture, yeah.
Yeah, you have alcohol. You have alcohol.
We have a history of alcohol consumption. We created rum, brandy. This is our shit. We drink alcohol, spirits, white spirit, all of that. We have the world to that shit. That shit.
So in obviously
fermented cane, fermented sugar, that's us. So yeah, alcohol, we do. Weed, marijuana, we do. Do you know what I mean? We don't sniff coke and we don't do heroin. And that's nothing to do with the law or whatever. We weren't doing that in our homelands. We don't do that. You get me? Like,
the only point I'm trying to make here is that if you're glorifying one thing,
bro,
in my opinion, it's more dangerous.
Australia, South America, we don't do that. That's not our thing.
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
Sorry, do you think it's more dangerous because alcohol is more dangerous because you know of people that have suffered with this?
No, what is it? What is it? It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. What do I think?
Addiction?
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's got
crack
nothing to do with that. No, it's got to do with if you go and do the research yourself, you will see this is a well-known thing. If you were to put everything, just judge it for what it is, alcohol will come out on top. So I'm just surprised when people are so quick to defend one thing and you know, disregard something else. It just feels that this is obviously something which you have been trained to believe, or this is something which
No,
you believe
I would
because you
say
believe
it
this is the
goes
right
on
thing
the
to believe.
stats of our lives,
You
like
know?
our actual experience of life. You're going by stats you're reading on a computer screen. You don't know anyone that has suffered any sort of addiction, and you thinking you know about it, and telling us that have had real life experience about it,
Maybe you know what
that
it
we're
is.
wrong.
I just have to stop you. Like maybe you didn't hear at the beginning of the show. Like I used to sell like heroin. I've been sentenced. There's no secret. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I used to sit in crack houses 24 hours sometimes. I used to be
Yeah,
around them like they're my family. You understand? So just
but did you ever get to
whatever you
know them, or
think
did
in
you
your head,
sell
whatever
them
you
the
think
shit?
in your head, forget about it. You understand? I understand them. I understand exactly how they are. You know, understand. I remember one time, one guy, he came
Did you
to me.
truly love them, though, like a family member? You know what I mean? Was any of them your family?
I'm not quick to start, you know,
No, I'm
loving
just
people when I'm in
asking,
that
innit?
sort of
I'm asking
zone, and
because there's a different level
you
of
know,
love. Like, it's a
yeah.
different experience if you have a brother or a sister that's gone through it compared to you're looking at a crackhead or a heroin addict in the place where you're shot in it. It's a completely different love for it. It's a love for personal thing, innit?
Look, put it this way: everyone's got family members, whether they're taking drugs or not taking drugs. I know the way I love my family members. I don't get your question. You
It
know?
weren't a question. It weren't a
Okay.
question in the end. It was me saying that the love, yeah, that you have
Yeah.
for a family member that has an addiction and has gone completely past the level of addiction of listening to help from family members, yeah, it's a whole different love. Like you're saying it on a level of reading stats and sitting in crack houses and all these things, but you're not like there, like talking like you was there on a daily trying to counsel someone or help someone that you love that is going through this. So do you know, like, that's where I was coming from. It's a
Yeah.
different
Sham,
angle for you to throw
yeah.
out stats and believe them, because this is real life.
Sham, how much crack have you tried?
See, that's the thing. I can promote things without, you know, and it's ironic. Maybe you would have thought that, you know, that would have been the case,
No,
but
you're telling
no,
me,
I've
you're telling me
obviously,
about no. You
huh?
described the buzz to me. You described the
Yeah,
buzz. I believe you're an intelligent man. You wouldn't
yeah,
describe a buzz as something you've not tried.
no. You just ask. I remember one person described it.
Yeah.
You
No, you
know,
said
I
it's like
remember.
you said it's like a coke high times 3.
Yeah,
Yo. Evening, people. Good evening, people.
Big up,
what's going
Renegade.
on?
Good evening, good evening.
Yeah. What was I think Sham was talking about legalizing it and making it and then it would like people like who are addicted to it will go down. Is that what you're saying, Sham?
Say that again. Let me understand what
So
you're saying.
legalizing all the drugs, all the so-called illegal drugs would make a less of a market for not only the illegal trade but also for the people who are addicted to it will go down. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm basically trying to say that I believe that the money, the actual money that people put in is a real problem. This is what destroys homes. And you know,
The
obviously
money.
you know, to the lady there that was asking me, yes, I have someone very, very close
Yeah.
to me that's gone through all of that. You need to get out your head. I've seen it from
Wait,
every
hold on.
single angle.
No
Because
better
I'm gonna
time,
answer
you
your
said
question. I'm gonna
no.
answer your question. But for me, the biggest problem is specifically within a family. One person is dragging down a whole family, calling one person, let me get some money, calling me, let me get some money. Oh, let me get some money. I just need to get that. If you can't give me this, blah 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 blah, I'm gonna get kicked out of my house. Blah, blah, blah. This is happening, that is happening. And then you're thinking, wow, like you're dragging down a whole family. But when I'm looking at the real problem, it's money. So yeah, for me,
Yeah.
it's money. If however you
Sham,
want to tie that up, it's money that's the problem there.
Sham,
You
Not
know?
all the time.
Sham. Yeah, I was gonna say like if you was talking about making it legal for and and possibly like reducing the amount of people addicted to it. It would only work as well if you had there was industries then being funded for getting people off crack or off these drugs, right?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like this, I think it's like long-term usage of crack is something that I would say has zero benefit, zero positive benefits, or very low yield in the pros section. Yeah. I would say that. I would say that you stand a very high chance of increasing your risks of certain physical, mental, and emotional ailments that you may not have had you not been on a long-term diet of crack. So for that reason, it wouldn't be something I would encourage anybody to take lightly, being that it has a highly addictive nature, psychologically and physically. It's a highly addictive nature. So, you know, so does alcohol.
I'd say this.
So does alcohol, whatever.
Yeah.
But boy, man, I don't know, man. I know the man them that I've grown up with, drinking with, going out, nights out, blah blah blah, and then I know man them that, or a couple people that was dabbling in drugs, and they're fried. And I'm not even going to go into it. Some of the man them come into the comments and chat to me. Yo, Jedi, what? Like some of the homies, like, nah, man, I don't even know, man. Obviously, you've had your experiences. I'm not trying to belittle your experiences, but from my experience, crack, heroin, introduced to the minds of the youth, nah.
Now, of course,
they were better thinking.
But I'd also say this, that from what I've been told, that the most addictive substance isn't heroin or crack. Out of all the drugs that's been, you know, it's not even illegal, this substance right now. It's tobacco. Apparently tobacco is the most addictive of all the substances. But the reason I would say argue, like you said, in it, the reason why you don't see people going crazy for tobacco is because obviously you've got the industries that support people who are addicted to smoking. So smoking tobacco, whereas there is no industry really supporting people who are addicted to crack or heroin. It's if you get caught with crack or heroin, it's straight jail time. So I mean, in Portugal, for instance, they legalized it, but they put a lot of money into you know, rehabilitation. And you know, even the people that come out of prison in Portugal, if they have a drug offense, if it was for something related to drug, they offered to pay half the salary to wherever they were looking to work at. So these were the type of stuff they went through to you know, reduce their because they said at one point it was 1% of the population that they say was addicted to heroin, but it's gone down since then. But yeah, like
big up the family, man.
Big up.
Big up, man. This one's a sore subject, you know, because obviously I come from one of the capital cities, isn't it? I mean, Crackney's not a nice place, you know. I've grown up with a lot of them throughout the years, you get me? And the young man is right. The young man's definitely right. It's not this boogie drug, because I've seen people manage their lives on it, grow kids, whatnot. Do you get what I'm saying? If they had more support, maybe more help with it, they would have been as desperate.
Why am I gonna fucking support you for smoking, Fred? What do you mean?
I don't understand. Like now, they're getting a lot of support nowadays because the demographics of the smokers has shifted. Do you get what I'm saying? It's more frowned upon in the Black and Asian community, where in the 80s and early 90s, it was like, you know, lauded. It was a nice thing to do. Do you know what I'm saying? It was healthy and productive, and he was a rude boy and everything. If you done it, actually.
But if you look at the support for smoking, the support is not there from just, you know, do-gooders and whatnot. It comes from the tobacco companies themselves. It's more of a responsibility that they have. Why do you think they changed the packets? They were made to change the packets. They necessarily didn't want to, and all of these things that they have to show to be doing something positive, and they have to fund these things. You know what I mean? So that's why it's there. Even if you look at tax, you know how hard they get taxed. It's more or less the government that owns the tobacco companies. If you look at what they're paying tax anyway, so all of that money has to be shown to be doing something good. It's like a circle, like an evil circle that just keeps going around. So I don't believe it will bring any good just to put, you know, cocaine in that circle. Yeah, legalize it, and then we start doing what you don't need to do all of that. If it's not real, you don't need to do all of that. You know,
No,
because
brother, sorry to cut you, big man. I think there was about a report in 2016 or 15 where they recovered half of the £10 notes circulating in London, and there was traces of cocaine on them. So got a real issue. Do you know what I'm trying to show you with the drug? And the more we make it illicit, it's the more that's funding the crime system and the criminal justice system. You know what I mean?
so how do we
There were
take that away?
traces of coke in Houses of Parliament as well, not just the £10 notes.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, sis. You know?
Yeah, I wrote a tune about it because, geez, yeah, they're just as bad. They just got more money. That's why, to me, it don't matter if you're a rich person, poor person, you're on road, you're in a mansion. If you've got an addiction and it's creating fuckery, yeah, the fuckery's still there mentally and all of this. So, to me, it don't matter rich or poor. Addiction's addiction.
Yeah. That's the truth, man. Like, it don't matter if you're poor. Yeah, and like, you know, it's mashed up a lot of families. Like, it has, you know what I mean? They could have intervened a little while ago, maybe, you know what I mean?
So in your opinion, when you say it mashed up a lot of families, what part of it mashed up the families?
Which one are you talking about? Which job are you talking about, though?
No, because I've obviously got my own opinion on what, you know, what the problem is. Well, you know,
obviously it's down to being responsible when you're taking drugs, because there are some clean crackheads out there, man. Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, most definitely.
You wouldn't even think they're crackheads, but
Trust me.
And the thing that comes with illicit drugs game, a lot of times it comes with prostitution and murder. Like it's a bit hand in hand. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, obviously, if you make it a black market, it would be even if market. I mean, I can imagine
exactly. So that's where it matches up the family, as well as the addiction. You have to deal with the murder and the prostitution. So and it specifically hit the black community hard because they had so-called Yardi supergrasses and African supergrasses that used to kill people in the community with police immunity.
Yeah. Yeah, and keep up with the most fuckeries in the area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's like in the raving scene, yeah? Back in the day, there never used to be alcohol even in the raves, yeah? You could just buy water or whatever, right? And then they brought the alcohol in. It was still cool. Like, they noticed the difference in the vibe. It was still cool. Pills, all of these things, yeah? It was all cool. There was a happy vibe. As soon as the crack hit the raves, different ball game. There was like a dingy crack area in the dance. That's how it would be. And the ravers was, you know what I mean? But there was still the level of rich people walking around in suits doing their office job, but they've still got their sneaky little pipe habit. But it still creates an issue. I don't think it's just based around, like you were saying earlier, Sham was saying earlier, that it's like the money is the thing that causes the problem. It's not that. Even rich people have the mental problems and stuff with it.
100%, sis, man.
Yeah, guys, just take crack responsibly.
Look at the rapper who cut off his dick, man. He weren't doing heroin. He weren't doing. It was a mental situation after smoking and drinking so much. But he
he done PCP, the Wu-Tang Youth.
Oh yeah, PCP as well. Yeah. And that drug there is like their version of how we talk about heroin. They talk about PCP. You know what I mean?
Nah, PCP it's like that's angel dust. It's the embalming fluid and shit. That's what it is.
Fuckery.
Make
Right.
one fly.
Yeah, but I do think crack hit hard though, man. And I think obviously in the pursuit of wealth, because crack helped the economy majorly as well. You know what I mean? It boosted the fund of mobile phones. You know what I'm saying? All of this technology we've got now. Actually.
Yeah, man.
It helps sell television, put it that way. So that's the upside of it. The economy is always going to thrive once you've got illicit drugs. You know, right?
It's just
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I got an exam tomorrow, so I got to leave still. But yeah, big up the panel. Big up Uncle Jeds. You get me? Big up.
big up.
Yeah, big up Farouk, Uncle Farouk. You get me? Yeah.
Man,
Farouk.
fuck off out of it, man. Get the fuck off out of it, man. Peace, man. Get out of it, man.
Mate,
Get out of
you
it,
done well, man. Big up your girlfriend, Valet and Maggie.
You say Vinay. Yeah, fam. So, yeah, man. The whole thing. Okay, so the question was, to you guys, if there was one rule that you could get rid of, what rule would? What if there was one law you could get rid of? What law would it be?
Where I would make it. I'll ban black people from talking about race.
No. If there was a law that you could get rid of, so get me.
Yeah, if there's a law that I could get rid of.
Yeah.
If there's a law I could get rid of, probably be in judges. Get rid of judges and make the people decide.
It'd be what?
Get rid of the
No, I can't hear you, man.
Get rid of the whole judicial system, fam. All the judges.
No, that's not a law. Like I knew he was gonna struggle with this.
I know.
Yeah, a law. Like think of a law that you think.
There ain't no law I live by in England, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just get up and do me. I've never thought of a law unless I'm in trouble.
So what are you saying? You passing your chance to get rid of a law. You got one chance to get rid of a law.
Hey, one law. You'd have to get rid of the whole system because one law don't really make no sense.
Bro, no.
I would get rid of.
Go on.
I would get rid of the part of the law where people get put down for murder when they've killed someone that's done something proper bad. Like I think no one should go down for murder if they killed a person that done proper bad in the first place.
Look at the bad gal answer there.
Eye for an eye.
Hey.
Nah, that's a wicked answer. But if you get rid of the system, you ain't got to worry about none of that.
Nah, we're not. But play the game.
That. You need certain laws.
Freddie. Now I'm saying, Freddie,
Sorry?
can you please play the game?
All right, sorry.
Yeah, the game is get rid of one law. Which one would it be? That's the game.
Women pissing in the street. I can't stand it.
Waste of getting
indecent exposure.
That's not a law, bro. That's not a law.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
indecent exposure. That's what you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That should be a law realistically. Like, trust me, do not do it.
Nah, bro. You're not on the wavelength. Nah, you're not on the wavelength of what I'm saying. Nah. I'm saying there's laws. Anyway. I'm saying there's laws out there that exist. Yeah. I'm saying pick one law that you will get rid of. You start talking about women pissing in the street.
All right, no one can be anti-Semite. No one can be. Yeah, so that anti-Semitism law out the window.
Okay, there you go.
Go on. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Finish.
Why?
Because obviously, I think it's unfair to monopolize pain. Definitely unfair to do that. It's unfair to ultimately victimize the world into thinking your oppression is the worst. You know what I'm saying? I don't really recognize that as the worst oppression ever to happen in history, in human history. I understand that it's oppression and it was wicked, but I don't understand it to be the worst. Do you get what I'm saying? And I don't want no one to guilt trip me or try and persuade me to think that Hitler was somebody that I'm supposed to fear at night, or his ideology is anything I'm supposed to be scared of as an African. That's never fazed me.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, even in like you're made in school to do like plays about this whole thing, and it's just pushed. You know, and also as well, if you look at the whole Hitler situation, he had black Nazis. What were black Nazis doing there if this man was just racist? He had a big Arab sort of connection as well.
There's black people. I seen a black man in the EDL. I seen a black man.
Yeah, but no. But we're talking about independent, you know, countries and whatnot. They haven't been, you know, colonized or anything like that. Even like look at the Arabs, the connection that they had. They weren't forced to do anything. This was a genuine, you know, these were genuine allies.
Jesse Jackson, Muhammad Ali. They said they got better treatment in Germany than they got in America. So I don't know, man. And these were the times the shit was going down.
And if you look, there's a famous article as well. If you Google it, you'll see it, and it actually says Jews. What's that word that they use? Jews declare war on Germany. It's an English newspaper. You know, they declare war, and when you question what really went on, they start saying, "Oh, but what they meant, it was just a financial war and all this and all that." But there's two sides to the story. You know, there was a woman at the park talking about, and she seemed very genuine, saying there's not a single case proven that a single Jewish person has been gassed. You know, they've tested these bodies, is a whole big lie. You know, and we already know the numbers were inflated. And also for someone like what you said, for someone who don't really care too much about, you know, that whole situation, when I don't feel like they give a shit about slavery, why would I care what you went through? Why should I have to care when you clearly don't care? It's a bit like, yeah, I agree. They pushed that whole thing.
Why would I care?
Yeah, it's even Labour. They've been saying they're gonna get better.
It's not even why would I care, you know. It's just like you don't even acknowledge the Africans that went in the gas chamber first.
They don't give a shit, do they? You know,
had to go in there and test it out. Some person had to make sure it worked before they used it on the Jewish. You know what I mean? Let's have some acknowledgement for everybody, eh?
Maybe, but I think the Jewish thing with Hitler was different. I don't think it was, you know, based on sort of just simplified things like color and whatnot. There was more to it, you know. He had very different views, and it seemed like they made a move towards him, and his behavior was more just a reaction. That's from my research, but it's way off from the narrative that's obviously being pushed. But if you go and look into that, you will see that it doesn't really add up, you know.
Yeah, that's my little law for the evening. You know what I mean?
Anti-Semitism. Yeah, I hear you still, man.
I'm sick of it, Jed, you know? And then when the black man wants a tissue, we're moaning, we're whiners, we're victims, all this types of shit. You know what I mean? All we want is a little tissue here and there, a little there and there. No, a little pat on the back, a little there now and again. Wouldn't fucking hurt.
There. Now, there. You mustn't get yourself into it. Yeah, man, I hear you.
You know what I mean? That's all right.
Chin up, boyo.
Well, yeah, we've been marching through. You know how it goes, man.
Stiff upper lip, like that.
We got the stiff rubber lips, so we're all
right. Man, nah, I like that one though. That was I mean, personally, I don't know where I stand, like speaking out openly on these things. I'm not really sure how safe it is to do it. It is where it is. Like, I think we all can see what's going on out here right about now. I don't even know if I need to add any extra words to add any more.
No, not a word. We
No, I'm
get
trying
it.
to
We
say
get
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The views and opinions of friends. It ain't nobody
No,
else.
it's not even that. There's a lot of people that got a lot of varied opinions. I'm just like, Rod, do we live in a world where people are allowed to have their varied opinions and have an open discussion about it without being labeled like what you said? So this is why I would, like, if we was putting things into room 101, I would definitely be putting anti-Semitism into room 101 because of how used and abused the terminology is. Do you know what I mean?
Room 101's better than the law, blood. Room 101's better than the law. Because I got another thing for room 101.
All right, go on then. Well, I'm going to put something in that room 101. What else you got?
Yeah, this bumper clout, black people coming online and saying that Britain's racist. I don't like it.
You're right. We say black people.
No,
say it, repeat
yourself.
Yeah,
black people coming online and saying that Britain's racist. I don't like it. You get what I'm saying? That's one of my main gripes. You know the reason why?
Now tell me.
Because we're sounding like a fucking echo chamber now. You get what I'm saying? Including myself. You get me? I've just realized it today. No one gives a fuck. We need some more Caucasian brothers and sisters, some beautiful ones. I know there's some nice, lovely ones out there. We need them to display what we're going through for us.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of them don't understand. That's the problem. Like, people don't understand. It's like you see a man that's got asthma and you try imagine what it's like to have asthma. You don't know what it's like to have asthma. You know, I've spoke to people. Yeah. No, I've spoke to people and said, look, it's like this, and this man, the reason he done this is because of this. And they said, nah, you know, it's not because of that. You know, and a lot of the times I thought in my own head, it must be me going crazy. You know, maybe something just happened or whatever. When I know in my head that what has happened is pure racism. You spotted me, and straight away it's been a whole different situation where we spoke over the phone. You thought one way. Come on, it's happened many times. But do they understand that? I don't think they understand that.
Hopefully, you know what, Rav? I know your sentiment. I know everything you're saying, yeah? But I speak to white people daily. You get me? And I'm saying there's ones that understand. It's just for them to break out of whatever's holding them back. Because there is a thing that's holding them back, like white shame. People say, oh, you're a nigger lover or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know what white people call each other. Do you know what I'm saying? There'll be a little white thing from your community. That I can understand that's possible. But look,
all I can say is wait for the tune I'm writing now. When that comes out, you'll know that I understand, and I'm kind of talking about what you was talking about.
What do you understand, Lady Etat?
I understand, yeah, that a lot of people that could be talking up, yeah, of the same race as myself, yeah, white people could be talking up more, and they're not. There was a lot of people.
Why are they not?
I just don't actually know, because I'm not afraid to speak up and put in my tunes or tell people what I think about racism. Do you know what I mean? And I feel I don't understand.
Do you think that racism is over exaggerated? Do you feel like the issue of racism? Do you feel like black people in any way, shape, or form are over exaggerated, and not just black people? No, not at all.
No. Not at all. I feel that I am so happy for like seeing the sights of people coming together versus racism. To me, I've waited my whole life for them things to happen, because why are people not treated like people? Yeah. And I experienced through having a girl in my school. She was a really good friend of mine, and she was black, and there was no other people in like our years. Yeah. And when I'm sitting there in history with her, and I'm looking at the history, and we're learning about stuff, and there's no black people in there. And then what? You come out of school years and you realize certain things after studying certain things, yeah? Like, why shouldn't the truth should have been told from the start? Black history is real history. Like, I don't understand why people, especially white people, know things and they're not speaking up. I don't understand it. And like I know for a fact, I've been through my whole life, if somebody has said something horrible, whether it's racist or any sort of like injustice or horrible shit, I'm gonna tell them about themselves and I'm gonna speak up, because I don't agree with it. People should be treated as frigging people. I
Facts,
don't
sis, man.
understand.
Facts. Just to back up what you're saying, I can't even understand it myself, because I'm thinking, man can't be so coward where criticism, you're gonna allow criticism where you're not gonna speak the truth. Because I know black people might not like me, but if I see a black person and they're doing fuckery, like respect dead eye anybody, I'm gonna say it. I don't give a fuck what man say. You get what I'm saying? The black community might come hard on me, but I'm at least gonna say, bro, you was doing fuckery. You know what I'm saying?
It's no different. It's no different with bullying in school. For any reason it must be, yeah. No one should go through any feeling of feeling less of a person, like whatever it may be.
I just don't understand what's keep holding white people back, because you got a lot of vocal white people willing to say that we're all British, and if you don't like what's going on there, you should go home. We've got a plethora of them. We got like a woman that comes on every single day and tells people to go home, and it was born here. Do you get what I'm saying?
When they're in their yard using a comb to comb their hair and got air conditioning and that, and they're not realizing that they was invented by black people.
Yeah? Let me play the advocate, Fred. Yeah. So I'm white Jedi, right? I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. Us in England, we've got our own problems, right? Why do you want us to sort out your problems?
Brother, I'm not saying to sort out my problem, brother.
When's the last time you spoke up for a white man?
Brother, I spoke up for plenty of white men, Chinese men, in different.
Brother, with all due respect, I respect everyone. Yeah. If you're there for your people, I respect that. Yeah. I'm here for my people. Right?
Yeah, bro, this isn't about people, bro. This is about English. If you say you're patriot and you're British and you're this and you're that, you should want to help your fellow Britain, innit?
Well, yeah, you're right, but I don't look, fella.
Listen.
Fella, wait, fella. I've done my history, right? So I know you're not British, you're African. I know that. You guys were kings and queens, pharaohs and stuff. Why am I going to call you British? Right? Mate. Through and through. Right? Through and through. Right? It's my land. It's my home.
I hear you. But whilst I'm here, I'm going to get respect in it, whether you like it or not.
Well, I respect you, fella. I respect you. I don't go shouting your mouth about what white people should be doing.
I'm saying, I'm not shouting my mouth off about no one should be doing it. I'm just saying, if you class me as a mate and you say you've got so-called respect for me, I'm asking you to do me one favor. Right. Just speak up when you hear foolishness.
Right, I'll tell you what, yeah, I will speak up. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will speak up. And tomorrow, me and a few of our lads, we're going to go down to Parliament and we're going to petition. We're going to petition and protest against that disgusting drill music. It's getting you young black fellas to stab each other and kill each other. Because I want to see you lot live a better life. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good
thing. That murderous music. Yeah, we focus on that. Yeah, and you stop telling white people what to do. How about you tell your kids stop putting on ballys and chefing each other up?
Yeah, no, that's a good thing you're doing. But what I'm saying is, the city where we most represented is the most violent is number 8 on the violent list in the UK. So we've got a lot of white kids putting on ballys too. So violence hasn't got a colour necessarily. It's just a problem we've all got to solve. Mr. White Jedi.
Yeah, all right, mate. But
Jed, you playing that role, that's not a problem. You know why that's not a problem? We know where we have them people. So that's beautiful. If you have someone tell you straight where they're at, that they don't really care, that's fine. The problem is when you're not being honest about something. Take for instance, I'm going to use the whole big case the whole big case about my man who obviously got killed with the knee on his neck. Yeah, you're trying to pretend that there was nothing wrong there. This is what enraged people. Look at the killing in Tottenham. The man, a video surfaced afterwards. They had his hands up. It's the injustice. You're saying you don't care about injustice. That's not a problem. So you're actually admitting that you don't really want equality. Then we know where you're at. But the problem is when people are telling you that, you know, there is, you know, everything's fair and everything's perfect when it's not. This is where the problem lies. That's always where the problem's been. It hasn't been with the outright obvious racist. That's not the problem.
Brother, what you said is so beautiful, bruv. Because if I had a vote right now, I'd vote for the BNP or any racist party to get in power. So I could stop getting crocodile smiles.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're getting right now. We're getting a cheesy smile, and then when you go home, I'm a nigger.
Yeah.
So we need to fuck that off.
Exactly.
Do you get what I'm trying to show you? We need, you know what I mean? We need to pull back off of all of that. Are we going to live in this society as a one society, or are we going to have to separate? Because that's what I'm thinking to myself right now. Separation. You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds drastic. I know it sounds dumb. But we're going to have to find a 20th century way to fall back from these lot. If we don't get the respect, what we're going to... Because us talking about black issues, you're just going to hear go home. You're going to get 1,000 go homes. And that just belittles the whole argument. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're telling me about my attitude and I keep telling you shush, 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 go home, fuck off.
You know what it is?
You're not going to get nowhere. You know what I mean?
You keep telling me about my curtains, telling me about the dishes in my sink, telling me about you don't like the incense that I'm burning, you don't like what I'm watching on the TV, you don't like what's on for dinner. So I'm just like, yo, go in your yard. Go home, innit? What's nothing wrong with that? Go home, bro.
But you know, this kind of like this mentality, it does kind of spread. Because I was kind of thinking, you know, you know, when the subject come up sort of thing and whatnot. And obviously I used to, I shouldn't even laugh because it's not funny, but I used to go with a little, you know, all of these people are non-white. And we used to go and just beat up Asian people for no reason, you know. And these people are supposed to be sort of like my brothers. But you know the term, blah, 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 bashing. I used to go do that. For what? I was young, very young, mind you, but so I feel like it gets into your head because really now on a conscious vibe, when I think about it, why would I ever do that? You know, what would draw me to do that? But it's because you get infected by your environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You hear the term and you think, oh, I've got to do this now. You know?
Definitely.
And
Give Nay a chance to say something.
Yes. Go on, family. To be honest, I'm just catching up on the conversation still. I wasn't even listening on the tube still. I just jumped in on a high energy still. But now I'm listening to the brother's reasoning still. But yeah, man. Go on.
Can anyone sum it up for Nay?
What's that?
Can anyone sum it up for Nay so he can jump in?
Yeah, Nay, I was just saying that sometimes, you know what I mean, I feel like that where we ain't getting the support from our fellow white brethren, you get me? Enough of them ain't jumping online and saying what it really is. You get what I'm saying? Like, if we had a lot of like a strong white gang, 10 man, 12 man that they always send for and call them to say, yo, tell this white woman to shush, please. Because she comes on every night and says to black people we should go home. You know what I'm saying? Where's our people apart from Empress Becca?
Boy.
You know what I'm
I don't even know what to say on it, to be honest.
I was thinking about it the other day, like, where's our love? Apart from Empress Becca, because this internet, you can be anybody. So why won't someone come on and say, no, black people are all right, you know?
To be honest, man, it is what it is. I don't think there's a lot of white people out there that love black people, man. You know, we got more than just Empress Becca still. Online, I don't know.
If you're a woman and you just want to be banged, like there's so many women that just lie down and you're getting banged out and now everything's black about you and all of this. I don't think that counts.
No, that definitely doesn't.
Just because you're being rawed out and now What?
What,
No,
what I
it's not.
what I
Because
would
I met
class,
a lot of them, you know.
what I'd look
And
at is
Yeah,
we're nurturing
but I
people.
know.
Innit? We're nurturing people. So what I'd say is, yeah, we've raised a lot of different races. Do you understand? And through that, you have a lot of different races that can look and overstand, man, not overstand, but understand where man are coming from because they were raised by man. You feel what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of white men, a lot of white women on road right now that were raised by black people. The way they talk, the way they walk, the way they move. People be like, oh, why do you move black? Why you always been black? But the reality is they were raised by black people. So it's a catch-22, you feel me? But
there's a small minority, but I feel like if it come down to it, I would be sold out probably by that white man, even if there was another white man that come into the picture, I believe he'll sell me out 99.9% of the time for that white man, even if I knew him, you know. This is what I believe. If you take a man from Finland or a man from Poland, they can meet up on the beach and become friends. Why can't I become friends with that man on a? It can happen, but it's not very likely. The love is not usually there. In fact, if we're honest, there's more hatred there, a disgusting hatred I've felt sometimes. Whereas you could not even speak the guy's language, you know, Finnish, Polish, whatever, and they will somehow connect and have a good time and just, you know. So I keep my eyes open and I know there's a lot of hatred there, disgusting hatred there. But I just try not to obviously think about it too much, but I won't ever fool myself, you know. I know what it is. Not everyone. I have to put that disclaimer there. Not everyone, you know. But
I feel like a lot of people just connect with who they're comfortable with connecting, innit? You talk to who you know, or you fuck with who you know, innit? Like you're not gonna go somewhere strange and mingle with something you don't know. You're gonna mingle with something you're familiar with. But I don't know. Overall, I feel like, boy, there is certain sense in a man saying fucking just go home. Still, I feel there is a certain sense in that, just to be blunt, and at the same time, man, people are ignorant, man. People are ignorant, and yeah, fam. I don't know, fam. I don't really know the basis of the conversation or where it's trying to go, but I just say like racism here, blood. They like to keep people ignorant, so it's not really gonna go nowhere anytime soon. You feel me? It's starting.
Yeah, thing still. I was just wondering because you can be anybody. Like I could say I don't know. I could say my name was Clifford and go on another show and pretend I was white. You know what I'm saying? And I could say I hate black people. Do you know? Like I could just pretend to be anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like why wouldn't a white don or a couple more white dons come on just out of the blue and say, you know what, you black people, I've been listening to you and some of your things are right. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
They don't see the struggle. This is what I believe. I don't believe they see any problem in day-to-day life. You know, they don't see it. How many stories he uploaded that video? Just random stories. You know, I find it shocking that most people have a random story of either being smashed in by a police or having another form of racism or something. Everyone have a story to the point where I was listening to One Extra the other day, and Getz was there, he was being interviewed, and he said these days people don't even share their story. It's so boring, you know. You might even tell someone what's happened because it's just like it's whatever. It's happened to everyone. Yeah, I remember one of the worst situations. I was like, I must have been easy like 13, and we even had a football with us. There was like a little group, and I remember armed police come and like they put us on the floor, just violate. And we all know now, you can see a 13-year-old. You can see, like, at that stage of my life, I was doing nothing but just playing football. Then again, pure violation. What sane people would do that to little kids? What sane people would do that? You know?
Imagine.
And this is why the whole organization and every single person who recruits or does whatever, you're all part of the problem. I don't care if you think you're trying to change anything. It's the same way. If someone is doing something bad around me and I don't speak up, I'm just as bad. You know what I mean? So
100%.
you
It's
know,
hard.
so when you see this kind of hatred and whatnot, and also I will accept that everything you go through, everything you share is your experiences in life. But my experiences have been very, very bad. Another time I remember arrested, and I heard somewhere that you could keep your ring on if it was like you said it was a wedding ring or whatever. So I said, no, I'm gonna keep this ring on. Like they've just taken me into the cells, smashed me in once again. This is like 2-3 times now. You understand? Just pure aggression, like it's just madness. So you just think to yourself, has it got to be like this? You know? So this is why now my interactions now, because I've learned my lesson, it's either one or two things. It's either if I see you, I'm either dumping and I'm disappearing. I used to do this on bikes all the time, literally just laugh my head off and I'll be gone, or I'm staying quiet and I'm just playing the game. One of the two. None of this in between running your mouth bullshit. You know what I mean? Because I know where it leads to, you know. So yeah, you gotta learn your enemy, learn the monster.
I'd say flipping, yeah. Obviously, institutions over here, institutionally racist. Well, the UK is institutionally racist in certain aspects. But yeah, fam, you know what we're dealing with. You know exactly what we're dealing with. But people are just brainwashed, innit? Like, it's exactly.
And you see, when we say it, Nate, it pisses me off sometimes, you know, even listening back to myself. I don't even like that's when I have to keep pointing out racism's going down and da. Oh man, some fresh white people coming on and saying, you know what, racism fucking goes down. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? My name's Zorro, and I'm from fucking wherever, outer space, and I've just been observing the Earthlings, and racism
Do you know
goes
what
down.
though? Do you know what though? Yeah, like just to give it some perspective, there's a lot of bad shit that goes down that we don't speak on.
100%.
We don't go out there and get super vocal on it, and we know it's fucked up. We can even quote it. We can even talk about it in reference to fuckeries that goes on in the world, but we don't get out there on the front line and try to do anything. We're just like, you know, it's fuckeries, and do you know what I mean? But I don't know why we'd expect, like, quote unquote, white people.
Maybe we need to go out there and make up a gang for Harry and the Prince family. Well, and the royal family. We need to do a real gang or something. I don't know. But it's too much issues to bang for, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? If you say you love black people and you respect black people, you know what I mean? Let's just help us bang on this one now and again. So give the brothers a break. Because if you're listening to this and
do you know any white people that are vocal against racism?
Yeah, there's one or two. There's one or two.
In your personal life, they're vocal, right?
Yeah.
But what you saying? You want to see more white activists?
Yeah. Oh, man. Fucking hell, it'd make a change. You know, like, where's our fucking... I don't know, man. It'll just make a change, bruv, man. You know, like an articulate white man, and he's just fully can explain everything, and he fully understands the position. Like, you get me? He ain't got to express it in no other way apart from plain English. He just knows how to... You know what I'm saying?
But very good talking point. Very good talking point.
I feel like we've had that, man. I feel like because in my life, I'm not gonna lie, fam. Yeah, fam, I've been around a lot of white people that understand, but they see it.
No, most definitely, fam. I would never say that. No. Sorry, fam. I'll never say that there's no one that don't. I'm just saying it's too few and far between.
No. The point is, it's like it's not even the too far between. It's like I've seen numbers, but like it's what power do they hold? Man, them they don't hold no power to make no change. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not every day. It's not every day. James and Joe. That's That's perpetuating the fuck.
Right.
But
But what I'm saying, I see Shelly, I see Shelly and Kelly wilding to Vibes Cartel, but I don't know if Shelly or Kelly would put up a post saying love black people tonight.
Nah, I think they would.
They're more
Listen, Fred, let's be honest, yeah. A bag of white people put up their black square. A bag of white people put up their Black Lives Matter. Is that what you want them to do? Get involved in trends and just write some bullshit online?
I want you to be vocal. Like when you see the injustice, or when you've heard your uncle, or when you've been in the workplace, I want you to go home and put it on Insta Live.
All right, how about we start here? Yeah. More importantly, yeah. When you see it going down on the streets, you need to actively get involved.
Yeah, exactly. You need to break down the fear barrier, because it's a lot of fear with us as well.
If you see a white man getting had up by police, you look to jump in and get involved and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" And
yeah, if he's getting had up, definitely what you on. What has he done? Why are you having him up for? You know what I'm saying? But the sweetest thing, there's no one doing that for man. No one. Everyone's walking by, stiff neck, never saw what happened. Right. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So I don't know, man. I don't know. You get me? I can't expect them to have man standards, innit? I'm just saying, show man a little bit of love. Like, if you say you rate man and the respect high is high and all this and that, be a bit more vocal. Because if other white people see Beckham, or just say Beckham came out and said, yo, you know what? I'm not fucking kicking another ball unless this fuckery stops. Don't take no pictures of me unless black people get some rights around here. Other black people will start, you know what I mean? Looking on. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, because he hangs with Snoop Dogg or whatever, or girl had to deal with Dame Dasher or whatever. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just guessing, innit?
Fully hear you, family. Loud and clear. Yeah, man. Like, stop breaking up the thing if you're not going to stand up and fucking
be counted.
But we know this already. Yeah. The thing is, we don't even control the breading, so we can't even tell no one that. We can't even cut them off. We can't even cut the bread supply. You know what I mean? So they don't even need me. They're like, I'm gonna love your thing, and I'm not gonna rep for you, and I'm gonna call you nigger when you piss me off. And what? And I'm gonna say nigger in the tunes. And I'm gonna tell you that racism don't exist. I'm gonna look you dead in your eyes and tell you racism don't exist, and it's a state of mind.
Man. Yes, man.
And what?
When you look at sorry, Fred. When you look at the amount of emphasis that they don't put on the injustice between white and black people. Imagine if they was to, how much things would change overnight. Because now you've seen what's happened with this, what's his name? Sorry, it's a bit, I don't want to make his, what's his name? The one that got killed by the police anyway. He, ever since then, it's like, it's been highlighted, but I think that's what that's the main problem is. If it's got to be pushed from the top, like it's all right. So say for example, all the people from school, especially from school, this is where it's going to impact. You've got to tell them, look, this for our fellow human beings, the main thing is equality, right? And that should be part of almost like a ritual. You pray to have your food, you pray to do all this, but they don't have that. It comes like one of the last things on the list. It seems they love to preach it, so that's what it is. It's a top down. If they start to bring to people's attention about how important it is, because when you're a kid, it's a hustle and bustle, it's a rat race, all the rest of it. It's not really important to them. Getting their nut off is more important. So if they start to introduce it as a cultural thing where people should be treated equally and emphasize it more. Go on, sorry.
Hey, Freddie, you was asked a question, yeah? Big up King Gold. Freddie, you was asked a question, yeah? Fred.
Yeah, I saw the question. Yeah, I've been vocal about all types of Muslim rights. That's guaranteed fact for over 10 years now. And feminine rights. I love my sisters, man. Like global. Man, I've gone Africa help sisters. I've gone Muslim countries help sisters. I've gone Caribbean countries and help sisters. I just love fucking sisters. What can I say? You know what I'm saying?
Big up for the head.
That about this.
Huh?
Not online. If I have got something bad to say, it's in your face, isn't it? It's not online.
That's
You know what I mean?
my feminine, my feminist wrestling fam. You get me? Don't piss him off.
Come on, man. Jala was saying, man.
No, he's saying she's talking about the famine. She said famine, not feminine.
Oh,
famine in Yemen.
Well, that's my famine in Yemen. That's what I'm saying. I've been gone global with this thing. You know what I mean? I've gone past Yemen. If that makes sense. I'm international.
So basically, it's like what she's saying is, you know what I mean? Do we care about other people's causes to want other people to care about us? Are we selfish? Are we not being selfish enough? Are we not caring enough about our causes? Are we sucked into other causes? Our causes like feminism and stuff like that, and maybe even LGBT, are they distractions from our true issues? We battle on many different fronts for rights in different places, but we battle in different houses, So, you got gang over there, you got hood over there, and the Muslims. You got the Muslim Foundation over here. You get me, and you got the Christian section.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't been to no Muslim meetings because I'm not a Muslim, man.
You got hold on. You got Nation of Islam over there. You got the Rastas and the Orders and that over there, and they're different factions. The different factions of the Nation of Islam's are different Christians, and it's like there's no unity. There may be small pockets of unity, but as a whole group, they're not focused on one. They're
100.
not. Yeah.
Unified. That's all the only word I can think of. And I don't think it's voluntary as well. It's just a rat race.
Yeah, I just help out where I can, man.
What do you think about because I see a lot of whistleblowers, white whistleblowers, and you don't really hear them. Do you feel like they need to be maybe highlighted a bit more so it encourages more people to come out? Because you do see a lot of whistleblowers. You see them on Wellstar now and then they kind of fade away. Because I feel like that's an inspirational.
You see the whistleblower thing. I'm not even too into that myself, because that information sometimes is not credible, because you can't get a source to it. So they can say a whistleblower came out, and because he can't be named, they can make up shit.
All right, and whistleblowers and people who just openly speak out. So we had an instance with a white girl.
Anyone that openly normally speaks out openly. That's why it gets chastised.
Yeah, but they need to be deified a bit more, I think, in a sense. Like they need to be.
My issue with this is we're back in this psychological process where we're looking for white saviors.
No, not necessarily, Jed. Wait, I need to argue this case. Sorry, brother. I was going to say this. I feel like they need to be highlighted in a sense that they need to be pushed around more, so it will encourage more people to relate.
But I don't want to push nobody around, That's one thing I don't want to do, because if you don't want to speak out for man, I wouldn't want you to do it anyway. So that don't really make no sense.
People that have come out of their own accord voluntarily speaking out, they need to be highlighted more. They need to get more marketing. We need to because they just fade and die away. And then I just feel like I can see.
But then what happens is, we get yet again. What we're saying is we don't have the propensity to tell our story or fight our battle. We need a white savior to tell it and break it down. So Like, I get it though. It's marketing. I saying, yo, you know what? We get a Chinese person to break down racism to the Chinese. We get a white person to break down. I do get that still.
That's what they're doing to us.
I do get that, yeah. But like on the flip side, it's like on the thing of liberation. Like, we gotta be real now and say what we're saying is, for freedom on this plantation, we need to wake up the other slaves, isn't it?
Yeah, 100.
We need to wake the other slaves up. In fact, the white slaves need to be woken up the most to know that they're slaves, so that they can stop being used as tools by the master that might look like them but shares no love or no preference towards them, except for as part of their agenda. This is why I feel like we need to actually be encouraging the white awakening. This is why it's very important, and not just the white awakening, the Asian and whatever. This is why I like it when we have people of mixed cultures and heritages talking on black issues, because in my head it's a psyop. Because if you're an Asian speaker, then you're likely to get an Asian listener's ear. So if you in some way are speaking on the subject, whether incorrect or not, it opens up the subject. Because even if you're chatting shit, you can get critiqued by a black person there and then.
That's all I'm saying.
They hear it, and then they can bring on levels of awareness. Like, because we've been expecting people from different backgrounds to see the world the way we do. Like, it's obvious. You've been there the whole time. We went to school and rare, but they don't necessarily see everything. They don't necessarily see what you experience. They don't see the sly prejudices. They don't necessarily internalize it that way. Like, Rod, you know, I didn't even clock, you know. When you tell a man about it, he's like, Rod, you know what? Like, yeah, when you say it, like, you get me? But there in the moment, you knew it. You anticipated it. You've had it before. You're so aware of it. And, like, we got to be aware that we trying to make people see through our eyes, isn't it? Yeah. Because in their eyes, like, it's just not that important. Because if it was, then you would have those people jumping up, and in their eyes, they're just not that powerful enough to say, yeah, I can see it, but what can I do? Yeah, all my bridges are black, and I can see it, but I can't do it. But then there's black men that do the same. Oh, what can I do? I'm my man. So
sorry to cut you, Jez, though. Imagine, yeah, fam, there's black men that come on and say every other night, come on and say they can't see no problem with black Britain.
Exactly.
And there's white women that come on every night, fam, and say they can't see a problem with Britain, and if there's a problem, man should go home.
Facts.
Now,
so why isn't there one representative from that community saying that's fuckery talk?
Yeah, the reason, but there's a reason for that. That's their experiences in life. This is what you have to remember. It's like some people, they will, you know, they'll go through life and not have these problems. If you've gone through life and you've never encountered, you know, or had a bad experience, then that's going to be your view of it. And if you're white and you know, you're just walking through life, living your life, you probably won't see it. It's a bit like saying, dude, you know, who walks around thinking, you know something, that building could really do with disabled access. You know, you don't walk around thinking about other people that are struggling constantly. Most of the time, you don't care. So that's why I feel like, to a certain extent, why do you need these people to jump on the bandwagon to speak up and to do whatever? I think the biggest problem is when I talk to a black person, he says to me, oh, I've never seen any racism. I feel to slap the guy. Like, how can you say you've... So maybe it could be true, but at the same time, how could you not understand it through, you know, another person's eyes? So how could you not put two and two together and work it out, even if you haven't experienced it? So from black people, I find it difficult when they say that.
But it's just like, it's our ego maybe thinking that as everyone else must see it. A lot of them don't see it, innit? Like, they obviously don't see it, because if they, do you know what I mean?
So
let me tell you why. I'll tell you why it's going to be difficult.
What change white awakening would make?
It would mean that we had more manpower.
Yeah.
By more manpower, the more people actively on Who's breathing like that?
Who's breathing? He's breathing like a killer, bro.
There's more people actively on, getting justice, attaining justice or balance or equality, rather than half the people not being aware or not knowing or feeling like, do you know what, it ain't happening to me, or this is just the way the world is. And, I work just as hard as another man, and,
I feel you.
Yeah, there's a lot of dormant revolutionaries out there. You feel me? And our job is to be the spark that starts the fire, isn't it? You get me?
Yeah.
Whatever generation that is.
Marketing.
Bro, trust me, man. I don't want to put no slight on white people that are doing their thing and they got sympathy or they've got sentiment, they feel our sentiment or whatever. Boy, fucking hell, man. It'd be nice to get some new faces to counteract the same ones on Vele and Magay.
So what would be, because I feel like we went in a circle, yeah, because we went with, like you said it yourself, innit? Like it would be best to get a member of that race to talk to that race in regards to a white awakening. But at the same time, the catch-22 of the white savior kind of
kind of thing.
Yeah, so how do we go about a white awakening? What's the best way to go about it?
From the top down, I say, because they're the ones that deal with commerce, and they're the ones that be worried about your competition when you come up.
You know what it is?
The top down for me looks like BLM, looks like George Soros and people man don't necessarily know. Man grow in the trenches with man organizing and centralizing for man. I don't really fuck with
the
that.
best way to spark the white awakening or help the white awakening is to infiltrate the white awakening movements, is to flood white awakening forums and market your information towards the white masses, towards the common, not even the white masses, the white masses, the common man, the everyday working man. You need to target the Tommy Robinson's demographic and all those people, and you need to flood them with information and propaganda, letting them know the true nature of their enslavement and their role in the perpetuation. Their role in the machine, and everyone's role in the machine. And for them to understand the machine, you have to draw the blueprint of the mechanisms of the clock, the workings, the inner workings. You have to show them the cogs and how this thing is, like how maybe they've been groomed to have certain stances, and how maybe they're even right to have certain stances, to validate some of their beliefs and let them know that the reason why some of the shit that that they're angry about is the way it is because of these people. I think half of them are halfway there anyway, distrusting in their government, distrusting in the policies. Do you know what I mean? But obviously their anger and their whatever is steered toward maybe the wrong direction. But I think they validate the white man is valid to be angry in life. You know what I mean? I'd be angry too.
100%.
I'd be angry too. I think everyone's there, but the anger is being encouraged. It's being created and it's being manipulated. When you're angry, you make shit judgments in it.
Mm-hmm.
So, definitely. I can attest to that. Yeah, but I mean, look, the problem, right? What I've noticed now, I've hit the stuff I'm hearing from dupes and all the people on the right. They're saying, because people are talking about joint economics, what do you hear mostly? Oh, so get out and go then, and you better accept the money that they give you. So if you're complaining, you lot can just go. But no one's even said that. I think there's literally 2 people that I've heard on the Hangout saying we should go, get out and leave. Like for real. That was it. Their only alternative. But a lot of people are saying build and grow. So that's what it is. So what we're seeing now is they're just worried about the competition that black people are gonna pose.
I feel
in the future.
I feel it's one of 2 parts. Honestly, I feel it's one of 2 parts, in the sense that man for leave and man for stay, in the sense that man for travel, because I feel like you being subject to this government alone is just don't really make sense in it. So like go travel, see, learn, understand, invest elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? But that's exactly what it means to be an English businessman. Man's bank accounts ain't over here. Man got offshore accounts in fucking the Bahamas and all over the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? Explore, invest, just stay here. Here. That's what our parents did, and look what they did to man. You feel me?
Yeah. If you just live under one government, you don't know life. Or one layer of life. If you just lived under one way of life and one life system, you don't really actually know life.
You don't open up your eyes. Yeah, I agree with that. Also, just what you said about living under different governments. One thing I would say, like obviously a big heads up, where like anyone who does it can make a bit of money. Like obviously, like both of my parents, they get 2 pensions legally just because they've lived at other places. You know, you can do this within Europe even. You know, 2 pensions coming in. You just need to work like 2 years, and then you got 2 pensions. That's something I would say to everyone to do. You know, if you live in the UK, go work somewhere else in Europe, get your 2 pensions in, so you know you're a little bit nice when it comes to it. And also, it opens up your eyes because you look at a government which you thought was shit, you know, and then you look at how another country does it, and you think, okay, that's different. It opens up your eyes big time.
100%. In the simplest form, it's like anybody that's looking at it like, oh man, like is trying to fight the battle of like man's gonna stay and man's gonna build. Like I feel it's a level of ignorance in the sense that you're not looking at your own power and your heritage in the sense that you naturally have a plus. Do you know what I'm saying? Whether you're from Africa, the Caribbean, Asia, no matter where you're from, you have a plus in the sense that you have heritage. Whereas the Englishman that's telling you to go home is subject to this alone. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're direct parents and there's no citizenship when you go back, like differently, that is your heritage. A man to go and see. You know what I'm saying? Exactly with what you were saying in regards to pensions and little things like that. There's other little perks and quirks, and you don't even know what kind of businesses you can open up in people that look like you, with people that look like you, and you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's something anyone with heritage needs to do. Go and see your heritage before you start fighting for something that, and start planning to build on something that man keep telling you time.
And those without a clear heritage per se.
Go and find something. The world is yours. People of the world. You get me? So
I think what more of the problem is if you don't have any people
that floats your boat and go see. Don't just be subject to this thing alone, man.
If you ain't got family in the UK, that's what the maybe the possible problem would be. Because then, if you ever want to come back, where can you stay? Can you transfer your money? So I feel like someone who's in on their own and doesn't have real contacts and networks in London, you'd have to think a lot deeper than if you were someone that did have contacts.
Bro, you're thinking too deep, bro. I'm telling you, fam. I've been in the building trade for over 10 years, innit? Around it, and I'm telling you, fam. Most of the old school white men, they've been in Africa already on earners. Yeah, and them man are dusty.
Yeah, true. 20K for a house.
I'm saying they've been Africa and made money already, but they're never gonna tell you because they got sworn to tell no black man.
100%. Man are shipping cars. It's not a joke.
It's only when you wean it out of them, you say to them, boy, you know, so I'm going to do X, Y, Z, I'm going on the earner, just like what you used to do back in the day. They tell you, I went there in the 90s and I've done that.
Yeah, but Fred, if you've got a viable business plan, which is near enough a very high percent chance.
I'm telling you, people go there and make money, man. Fuck a viable business plan. Listen to me. What I'm saying to you. 1 second, man. Because I'm saying to you, always saying a viable business plan, but you're not saying no what the business plan
No,
is.
no, but I'm looking at
And
the.
what I'm
the
saying to
strings
you,
attached.
listen. I'm saying to you, there's people that go there with little next to nothing. They make something happen. They're only going on a trip to see if they can earn money, innit? And then when they go back, they've earned money, innit? Like,
All
I'm
right,
telling you
yeah. So
about
I'm talking about
Caucasian
uprooting,
people
though.
I know.
Yeah, but
Huh?
I'm talking about uprooting.
Yeah,
I'm
but you're not going to uproot to somewhere you're not been to, though. You're going
Exactly.
to
Like,
Yeah,
obviously check
that's
out.
what we're talking about. But we're talking
no,
about
we're not. We're
relocation.
not. We're not. We're not. King Gold, you're
Are we
looking
not?
at it too deep. You're looking at it
All
too
right,
deep.
all right,
When
all
I'm
right.
saying go somewhere,
I-
I'm not physically talking about take yourself here and go and live somewhere you
right.
don't know.
Okay,
That would be ideal if you've got the courage, the support, and the means to do so. But no, go learn and see. You get me? Spend 6 weeks. You get me? Don't go on a little fucking 2-month holiday. Do you understand? In a certain place so you can understand the level and see
Definitely,
certain.
yeah.
You get me?
Go with the intention to
I would
look
never
for a
uproot
job.
now, though.
Look,
Cool.
just 1 sec, though, because you're not making much sense. 1 second, let me just finish, and you can chime in after. I'm saying go there with the intention to look for a job or to open a business.
Or to
Do you get
understand
what I'm saying?
you would
Instead
survive
of
in the situation.
instead of lying on the pool or lying on the poolside or going in the mountains or going on jet skis or going on whatever, go to look for a job. Do you get what I'm saying?
A simple
Or
business.
look for
Like, for
how
example,
much
when
business
I went
rates
to a
are.
Yeah, I
country,
hear that.
I went to a country I'd consider home. Do you understand? Of heritage. My heritage is Caribbean, but when I went to the continent, I went to a place where I considered home, and I was embraced in the sense like welcome home. So things were like fam. There were so many things instantly that was offered to man that was business. For example, wood carvings, oak carvings, like life-size statues. Do you understand? Flipping man are basically selling them to me for like next to like £7, £8. I know I can get that on the plane over here and sell that for a good £300-400 instantly if I just put that in the right shop. Like
Right.
light carving of wooden man. Are you mad? You understand? Simple little business, like instantly, just off of man accepting me as family. Do you understand? Man's got that family discount. Man's in there with the carpenters themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's just me going on holiday, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Flipping, yeah, bro. The world's our oyster, innit? Go somewhere. Don't just treat this society to be at your own. So when if these man ever do want to keep telling you go home, just tell them, all right, at least I got home to go to. You're stuck here, dog. It's done out here.
Facts,
You understand?
man.
When their
Facts,
pound
bro.
goes down, their pound's done out here. At least you've got something somewhere else. Because the reality is, the majority of these rich man, their money ain't here. Offshore accounts, and you think their money because
Well,
we
the
need.
real, sorry to cut you, fam. So sorry, man. I was going to say, I'm just backing up what you're saying. I'm saying the real road to $1 million is when you're doing international business, though. So what the fuck's a man talking about? Go home. Course, if you want money, course you're gonna go home. Because the real road to $1 million is when you're transferring money from there to there, international. Like
The
you're
only
making
reason
so
you're
over
gonna
there,
stay here,
over here.
and the only reason you're gonna stay here is to fight is fighting to be recognized. Like this is like that's my opinion in it. Man are just fighting to be recognized in the society that's showing you like, yo, like you helped, you built our thing, you did your thing, but we don't rate you. Like time and time again, like, I don't need to keep showing you that man built your fucking thing. The fuck is this? Like, I'll be real, fam. I don't feel like man need no white awakening for shit, blood. Like it's like safe. Like man's had this time and time, like that how it's going. It's like man's gonna need a white awakening every generation. You understand? Like man, I've had white people talking things from time. Like what, but like man, what? Nah, man, safe, man. Man ain't got time for that. Us going back in circles, like yo, safe, done the thing, fam. That's my opinion anyway. Yeah, nay.
I'll say to anyone who's obviously looking to relocate and to do anything like that. I remember about 5 years ago, I had obviously a pregnant girlfriend, which obviously has become wife now, and I had another kid. We loaded up a transit van, and I had no job on the other end or anything like just literally a packed transit. That's it. Driv, and you know, the rest is history. Put it that way. And yeah, like anyone who's obviously feeling to do it, do it. I think the reason for me why maybe it was a bit easier is because obviously this happened to me when I was little. When I was little, my parents moved, and you know, we came to the UK. It was temporary house. Anyone who's had temporary housing knows what it's like. When I mean like they move you from shithole, it was like Bow, Dalston, Streatham. It was like you couldn't make it up. You know what I mean? It's like the worst from the worst from the worst from the worst. You know, so it's kind of like, but we're still here. You know what I mean? You know, still surviving. So yeah, anyone who's feeling to do it, just do it. You know, you won't regret it.
You say you don't necessarily have to uproot in it. You can go for 2 weeks on a, what's it called, extended visa, and then yeah. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, man, that's it. That's it.
You're right. Yeah.
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings to the family, man. Every time. Just have a lovely night, man. You don't know.
Big up, Fred.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
And don't feel guilty, European people, man. We don't really want you to do much. You get me? And we don't really want you to do nothing, to be quite honest with you. Just keep living. You get me? Everybody just keep living. That's it. It's just so thought I was under, you know what I mean?
Right. So who knows what's been going on with Nick Cannon?
No, what do you mean?
No.
Someone was telling me, yeah, like check out Nick Cannon. Apparently he's been fired from his little show, and that he's been saying bad things about Semitic people or something. You get me?
Kemetic, would you say?
Semitic.
White people.
Semitic. Oh, okay.
No, mixed race.
Yeah.
No, Jew.
Okay.
Jews,
yeah.
Mixed
Well,
race.
Semitic just means Jew and mixed race, but still. But, yeah,
Well, he's been anti-Semitic, so you mean you tell me.
What did he say? What did he actually say then?
I'm not sure of the exact thing. It's something to do with the Rothschilds, and yeah, something to do with the Rothschilds or something. Yeah,
I don't know. He claimed obviously that Mariah Carey was a virgin. You know, he was getting interviewed and he was like, "Oh, he's only ever been with one man and this and that." So, you know, his word don't really mean too much to me. You know, but if he's getting fired for stuff like that, you know, we all know that you can't say that. You can't say anything negative in that direction. It's game over. He should have known that as well, to be honest. He seems like a clever guy.
He said the real Jews are black, apparently.
He's coming from that angle.
And Shimba says he got called out for saying racist remarks, calling white people savages.
It is what it is. It is what it is. You know? Someone's got to speak. I mean, he's got enough money to be all right, doesn't he? Does it really matter what? You know, I doubt he's going to be starving. So maybe he feels that it's enough about chasing money and actually doing something worthwhile. You know, seems like a lot of these celebrities just get a moment where they just snap out of it, and you know, I think it eats at them that they're in that position and they have a lot of ears, they can influence a lot of people, and some of them realize that they have this power, and I think they feel obligated to say things every now and then. Yeah, and it's a good thing as well. It's a good thing, you know. But sometimes you gotta be a bit more tactful with it.
You know, it's funny they say you should leave and go back to home, like to your own country. I think that's good. It's good PR for people that need to go and make money in the diaspora. So either way, I feel like it would be beneficial if you leave. I don't think there should be a person who's from Africa that should be here during this time. If you can like afford it, obviously, clearly, you ain't got no restrictions, you know, the kids, or you shouldn't be here. Like, what are you doing? Even without contacts back home, or even if you don't know anybody, got no family, no base, still, man, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? What are those?
Yeah, but don't limit yourself to Africa. You know, you don't need to limit yourself. I think
Yeah, my boy
Makano was asked this question, and he brought up the example that there's more billionaires outside of China than there is living inside China. So it's obviously for them, you know, moving all over the world, creating businesses and doing whatever has been more beneficial to them than it's been sitting in China. You know, so I don't know. I don't think just going back to Africa is the solution. You know, I don't think it's the one and only solution. And for anyone who's been there will know that it's kind of like, unless you got a business which pays quite good money, like you can't go to Africa and be a mechanic, for instance. Like they want the car fixed for nothing. There's some jobs which you know, you just can't do. You need to make sure you have a good business, you know, plan. Exporting, like the guy was saying, yeah, maybe because the labor's cheap there and you could sell for high in the UK. But for me, I'd love for someone to come and show me a great path, because I've been struggling with this idea. I haven't seen a business which I can say, yes, this is 100% bringing in a good, you know, income and whatnot. I haven't seen it yet.
What's a good income?
Well, it's hard to say. It has to be viable. It depends what's your output and what you're getting back. But you know, you need to, the numbers need to make sense. Like, I think I was saying, we was talking when Maku was on here before, you know, about in Nigeria, you know, a few businesses which they were running, you know, and I just didn't think they were anything special. It was more just the case that, like I was saying, the guy had his pension and he was doing a few things on the side, but he can't really change in any of that money that he's earning there and achieve anything on a global platform.
Right. I'd like to know. I'd like to know what you thought was of that level. What is that? Ain't there, like, you have to start somewhere, bro? Like, you just want a £1 billion business, like, you got to start somewhere. You trying to grow Amazon overnight?
No, not exactly like that. But at the same time,
People are making good money.
You want money.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what type of money you're looking for, but people are living fucking lavish out there from the money they're making in Africa. So, like, comfortable enough for me. Land, car, family. Like, I don't know what you want, but in Africa you can get it.
Yeah, I know, and you've got like housemaids and stuff like that.
Yeah, housemates.
This guy even had security. Like, he was paying what? He was paying 3 or 4 people's wages, you know, from his pension. I know, but I just haven't seen a business which I think I wanna jump into over there yet. You know. That's my.
Where have you gone, bro?
I've been a few places.
Could you see yourself starting off something like a William Hill type business out there, like for the places you've gone?
Myself, I could never see William Hill, to answer your question, unless there's something deeper to that question. I'd have to say
because
no.
One of my friends went to Ethiopia and he started off gambling business. It's quite new, fresh, sort of. You know, business out there, you know, like the gambling industry, because obviously it's a couple of Muslim, quite a lot of Muslims over there. But he went out there and made money from opening like a betting shop, and he just got like all the odds and stuff from the betting shops in the UK and just transferred it. You know, he just, you know, like he just made sure that he you know, when you transfer like the odds into his particular currency, and that's how he did it. But What country? That's what I'm saying. What countries did you go to? If you don't mind me asking, if you could. And
Gambia,
Gambia, yeah.
Nigeria,
Did you see any betting shops?
Guinea-Bissau. I don't know if you can count Tunisia.
Oh, you
was there as well.
want to bring gambling to Africa, fam?
Well, I mean, yeah, morally, you could say that was questionable, but that's what he did. You know, you probably would have done it in a place where there would only been sort of rich people around. That could be, you know, a bit of rest off your shoulders if you don't want to encourage broke people to gamble. But yeah, it was viable for him. It was lucrative, but you know, I'll just give you an idea for a business maybe to open up wherever you've been.
I think now, obviously the stage I'm at now, you know, ethically, I wouldn't do anything that I believe would harm anyone. I'm at that stage.
It was questionable.
You know, of course, enough harm that I don't want to harm or distribute anything which is going to be negative and pollute, because that's just leeching off the continent. You know, that's a bit. I don't know. I'd rather do without that money, to a certain extent. You know, just because you said gambling, any other sort of reasonable business, why not? You know. But then someone said to me, you know, restaurants over there, for instance, you know, believe it or not, this was a Turkish guy. And obviously they were looking into restaurants in, where was that place again? Oh, I forgot where it was. But yeah, it was a place in Africa. And obviously they were starting restaurants there. So you never know. They had the vision. He was telling me the price of the meat and this and that. Who knows? Like I said, if someone has an idea, I'd like to hear it and to see what the numbers are like and whatnot. But for me, I've seen, if you're looking at life or if you're looking at money, they're obviously two different things. If you're looking at creating wealth, I've seen most of that in Europe. For me, if you're talking about happiness and all the rest of it, that's a different story. I'm not here to say you're not going to find that there. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's questionable whether you should give away your business plan, but yeah, just like something like that is pretty easy, to be fair, for me, in my mind. Obviously, I dearly want to be doing something where you're actually, what do you call it? Sorry, I'm doing something else. Where you're actually, you got a talent for it, you know, and you're enjoying it. But
so when you say it's questionable whether you should give away your business plan, what was you giving me? Was you just giving me bullshit a minute ago? What are you talking about gambling? Is that just bullshit?
I was just asking for example.
Yeah.
But I mean, personally, my friend.
No, what was you saying there?
Personally, my friend made a lot of money out of it. Some people.
So I can just throw that as well as complete bullshit. It's not a business plan. It's nothing. That's why I disregarded it so quickly.
Yeah, but that's
why I disregarded it so quickly.
That's your standard, though. Some people would want to go out there and make money, allowing people to gamble. What's wrong with that? I'm not telling them go out there and, you know, go and start up any sort of sell crack out there. I mean, gambling, yeah, it's still crack. It's pretty much similar, but it's not that different. But if you're doing it to rich people, I'd say they enjoy it more than if you got loads of money. They're probably going to enjoy it more than not enjoy it. You're not going to put it in a ghetto, are you? Basically, you're not going to put it on the main road on the, you know. No, you're not going to make money out of that anyway. So, you know, it's an idea, bro. You know what I mean? You can chuck it away. Remember it like it was the best thing you've ever heard. Or, yeah, but whatever, man. If you've got a better idea, come with it, innit?
It's not even just about better idea. It's just about, you know, anyone who obviously speaks to people. And open a gambling shop, you'd make money. Depending if you say for someone like Nigeria, where they've got loads of them anyway, it's going to be too much competition. You need a lot of money to invest in that sector. But if that's your personal preference and you've got more morals in that, what you're saying, then don't do it. But don't try and
disrespect someone online and try and shut them down like that. If you don't like it, don't like it. But anyway, I'll engage.
Did you just not say?
Yeah, no,
just not say. Yeah, exactly.
Give them out to
because you know where I'm going. So we'll just leave it as that.
I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to everybody. Yeah.
Of
So
course, yeah.
you know, I'm to this. There's people listening to this as well. Don't forget. But I would say, family. I wouldn't encourage you to encourage people that haven't got money to gamble. But you know, there's other ideas in it. You know what I mean? Other ideas. But don't forget, unless you've got money to go over there with to invest in property and real estate, you're gonna have to think of a business plan, innit? I would say just go and invest in real estate, but. You know, go and invest in real estate, family. That's the best idea.
Invest in real estate in Africa. What you're saying, or over here, or both?
I would say invest in real estate in Africa, and because this is a cow where you milk, innit? You milk the cow for enough money. Go out there like a king, buy some stuff, come back, get residual money. That's why I say if you're single right now, you've got no ties, no cats, no nothing like that to tend to. You're not having to sign on every week or whatever it is. Go out there and do your thing, man. You know what I mean? Go out there, and even then, even if you've got a week, that's enough time for you to be able to feel your way around. But if you're sitting here, currently biting your fingernails and twiddling your thumbs with not much responsibility, I'd say the time is now to get up and do your thing, man. No doubt. I think there's never been more of a time that actually black people have been respected in business. Never been. Look at this, and that's from the industry, from Hollywood down. But yeah, just motivation, family, just ideas, innit? But definitely tell someone to shut it down.
Yeah, man. Big up everyone in the building. 66 people in the building watching right now. Currently, please hit the like button. You know what I mean? On your way in, on your way out, while you're chilling, just hit that like button.
Bro, you got some questionable characters coming on here, bruv, chatting shit, bruv. Honestly, how do you just come and exit the building like that? The guy came with a bit of attitude, bruv, and just locked off. Like, who is that, bruv?
Who came with a bit of attitude?
That was just here, that with the S.
He's here still.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you're going to try and say, oh, so I've just seen it as shit then. Like, what sort of attitude is that, bruv?
If you're obviously emotional, you can stay emotional.
I'm pissed off.
Let's not
talk to people like that, though, bro. Have a bit more respect, though, innit? Don't know who you are from Adam. You don't know me from Adam. Just come with a bit more respect in that, bro. Don't talk to me like I'm a fool. What's wrong with you, man?
You're a fool.
Put me off key, bro. Put me off key, bro. I don't know, but yeah, cool. That's why I know my introduction with you now. It's gone that way, innit? So cool. I was only trying to literally give just a throwaway idea, which wasn't too questionable and too bad on the moral side. To be fair, I know it's a bit questionable, but you'd have to shut man down like that, innit? And we wonder why people can't build. You want to work with people that's going to throw an idea out. We're in a dragon's den right now. You think people are going to be talking like that? Come on, bro. That's ridiculous. That's not a weak link idea. It's viable business. And like I stated, man, if you're not doing it to the poor, way worse things out there, bro. Way worse things out there. Businesses. The money business, is that bad business? I say money lending's one of the worst things out there, but it's one of the most lucrative, unquestioned business models out there. That's thriving. But yeah, still.
Like, would you do an alcohol business?
No, I wouldn't do alcohol. Personally, I wouldn't open a business shop, but my friend did. He's African, and I was just assuming that, you know, I'm not going to judge everybody by my own morals. So me bringing that up is that's why.
So me setting up a bar in Africa, you'd say that was wrong?
No, I wouldn't say that was wrong. But I think it's probably a good business because there's an entertainment industry out there, and don't forget, foreigners will come out, and their culture would have, you know, they'll be loving that if they're English. So, and especially with the gambling stuff and all that, you know, you're gonna get loads of. But they'll have their.
I'm confused. Would you make
Drinks.
money off alcohol or not?
Yes, I probably would. Wine. I'd sell wine. I'd sell gin. Anything. Yeah. Anything strong. Yeah, I would. Why not? Business, man.
Yeah, right.
People are still going to do it. If I'm sitting up in my house with no money, I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to sell anything to anybody and cause more. But there's people coming around, drinking around you. Are you going to be there for years, knowing that that drink is legal? Everybody's making money out of it. Everybody's doing their thing, and you're not going to try and make money out of it because you know you can, just because morally you're not. It's all about that, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe some people are way more in touch with God and how they feel they're going to be judged, and their own, I suppose, integrity maybe feels like it may be questioned if they do something to that level. But yeah, as long as you're not selling crack,
you think selling alcohol is a legal an immoral thing?
You know what? It's a difficult thing because obviously we've been kind of trained to believe that it's good and all the rest of it. So straight away, that's why I was challenging you with the, comparing it with other drugs, because I believe a lot of it is just a state of mind. It's what you perceive to be good and what you perceive to be bad. So I guess maybe when it comes to alcohol, I wouldn't be so against it. But the one thing I don't like with alcohol is that when you socialize, and this is why, the videos that you release, if your weekend and whatnot, you've got a lot of patience with other drunk people. And I think you need to have that skill. Like drunk people generally, they wind me up. So would I want to sell a product where I believe it makes people, annoying,
because of your history with alcoholics and your dislike for alcohol. Do you drink? No. Drink? You drink.
Obviously, I've drank before, and if the vibe is right, I'm gonna drink. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a problem, but it's just I think, yeah, I might. Who knows? The amount of times I said I weren't gonna do something and I've done it. So I don't say I'm not gonna do anything anymore. I just wait and see what happens. And also as well, just to touch on the subject, for you to get so emotional, just leave the emotions at the door. You know what I mean? Like literally, just forget about what I say and what someone else says. This is a panel where people are obviously expressing their opinion. I can't be bothered to point out he said what, because sometimes when I listen to him, when people argue, it gets annoying. You know what I mean?
Sorry, when you're listening to him. Sorry? When you listen to me. Sorry, what was that?
I'm trying to say a whole big rant about he did this and he did that. It doesn't make no sense. It really don't matter either way. But to answer,
it was just to say the wake up call, isn't it? Just to say that I feel he's doing a little bit disrespectful there. But I've moved on already, innit?
Okay, good. But yeah, so probably, I might sell alcohol. I might even do gambling in a whole different form. It's just when I think of bookies, it just seems to be aiming at the lowest people in society, sort of thing. Like a race course, it's a little bit different. Then I might feel like I'm targeting richer people, but like a little tinted off windows, bookies, roulette machine. I don't know.
You put it in a rich area, though, you'll get good prices.
What about a crack house, Sham?
A crack house?
Is that aiming at the lowest people?
Is it aiming at the lowest people?
24 hours and that. Is that aiming at the lowest people?
Well, it's definitely aiming at needy people, but there's all different kind of clientele.
Yeah, so some gamble, some take crack.
Yeah, some gamble, some take crack. That's
and some people make money off others' addictions.
Yeah, that's it.
So like we said, like if we're gonna talk shit about alcohol and we're gonna talk shit about crack, we got to talk shit about gambling too. Yeah.
No. See, this is the thing. See, my stance is we let people do what they want to do. You understand? Complete sovereignty over their own self and what they want to do with this world. You know, we all know what wrong is. You can't just go and you know, hit someone or whatever. We know what wrong is. Internally, we know what wrong is. But as far as what people want to do, let people do what they want to do. You know, that's my whole thing. You don't need to. So, you know, the only reason I used alcohol as an example is because I believed it might be more dangerous than some illegal drugs. That's the only reason. The one and only. I don't have any problem with it. I don't have a problem with. I've got alcohol in my house now. You know what I mean? It's not an issue like that. It's just people should stop commenting on what they think is right and what they think is wrong. And then if you got certain beliefs, sometimes you might have to keep them to yourself. You know, it's as simple as that. You know, I don't say things if it's gonna offend people. If I can see that they've deeply subscribed to this way of belief or whatever, I don't usually destroy them. Even when I notice that the shift, you know, of talking about religion so much, I used to think, but hang on, like it's a good subject, blah blah blah. But then I started to realize all it does is upset people. So really, is it a good topic if people are just getting upset? You know what I mean? Sometimes you just have to calm down with you know, spreading negative shit and just relax a bit. Even if you feel like you want to say it or whatever, just keep it to yourself. You know, I think that's important.
When you talk about business, man, you got to be kind of realistic, I suppose. But yeah, I know what you mean. I can see what you're saying.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Right, and this is a serious question. Take it how you want. Jada Pinkett and Will Smith.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Okay.
You can go first.
I've only read a little bit about the situation, and to be honest with you, it's just it's highlighting. You know, obviously these people are famous, so they're out there and whatnot. But what's really so strange about it? You know, like realistically, what's so strange? This is everyday stuff. You know, there was a man on your show the other day that was saying he used to date this escort, he used to do this, he used to do that. You even said, you know, you've had similar situations. I've had very similar situations. I've had mad situations with women. So who cares? It doesn't really.
I didn't. I wasn't knowingly involved in that. So
yeah, I was knowingly. I was definitely knowingly. I was so knowingly. Yeah, I was knowingly, extremely knowingly. Put it that way. And it's just mad, but that's the thing, you know. It's life experience. That's what you got to put it down to. So when I look at Will Smith and all that situation, so what is it? She obviously cheated with him, and what's that's all I read. But what else is happening?
No cheating, no cheating.
He allowed it. Is that what happened?
Yeah. What do you think, Kingo?
I think that's quite. He's woke to that level. That's what I think. You know.
Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. I've just heard the bisexual thing. I don't really know what to think about that. I knew something was going on in Hollywood, and if we finding out about that, God knows what else is happening. But I was surprised to hear he was gay. That let me down a little. Not let me down. He could have just been a bit more vocal.
Who told you he was gay?
Well, I don't know. I've heard it through the grapevine, innit? And he was talking. There's one instance where he was on YouTube, or I think it was Worldstar, and he was making a joke when he was getting his hair done, and I think Jada Pinkett was behind him. He was talking about having sex with a man or something, and they like zoomed in, panned into her face, and she was like that sort of wow, that surprised look, and she was like a nasty like sort of look, and yeah, that was a bit strange, but I think it's a couple rumors gone around in Hollywood. But that with him, I don't know what other story. I saw the story, and to be fair, I feel like they're just trying to grab too much attention. and this is part of the theatre game, so I haven't really paid too much mind to it. But can you enlighten me what's happened recently with them?
I'll be honest. I know nothing about it except for the little video of entanglement with August, and obviously she's supposed to have been doing the thing with this brother, and he knows about it, and she wanted to clear up the fact that he never gave her permission. She's the only one that can give permission for the thing and that, whatever. So
but he didn't do no gay stuff, did he? Did he do gay stuff? Because I never knew about it.
You got to tell me.
I could pull up the.
That's news to me.
I can pull up the World Star Hip Hop video if you want. I don't know if we're allowed to show it, but
no, I'm not going to show a video from someone else.
Yeah, so it is. I mean, if you can World Star YouTube it, just look at gay moments with Will Smith, and there's a couple times when it's like backstage on the set and people have been filming.
But there's no threesome here or nothing like that. It's not part of the same incident, is it? Or is it?
I don't know actually. I don't know. I know she's been having sex with other men, but that's as much as I know.
Back in the days, there was a rumor, that they was doing some wife swap thing with some next people that they was on a show with. Who's this? The chick from House Party and there's some next dude. They used to do this sitcom thing. Don't know what it was called. Two of Us or some shit like that. But it was like a couples thing. But yeah, there was some rumor that them lot was involved in some swapping thing. But then the rumor was that Will Smith was with the dude. But
okay.
But Will Smith's here himself, so he could, you know what I mean? Surprise. We got Will. Big up, yeah.
Yo.
Will.
Oh, that's William Smith. Oh shit.
Yeah, I just want to say.
What do you want to say?
I just basically want to say that this year there's only going to be 11 months.
Why is that?
Because we're skipping August.
I hear you. Like I don't know. Like, tell us about your views on I don't know. Just what are you doing? What are you on?
What are you doing? Outright, what are you doing?
What is it? What's going on?
Listen, man, I love Will Smith, innit? Not gonna lie.
Oh, he's sick though, man. He's sick.
I don't actually think, that I think his relationship with his wife is healthy. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, at the end of the day, they got kids together. They've been married for a long time. Are we promoting divorce? Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, shit.
I agree. Yeah.
Shit happens. They both cheated on each other. Like, he said, "Oh, I'm gonna have to get payback," and then she was like, "You already got payback." So, like,
what payback with who?
He cheated on her years ago. Well, that was the rumor, but she confirmed that in that video. Like, so the thing is, I haven't watched the full video. I just watched like small clips and stuff. But he jokes and says, "Oh yeah, I need to get payback," and then she says, she like gives him a funny look and laughs and says, "You already got payback." And then he says something like, "Oh, I need to get payback," or something like that. Oh, I can't remember. But basically, yeah, the implications were there that they've already had infidelity in their relationship, so on and so forth, which I think is very healthy. I mean, personally, that's not what I want for my future, and I don't think that is anything that would happen in my future, inshallah, because we're not those kind of people. Do you know what I mean? I feel like because we live a different lifestyle, like infidelity is not really going to be something that, well, it's definitely something that we don't practice, like strictly. So, yeah, but I just feel like
So because you're Muslim, you don't expect to have to deal with infidelity. I hear that stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, mate, not just the fact that I'm Muslim. I think because of the partner that I've picked.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm being honest. So But you know, you don't know.
Too many times women pick men that cheat, and they need to pick men that don't. They're so silly.
listen. I honestly, I think you. It's weird because I think for me, I think I picked the right partner because my partner is literally not interested in all of that crap. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm
not interested in what in like what?
Well, I mean, he's very practicing, so like lowering his gaze and not being consumed by television, films, movies, all this kind of stuff. Like he's not exposed to things that he's like never smoked. I know he smoked before once, like, and he said he made it cough. Never drunk, never took drugs, never went to a nightclub. Like he's literally never done any of that kind of stuff.
My man sounds so fucking fun.
Shut up to that. He's lived a different life, isn't he? He's lived a very Muslim lifestyle.
Right.
So I feel
Might
like
rebel though. Might just come out of that and just, you know, want to live life.
At the age of 38, I don't think so.
No,
Like,
man. You can't just change at 38. At 38, you're set in stone. That's it.
no,
You are what you are. That's it.
no, I mean, but he's obviously
on your 30s, when you're 37, on the night of your 38th birthday, if you put a face, it will get stuck like that. That's it.
Listen, you're funny. But what I'm saying is, like, he's had all those years to do that. He's been single for many years. He's been able to do all that stuff. And he's looking, obviously, to get married and have children. So if that's your goal for your future, why would you want to, like, what intention would you ever have to cheat? Do you know what I mean? I think, like, people that cheat, are usually ones that are not ready for commitment, really and truly. And I mean younger people, for instance. Or if you're cheating in your marriage, it's because you fall into weakness, and obviously your partner is literally not fulfilling something within you. And
you could be in love with two people, though. You might be in love with two
but
people.
this is the thing, Sham. I think you can, but how do you get to be in love with another person if you're not being unfaithful in the first place?
You know something, to be honest with you,
the correct Islamic way, which I'm sure your husband would be open to do. Would he not be open for that in the future, possibly?
For another wife, probably not. But he has the obligation to do so if he wishes, and I'm okay with it. But it's probably like for us and what we've spoken about, it's probably like even now he's just like stressed that it's not what he's interested in. But if he changes his mind, then he's obligated to do, like he's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Me, I don't have any problem with polygamy. I'm open to polygamy personally.
Right.
I think that is healthy as well. But I don't think cheating is healthy. Cheating's not healthy.
Right.
So basically, you're putting your religion before yourself. So in all aspects of life, you can speak very sensibly. You just straight away said, you know, what's better, blah blah, divorce. I agreed with you 100% about the whole Will Smith situation, but you're putting your religion before your own well-being. You're saying that you don't have any problem with that. Of course, as a woman, you'll have a problem with that. Every woman is gonna have a problem with that. Just keep it real. We don't have to be exactly by the book. There's, you know, you don't have to be scripted, blah 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 blah. You're you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So,
like, of course, no one's gonna have a. Yeah.
Listen, I'm being me, and I think you're making a bit of a judgment on what you think I want. So keep just this. Obviously, you don't know me, so I'm just gonna let you know. Like, I've had plenty of time, like a good 10 years being single. And in those 10 years, I've decided what I want and what I don't want, okay? It's something that I very much have. And in the last 5 years, I've been actively looking for a Muslim husband, but I've had plenty of opportunities to marry, and I've decided not to on certain bases. But for me, polygamy has never been an issue because I understand polygamy and I understand how it is beneficial for a family. not even from a religious standpoint, because many Muslims do not believe in polygamy. They do not want to practice it. They're not interested in it. They couldn't genuinely handle it. Me, that is something that I would feel very comfortable with. And yeah, I'd rather my husband had another wife than him sleeping with other women and cheating and being unfaithful. Whereas if he has another wife, he loves another person, which is perfectly fine. He might love one of us even more, but ultimately he's building families and he's looking after his family. So he's not allowed to just have a wife, get her pregnant, leave her alone, blah, blah. He's got to look after two families and he has to do, there's so many duties that he has to do. So I feel confident that the man that I picked, if he did want to do that, he would stick by the book. And he'd have to, because ultimately he'd be judged by the Most High at the end of the day. And that's, for me, that is having faith. So I hear what you're saying, Sham. I feel like maybe for some women it's very difficult, jealousy and all this kind of stuff would come into play. But for me, it's not even an issue, because I think it would be beneficial for me and my personality. I quite like having somebody around, but I also like my space as well. So if you were to marry somebody that had to be with his other wife maybe 2-3 times a week, and then with you, that for me, I'm cool with. I like my space. But
Yeah,
I
I think it can have obviously benefits. I agree with you. You know, instead of obviously as a man, you're running around 24/7, like begging your partner. She's, oh, I don't want to have any more sex. But if you have two, it might be good. You might be able to balance out a bit. But would I want, you know, a woman to have? Would I want to be a second man? I don't think I would
But
want to
that
be.
doesn't make sense though, because the reason being it doesn't make sense if you're a second man. Like, if your wife got pregnant, first of all, this is the first reason. If your wife got pregnant, whose baby is it?
It's our baby. It's the family's baby. You know, it's
Okay, no, but wait.
I
So
get what you're saying. I'm not gonna play. I get what you're saying.
yeah,
You know?
but then,
Yeah.
for people and humans, like, their bloodline is really important, regardless of religion. Like, take away religion just from the start of time or whatever. People's bloodlines are important. We naturally choose and select people to carry strong bloodlines, right? So you're not going to pick a woman that's kind of ill or like frail and stuff like that. You're going to pick I don't know you, but I'm just saying. Usually, a man will pick a healthy woman, and that's just basic instincts so that we can carry on a healthy bloodline, you know. So that is important to us as human beings. So for a man, it's more important to him to obviously carry on his legacy and his bloodline. So he couldn't be in a polygamous relationship where he was the second husband, because he wouldn't have any idea on if that was his bloodline or not. And also he's sharing, like, men are not too keen, I would say, to share a woman, whereas a woman can understand, would be more understanding, and they're not. I don't know. I don't think they're so sexual and, like, not sexual. What's the word? I don't think they're driven in the same way as women are not driven in the same way as men. I don't think we're equal. I think we're made very differently, but we're made so differently that it complements each other. So I feel like with one of the roles of a woman, is she can genuinely love and forgive. And I feel like men perhaps can do that. They have the ability to do that, but maybe it's a practice thing and it's not so natural.
Well, you're the first woman I have ever spoken to that's ever said that. No woman, and I usually always, you know, if it's your girlfriend or whatever, I'll always have some sort of conversation, and I've never ever heard another woman say to me that this is okay. Never, never ever. And I just find it women from all walks of life. I've never heard it before, you know.
Yeah,
And the only thing that's sort of like you're holding to, and I think you used the word faith. So you're using faith to believe that, even though you might not understand it, to believe that it's okay.
No, I just told
And
you I
it's
understood it, though. That's the difference. I told you that I have a complete understanding of polygamy and the benefits. I didn't tell you all the benefits.
What are the benefits? What are the benefits?
Okay, so first of all, well, I already told you one benefit. One benefit is knowing that your husband is going to be faithful to you because he's fulfilling whatever other desires he will want to have sexually with another person. More time a man will pick his second wife based on sexual desires rather than like emotional connection, depending if he's lacking emotional connection in the first marriage, right? So it may be that your wife gets a little bit older and you want a younger wife because perhaps she can give you more offspring. Yeah, that's one reason. Second of all, she might be more attractive than your wife, or she might want to do different things than your wife. So your current wife, sorry. So that's what they may be some reasons as to why men will get a wife, another wife. Sorry.
What do you think like other women, sort of like feminists, would say about like this whole? What do you think other women would say about it?
Other women, but this is the thing. The feminist movement is a bit
like even women that you know. What would your friends say about this whole subject?
Yeah, so funny enough, I had a friend, very practicing sister, and polygamy was something that she knew is obviously like as she's practicing, she knows this is something that a man in Islam can do, and she's going to marry somebody, inshallah. It was literally off the cards for her, and it was something that she wanted to be written into her contract, her marriage contract, because she just literally could not deal with her husband having another wife. And I think that's a sense of emotional immaturity on her behalf. But also I totally understand it, like, and I feel like you have
Don't you feel like you're on the back foot? Like you're sort of like, look at Cleopatra, just, you know, big example. She had all of these sex chambers and she had all of these different men that she would sleep with. Doesn't it seem like she was clearly the person on top in this situation? Whereas in your situation, women clearly seem to be the people, you know, drawing the short straw sort of thing. You know, because if I was, you know, in that situation, I would definitely feel like I'm winning and you're losing. So I've got one woman that I've picked just for sex. I've got one woman that I've picked just for whatever. How is that? How, first of all, you're objectifying the second wife totally, and which I don't know, a lot of women would be against that. They wouldn't want to be picked just for sex. So what, the first one is picked for what? Because we had some sort of connection. It just seems, I don't see how, you know, you could be fully you know, okay with that sort of thing. What if you was the second wife? Would you be the one just for sex then? You okay with that?
No, okay. So I said these are examples as why a man would probably want a second wife. And if you
but would you be okay to be the second wife just for sex?
But this is the thing.
It's not nice, is it?
I'm going to explain to you. No, you need to. So you need to understand how it happens, because it wouldn't just be for sex. Okay, this is the thing. His initial intentions may be that you're attractive, and that's the reason why he wants to be with you. Okay, so he marries you because he finds you sexually attractive, physically attractive, right? Cool. But this happens all the time in society. Men go with girls because they're physically attractive, sexually attractive, and then after the fact, they might stay with them because they like them. Do you know what I mean? Like that is just literally how everything happens. But in a relationship, in Islam, if the guy wants to marry the girl for her sexual attraction, it would be an injustice and disservice to himself, because he actually has to look after her as he's married to her. So everything that she eats and drinks and anything she consumes, the house that she lives in, like all the bills in that house, all the clothes on her back, he has to provide all of that. And then if she bears any of his kids, again, he has to look after all of that. He is obligated to do that when taking on a wife within Islam. So it's not so easy for men to have 1, 2, 3, or 4 wives. It's a lot of headache. This is why you'll find mostly the Muslims with 1, 2, 3, or 4 wives either are not practicing, and they're just taking advantage of the abilities that are given to them by the Most High, in the sense of being able to. They're not practicing because they're not actually reading the small print within the Quran. It's not small print, but I'm just saying they're not reading it properly. Or you've got like sheikhs, big Saudi people, like mostly Saudi, like rich Arabs, rich people that can afford to have these wives because they can buy houses for their wives, they can buy all this other stuff, and they're cool, and they're not breaking any religious laws, religiously they're not breaking any laws, and in my opinion, humanely they're not breaking any laws because they're actually looking after these women. Whereas, and it's beneficial for you as a woman to be married to a man rather than be a side chick, okay? Because as a side chick, this guy likes you, finds you more attractive than his wife, sleeps with you, but that's it. Is he paying your bills? No. Is he making sure you're eating? Is he looking after your kid? No. He can just do whatever he wants. He has no obligation. There's no marriage there. To just stick to this one and have hundreds of baby mamas and kind of look after the kids. And then what about the women? The women are chucked away. So within Islam, it's better for everybody because this is something that's practiced in society all the time, but there is no protection on women. So polygamy for women is not something that is a disservice, or it's not something that is putting the women on the back foot. They're not lower. For a man to think that he's in a better position than a woman when it comes to marriage is silly, because a woman keeps every single penny that she earns or finds or is given, and the man has to spend every single penny that he earns, finds, or is given on his wife and children. So who really is in the disadvantaged position?
So if you can spend every penny and you control all the money, what good was that to Saudi women when they were just allowed to drive the other day?
What do you mean? What good was? Listen,
like you just got to be realistic about these claims. It don't make no sense.
Okay, but you're not. You're mixing mad.
It's like,
listen, because you're uneducated in this topic. What you're doing, unfortunately, you're unaware of it, right? Because you're actually mixing. You're mixing.
No, but look.
You don't know.
No, but look, I'm not gonna make a joke of it. As much as obviously it might have sounded funny and whatever. Yeah, but look, it's a fact though. At the end of the day, but it's the truth. Let's not hide it from the people. It's the truth.
No, you want to be educated.
They obviously They obviously started to drive the other day. So if they're controlling the money, that's a bit like saying to a dog, you got free roam of this garden, but we're gonna keep you on a leash. What good is that to the dog?
Sham.
You know, you have to look at yourself.
We're gonna have a conversation. Just don't cut in, yeah? Like you were doing all right. Don't cut in. I'm saying to you, okay, cool. You made a point. What good is it to a woman if she couldn't drive? You need to understand there's a difference between religion and culture. The culture of the Saudis was in their laws, and their cultural laws was that they didn't want women being out alone anywhere, which meant that they didn't want their women to drive because usually they'd be driving alone or whatever. Like in Saudi Arabia, women could drive, I'm sure, if their husbands were in the car, but they weren't allowed to drive independently. So technically a lot of women wasn't driving or allowed to drive, okay? And that was their cultural law. That has nothing to do with Islam. There is nothing. The Prophet's wives, peace be upon him and them, they actually traveled alone many a times on their horses, on their camels, going places. So if that's the case of our Prophet, then why is it that the women of these days, that our Prophet's wives, who we hold highly and regard highly, why are they allowed to do that? But yet we would just religiously, why would we not allow other humans or other women to do so? So that's why I'm saying to you, you're not educated in this subject. Okay, you do make a point, but this is the underline, and that's the reason for that one. So ultimately, it's not a great point, but you're obviously allowed to make it. But there you are. You know why?
Yeah, I mean, if you're happy with multiple wives, I can't really say much. That's your thing,
Yeah, but
that's you.
But yeah, no, that's fine. But do you think that a woman would be happier with having a husband that looks after her completely and also has another wife that he looks after completely as well, equally to how he looks after her? Yeah? Or do you think a woman would be happier if she had a husband who looks after her completely but goes and cheats and gets this girl and that girl and this girl and that girl?
Without cheating, how do you meet your second wife? Like how do you meet her?
So you would so the best way for a Muslim man to do it, okay, is he would speak to his wife, his current wife, about having somebody join their family, in the sense of he's going to get another wife, okay? And then they would discuss it. It depends whether or not he wants her.
If she says no.
If she says no, then she says no. There's literally nothing the woman can do about it unless she's agreed with him prior to marriage that that's something that they're not going to be doing. If he says to her, so this is the thing. So it is in this day and age, yeah, because of the culture we live in, it is kind of obligated for a Muslim man to turn around to his wife before he marries her, and say to her, and they're supposed to discuss what they want for their future before they get married, of course. And if he says to her, look, I don't want to get married to anybody, and they're fine with that, that's cool. If he changes his mind later on, then he changes his mind later on. But that is something that he needs to obviously deal with the consequences with his wife. Yeah. And she is allowed to divorce him on those bases. If he had said to her previously that that's not something that he wanted to do and he wasn't going to change his mind. But if he had said that's something I wanted to do, and she said, all right, yeah, I'm cool with it, and then 10 years down the line, now he's trying to put that into practice, it's on the woman, because she knew that was something that he was looking to do and she still wanted to marry him. So it's on her, and she would have to deal with the consequences. But either way, a man can marry whoever he wishes. And same as the woman does not have to stay in a marriage with a man if she does not want to be. There's no forceness, there's no oppression of people. Like, for people to say that Islam is oppressive to women, they really have no understanding of Islam whatsoever. And I'm telling you that. If anything, like, it's cliche on these platforms to hear it because I'm sure other people have said it. If anything, when you're looking at any sort of feminist movement, Islam is like the first one there, the first one that gave so many rights to women. Have you ever heard of a society that says, okay, women, any money that you get is your money, any dowry, anything you get, so even a dowry, for instance, dowries have been practiced, and that has been for this literally the start of time. But usually what would happen with that money was, or money, gifts or whatever for the marriage, that would be given to the father or stays with the family. The woman would never see it. But within Islam, she gets to keep it. It's hers. She does not have to spend it on anything or anyone or give it to anyone. It's hers. The same with all the money that she gets. So where's the oppression there? If anything, you'd say the men were oppressed in Islam because if they literally got to pay for freaking everything, and they are the legal guardians of their children. So if the woman in Islam wanted to walk away from her husband and her kids, she could legally do so. There's literally it. So I just show me what their oppression is, really and truly. But this is the thing.
I'm just talking about natural instincts, and obviously jealousy is something that you can try and fight, but most people in a situation, where feelings are involved. And also as well, it's funny how you said you thought about all of these things while being single for 10 years. If you had someone lie down, hold you, hug you, stroke you, all of these things, you'd probably feel like, I want this person for myself. I don't
being
want
single to me. Being single is actually being unmarried. Yeah, being single to me, being unmarried, being not in a long-term relationship. So I've had boyfriends, I've had people that have loved me or I've been in love with for like a year
Good.
or something like that. That's not a long-term relationship. For a long-term relationship is something like 5 years or more, if I'm being honest with you. Like a year with somebody is nothing. Like you don't even know somebody in a year, so it's nothing. So yeah, like that's what I mean by that. So I haven't not had affection or love, and then this is why I'm like, oh, you know what, I don't really care. It's not about that. I'm saying it's emotional maturity. It genuinely is. So yes, as a woman, as people, we get jealous. And there's nothing that says, sorry, just so you know, there's nothing that says in Islam, or even to be a first wife or a co-wife or a third wife, like there's nothing that says that you're not allowed to be jealous. The Prophet's wives, peace be upon them, some of them were jealous of the other ones and so on and so forth, but they have to act accordingly. And even single women get jealous as well. So I don't see what the issue is really. There could be a woman that's happily married with her husband and they're walking down the street and the husband might pay more attention or even might speak to a woman and they can feel jealousy and all this. It literally is human, like you said, it's human nature. I don't see what the difference is between a wife with a husband with one wife being jealous than a husband with two wives being jealous. Like it is what it is.
That's fine. If that's your stance on it, that's absolutely fine. You know, who knows? One day I might, you know, even come around to the idea. You know, for me as a man, it's obviously very easy to entertain the idea. I've tried to create that whole, you know, that situation for myself, and it blew back in a terrible way. Either one was having any part of it, you know. They told me you have to choose. There has to be one, you know. So it didn't work out very well. You know, them women definitely did not want that to happen. So it's just interesting to hear that you know you don't have a problem with it because the Prophet's wives didn't have a problem with it. It's one way of thinking, I guess. You know,
No, the
I
thing
personally don't look
is,
back at what other people were doing and thinking to tell me what I'm thinking.
okay, no, I was about to correct you because you misunderstood me. I'm saying the Prophet's wives, peace be upon them, may Allah be pleased with them all. They literally, like I said, they were jealous. They might have not. There's hadiths to say that they were that one or two of them were jealous or whatever. Like it's there. So I'm not looking at that. It's opposite to what you just said I was doing. I'm saying it's real. It's there. Like these are human beings. We're human beings. We have feelings. We're obviously going to feel some sort of way. And the thing is, I'm saying from my emotional maturity, I could deal with my husband leaving me to go and be with his wife, rather than my husband leaving me and going to be with some random or whoever it is. I feel more solace and more secure in knowing this woman, knowing she's a good woman, knowing that she cares for my husband, knowing that they maybe have children together or whatever, and knowing that myself and her could have some sort of relationship, like on a friendship level or whatever. That is something that I can personally deal with. I am strong enough emotionally.
Could you deal with him obviously coming from her room with cervical mucus all over his crutch and then he's coming to you?
That would not happen because that's uncleanly. That's unclean. Why would my husband do that? We're not
Sorry, what was it say? Cervical mucus. That was like, bro.
I hear what you're saying. Obviously, this like, but we're like, we're not unclean like that. The thing is, I wouldn't even lay with my husband and then have him sit around with after that not washed for a couple of hours before I laid with him again. I wouldn't do that even with myself. So I feel like that for me is totally outruled. It's not an issue. He needs to
But
wash.
you live in the same house, you know.
No, you don't. Oh, sorry. No, you don't live in the same house. That is the thing. You can't live under the same roof.
Okay, so he has to go to different houses.
He has to provide two separate houses. It's not so easy to have a second wife. It's not easy. Could you, Sham, genuinely, for those rules that I just told you, so you've got to treat them both the same. So if you buy one a handbag, you've got to buy the other one a handbag, for instance, yeah? You've got to pay for all the food on the table. You've got, say you've got a child, you've got one child with one, two children with the other, two children with the other, sorry. You've got to pay for all those kids, yeah? You've got to make sure she's eating. You've got to make sure they've all eaten. You make sure she's saying to you now, oh, I need a new jacket because this jacket's got a hole in it or whatever. You've got to buy her a jacket. You actually got to buy the other wife a jacket. But not if she doesn't need it. So the other wife genuinely doesn't need the jacket. You don't need to spend that money. It's pointless spending them. Obviously, it's surplus, isn't it? So then so that's that. And then you've got to pay. If not, you bought out 2 houses, or you're paying rent on 2 houses. 2 lots of bills, 2 lots of everything. The phone bill, the mobile phones, yours, 2 of your wife's phones, and then your kids. They get to a certain age, you've got to pay theirs. How easy is it for a man to have multiple wives on those bases in this society? Is it easy?
See, the thing is, are you asking me directly, or what are you asking?
No, I'm just asking. I'm
In
saying
general.
an average man, is it easy? If it's a rich man, not going to be an issue. Hence why majority of the men that have multiple wives are rich.
I think it can definitely be done. If you're talking about on the basis of just, economy, definitely for me there's room to bring someone else in. That wouldn't be, what was holding me back. It's just that would never happen, in the sense of I would never be allowed. There would be a fight to the death for that to ever happen. So that door's closed for me.
But you know what? Then on top of that, Sham, sorry, so there's the financial aspects of everything, right? You're saying that that's cool. Then on top of that, you genuinely got to treat these women with love and care. I mean, it's okay and it's natural for you to feel maybe more for one. It's just natural, right? But you still got to be there for these women and give them their dues, give them their rights, like if they're needing you for anything, you've got to be there. Like, you've got to be a husband, a good husband. So to be a good husband to multiple women is going to be very draining, right? Can you imagine? Can you actually your husband?
No, I think that's impossible. Now you paint it like that. I think that's impossible, because most guys I talk to, they get told, that they should be more of everything. They can hardly do that for one. So to do that for 2 or 3, I think that would be, for me personally, more or less impossible. Oh, how are you? Yeah, how is everything? Oh, how do you feel? Nah, I can't walk around. I'll be doing that all day. That's impossible.
And this is the thing, and this is the beauty. This is the beauty in this whole. This is the wisdom, the hikmah, and everything, right? And the wisdom of the Most High. So He tells in the Quran. I have to go get the actual verse so you can see exactly what He says. But I'm paraphrasing right now. Yeah. So it said, "And be good to your wives." Yeah. And you can take 2 if you're able to. Yeah. Or take 3 or take 4 if you're able to. So this is the thing. First of all, you've got to fulfill everything for the first wife, like I said. So you've got to come home and make sure she's okay, listen to her, and all this kind of stuff. And when you can do that, and you're perfect at that, get yourself a wife. But this is the thing. Like, if you understand, if you're a pious Muslim, you're somebody that understands the Quran, you understand these words, you're not going to so easily take another wife. This is why I'm saying the brother that I've chosen to marry, for him, it's not something that he wants to do because he doesn't genuinely feel like he could. And I'm only saying this now in this conversation because I've explained a little bit more. So now you can understand why he would say he doesn't genuinely feel like he could be a good husband to 2 women. He could barely. And the thing is, most men can barely be a good husband to one. So, to one. That's that right. Yeah, could be a good husband to one. So it's not really applicable. So this 4 wives thing of polygamy within Islam is not really applicable to all men. You see, a lot of men think, oh yeah, when I come to Islam, I can get 4 wives. No, you've got to actually fill out. You've got to tick the boxes before you can start doing all that. And it's not for all men. So Yeah, that's the beauty in the Most High. I'm telling you, is putting it there. Okay, if you can do it, but you need to do this, 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 and this before you can do it.
But you've obviously shared before, like upbringing and different stories and whatnot, and the culture that you have absorbed, it doesn't fit this way of thinking. So isn't there a clash within you that thinks, it's how am I doing this? I'm sure not all of
What, in
your
my
female
culture?
family members would agree with what you're saying.
I've spoken to my mom about polygamy previously because this is something that I wanted to pursue with somebody before, and I explained it to my mom. My mom was like, "Cool," literally.
She agreed.
Well, I explained it, yeah. But the thing is, majority. So this is one thing that I noticed with a lot of women is like they probably couldn't do it themselves because of obviously the feelings of like jealousy and so on and so forth. But when I explain it the way I've explained it to you, more time they're like, okay, well, it actually makes sense. And it's more about the security of the woman, knowing that you're secure. Do you know what I mean? And that's all a woman wants in their marriage is to know that they're secure. And that's what you get.
But the problem is you're very good at explaining, aren't you? It's not like talking. It's your weak point. You know what I mean? You're clearly very good at explaining.
I think I can explain that.
I don't think anyone would take that away from you. I feel like if you just kept talking, you could probably start to convince me of things. But it's only that I'm conscious to the fact that you're quite good at explaining and putting things, so I still. But if you was to say that to someone who necessarily didn't, it's not, I can imagine that you would convince them. But it's how you phrase things and it's how you lay things out.
Yeah, well, okay, thank you for the compliment, but in this case, there's nothing that I'm saying that is false or that I'm trying to convince you of. I'm literally just giving you bare information, like literally bare information, and I'm showing you why I would, based on this information, why it's applicable. Like I feel like it's something I feel comfortable with. Because ultimately, it's not for every man. That's where I was going to. You have to understand it all before you can get to the point where, okay, it's there for you to do, but it's not for everybody. It's not for every woman, in a sense of not woman and man. It's not for every woman because not all women can actually deal with that, and it's not for every man because they can't physically or mentally deal with it either. So it's just.
How would you know if he sort of cheated? What if you caught him talking to another woman and then he was like, "Oh, I was gonna tell you this is possibly the second wife," blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then it turns out she weren't even Muslim and she was just like some Catholic called Bethany that he just obviously done,
Yeah. So as for Muslim men, they're allowed to marry a woman of the book. So if she's Catholic or Jewish, then he's allowed to marry her. Or if she kind of has to be a believer, so she couldn't be like a non-believer really. But they do.
No, but this you're telling me the rules. I'm asking you how you feel.
No, wait.
How can the rules tell you how you feel?
Yeah, I was just giving you
that. He's there. Obviously, blonde, really skinny, hair down to her shoulders, blah 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 blah. This is what he's done. She's quite pretty as well. That's what he's done. And he's saying possibly second wife. How are you dealing with that?
Okay, so the reason why I told you that in the first place is because she'd have to be of the book. So she's Catholic. Okay, cool. And he's spoken. So you're saying he's spoken to her. This often happens. Actually, this is actually how men try to do that in this country. They go to the women first. I would be upset, and the reason being is because that is a disrespect I feel to me. Even though we've discussed it and we said that, okay, you can find another wife, or what? No, sorry. I know that he's going to find another wife or whatever, and I'm open to that. I feel like if my husband understood me and knew me, he'd know that the respect levels are very important. So for me to be involved in the sense of you're telling me okay, I'm actually talking to this girl, or I want to go and look for somebody, you know, that's different to you just me finding out that you're out there looking for something. Because ultimately, cheating for me isn't just about the physical act, it's the deceit. And that's what I can deal with. I can't deal with deceit personally. So yeah, I'd be mad, I'd be fuming. But I'm very vocal in my relationships with people, and I tell them exactly what I want and what I don't want. If you're not on it, you're not on it. I'm not going to try and fix you to be with me. I've tried that with people before. I've done relationship therapy and so on and so forth. So I understand what it is that you need to do when you're getting with somebody. And one thing is, you shouldn't think that you can change somebody, regardless how small the thing is. So you should lay yourself bare, and if the person doesn't want you based on you, then next. So that's really it. I would feel upset, but the husband that I choose knows that deceit for me is a huge thing, so he wouldn't do that.
But
Hopefully.
do you think you have to take everything from the book? Don't you think you can have religion and just do things a little bit your own style?
Yeah, but
You know, like you got the recipe, but you do things just a little bit your own way. You don't have to do it exactly word by word and this. It becomes a bit like a robot, you know, a bit
no, it really
robotic sort of, you know.
It doesn't. But Sham, I don't follow a religion. I genuinely follow a way of life. So there's rules to my life, and I stick by them. And the thing is, with Islam, it's prevention. It's not the cure. So there's cure in it, but it's an actual preventative lifestyle. So the things that you do and the rules that are there implemented for you to follow are ones that prevent failure in the future. It's to prevent stuff. So let me just see, for instance, having sex before marriage, yeah, that's preventative. Because look what happens when you have sex before marriage. Look at all the shit that can genuinely happen when you have sex
What
before
shit?
marriage.
What happens?
Really? I've got a list.
Yeah,
List
what
of
happens?
so many things. Okay, you can get sexual
Can't think
diseases.
of anything.
You
Yeah.
can't think of anything.
Yeah, but the way you're making it out, it's like it's this terrible thing.
Listen,
You know?
sexually transmitted diseases, where do they come from? How are they spread? They're spread either through they spread through sex. But how are people
Yeah.
catching this? So if one man's got a sexually transmitted disease, how is he spreading that to other people if he's a married man? He's not. He's spreading it to his wife if he had it. Do you see what I'm saying? But when you're having sex outside of marriage, you're spreading all these
So what if two people that have never had sex both had sickle cells? Then what?
Is sickle cell a sexual disease? It's not.
Yeah, exactly. But when you have a child, you'll know what that will do to you. It will have a, you know. So isn't that the same thing?
No, you'd have to explain to me how you think it's the same thing.
So look, there's loads of things. What if someone has hemophilia, for instance,
Yeah.
or something else, or whatever? You won't know that until you create a baby.
These are
the same thing.
Sexual. No, it's not. How are you convert illnesses, like genuine illnesses, based on sexually transmitted diseases? They're completely different things.
Tell me how you give a child hemophilia without having sex. How would you create a child with hemophilia without having sex?
It's genetic, is it not?
Exactly.
So
you need to procreate to do that.
Somebody please help me, because I don't understand how you're saying an STD, an STI is the same as having a genetic disorder or a trait that you pass down to a family member when you have a child, because that's going to happen regardless if you had sex for the first time or the millionth time. That's not what we're talking about here. I'm saying I just said, when you have sex before marriage, there are hundreds of shit things that can happen, and you asked me to list them. The first thing I'm listing is sexually transmitted disease. So now, if everybody gets married and doesn't have sex before marriage, is sexually transmitted disease going to be a big thing for people? No, it's not, because you're giving it to yourself, back between yourself and your wife. One of you realizes, okay, I've actually got a sexually transmitted disease. I don't know how I got it in the first place. So I'm not had sex with anything else, but okay, we've got it. Let's take the cure. We've got the cure. It's getting sex transmitted disease again. Simple.
You do know how many sexually transmitted diseases you can have without having sex? Herpes, babies get born with herpes.
without having,
HIV, they're countless.
okay, so this is the thing. So wait a second. You're saying you're talking about HIV. What are the ways that you can catch HIV? As a man, what are the ways
For your mom?
Bruv, like you're not understanding this. If you're being passed down, if you're being passed down, HIV is a disease, it's a
big up Jedionline, big up everyone.
higher. It's a sexually transmitted disease, first of all, and you are able to give it to your children if you've got HIV because it then becomes in your blood and it becomes a part of your genetics. Okay, so that is different than having bloody herpes, mate. Having herpes or having gonorrhea or having chlamydia, that's different. Yeah, you can have a baby and you give your baby chlamydia or whatever, but you give the baby a tablet and then the baby no longer has chlamydia. That baby's not passing chlamydia to its family or whatever, so on and so forth. Not the same
herpes,
thing.
they are.
Oh.
Look, I get what you're saying, but I wanted to hear the benefits. The only benefits you're saying are what? Sexually transmitted diseases.
No,
they're the benefits.
No, I'm. Come on, Sham, don't do that. You literally, I said there's loads. You said you want me to list them. I said number one. So I'm going number one, number two. Like I'm not even finished. Like I really don't think I need to sit and list all the shit things that happen to people when they have sex outside a committed relationship, being that marriage, the ultimate commitment of a human being in this day and age, in this society, is marriage. That is the commitment people make to each other. That is what they level as the highest commitment, especially if you're religious, because it's something that you do in before the Most High. It's something that you do before the Most High, and you swear and make an oath to the Most High that this is the person you're going to be with. So for religious people, marriage means shit. And to other people,
you know, from the beginning of time, like it's never been that straightforward. You know, they even said that Adam had a wife before Eve. You know, it's not as straightforward as you think it is. You know, it's not.
What are you talking about, Lilith?
Yeah.
Do you believe in Lilith?
Yeah, I do, because obviously, if you believe in any of the Bible or anything, like, you have to accept that part of it. It's just another book that for some reason hasn't been included and whatever. So you have to, if you're gonna look at it all. You know what I mean? Look at Enoch and all these other things. Look at everything.
Do you believe
and then
Lilith's got an inside world within the world?
I don't know how much exactly. Whether I believe, you know, she was the demon or all it. I don't know. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to look at everything, man.
Yeah. So it's not straight lines. What you're saying, you know, you don't have sex before marriage and everything's perfect. It don't work like that.
No. So I didn't say that. You need to understand. This is the thing, Sham. I feel like either you're not really listening to me, or you're just doing sum ups and they're just totally off. Because you're summarizing what I'm saying and it's really off. So I'm thinking rather like you're just summing it up and getting it off, or you're not listening. Because never did I say in this conversation.
No, I think reflection. You're seeing reflection, and that's why reflection is powerful. So when I reflect your mentality and you actually look at it in the mirror image, you think, wow, is that really what it is? Let me put that in a different package. Let me restructure it and see if I feel better swallowing it in a different pill format. Because some of the things you say, I don't believe you could genuinely sit there and say that being shared, you feel okay about that. You know?
Being shared.
How can you sit there and say that?
If I had two husbands, that's me being shared. How am I being shared? By having one husband who has to commit to me, look after me, and do whatever he wants. If he wants to have another wife, cool.
All right. So if you found out that he only puts you in doggy, but with her he does everything else, how would you feel?
How am I going to find that out, Sham? How am I going to find that out?
You ask him, and he tells you.
So why am I asking my husband what sexual positions he's having with his other wife? But what?
Why would you not want to know? Are these not things you want to know?
Bro, you're sick.
For what benefit would
I
that
reckon
be?
you would want to know if you found out, though.
You probably would, yeah. You'd want to
want to
know.
know everything.
But how
Yeah.
would you?
What's her
Listen,
hair like?
this is dumb. This is dumb. I
What
can't
did
have
she say
like,
to you?
like. I mean, if we're gonna joke, then we can joke. But like, if you're being serious with these questions, it's dumb. Dumb. How am I going to find that out? What benefit would any woman have to talk about when she's in a committed relationship with somebody who's also in a committed relationship, marriage with somebody else? Why would she talk about his bedroom antics with somebody else? That is never going to make her feel better any which way, no matter what. It is a private thing, ultimately, first of all. And in Islam, you're not supposed to discuss your bedroom antics. You're not with anybody else. So he would then be going against that, which is there, a rule. There you go. There's another rule. Like, it would be going against that by discussing his other wife with his other wife. Like, for what reason would you want to do that, Sham?
Because what's yours is his, and what's his is yours, and you share. You don't keep secrets. You tell your wife everything, and you tell your husband everything.
That's a good point.
That is not a good point, because your husband has another wife. So why if he's doing everything if he's being a husband to you, what is your concern about his relationship with his other wife? None of that is your business. It's not your business.
Then why do you want to know before he's about to meet one? Why do you want all the details? You know, why do you need to have certain details? And
I didn't say that. What I would prefer is if my husband was to marry a pious woman. She was a good woman, like not some skank, not somebody that's just gonna like.
But that's who he wanted. He wanted a skank this time. He had you. Now he wanted a skank.
Oh, subhanallah. Like, listen.
To balance out a yin and yang. That's what he wanted. A Catholic skank.
He got himself a bad thing.
Listen.
Yeah, that's what he wanted.
No, listen.
That makes sense.
Listen. It doesn't make sense, because we're talking about Muslim people here. We're talking about practicing people. So the thing is, this is not going to be on his eye line, a little skank. Why would any man want to get a skank just to have sex with, but then go, actually, I've got to pay for everything, and make sure she's happy, and sit and talk to her at night, and when I'm with her, I've got to make sure she's happy. I've got to listen to her.
You do know us men, we pay for escorts, we pay for strippers. It's normal.
Okay, when you pay for
we got there's a lot of us don't have any problems with that.
Shab, can you please,
you know?
please.
Cheaper.
Like,
Could be cheaper as well.
It could be, yeah.
I don't know.
You don't have to pay for the hair. You don't have to take them out. Don't have to do anything. Just walk in. See you
You
next
could just
week.
look at some pictures. I pick you. Yeah, I'll pick you. How much? £40? Yeah, that's all right. Okay, no problem.
You know what? Sometimes I don't even like debating on stuff like this, because it's very difficult for me not to turn arrogant.
Listen, I'm trying to show you. No, I'm trying to show you the seriousness of it. You obviously deserve better. Why are you putting yourself in that position? Like, life is not a joke.
Exactly.
You deserve a whole lot better. And shall I tell you the honest truth? Like, no. Even before I have come on this panel, I have always liked you and your energy, and the way you speak and the way you are. Like, forget about no. Hold on. So you deserve a lot better. You come across as one of the nicest people, intelligent. You know, you got some would say the whole package. Why are you doing this?
Sham. Let me just interject just to say, be mindful of like maybe being more balanced in letting Shani respond and get to the end of her thought process. Do you know what I mean? Without you kind of interjecting. If you're just mindful of that, she might not be as frustrated. Just a suggestion.
Appreciate that, Jenna. I mean, I've got to let him talk as well. I know yeah. So yeah, I appreciate that. We both need to be mindful of that, to be fair. Okay, but Sham, what I'm getting upset by, if I'm being honest, because I'm actually starting to feel upset, and the reason being is because I've given you like 40 odd minutes, if not more, of my time to explain the situation, for you then to turn around and be like, you deserve better than that. You're telling me I deserve to be with a man who literally is just not giving me any. He's saying to me, oh, I want to marry you, but at the same time, he's just having sex with X, Y, and Z and whoever he wants to behind my
But
back.
everyone don't do that.
Bruv, this is the thing. This is what I'm not getting. This is right. Okay. You're saying everyone. It's very difficult. You know what I think it is? I feel like, and Sham, I'm going to say to you, right? Just out with this conversation. I feel like whenever I've spoken to you or hearing you speak, one thing that I'm noticing is like you listen to people, yeah, or you feign listen to people, but you will never like actually understand or come to an understanding of what they've actually said to you. So, and the reason why I say that is because if you did, then you wouldn't be asking these stupid questions or making stupid statements, which I'm calling stupid now, because you wouldn't have made them and they become stupid because all the answers were given to you previously. So now it doesn't make sense for you to say the things that you're currently saying. It don't make no sense. The fact that you've just told me that I deserve something better than a man that looks completely after me and is a very good husband and also is a very good husband to a decent woman, another woman, and is creating more bloodline for himself and family. Like, how do I deserve, if anything, I don't deserve any less. If you listen to everything I said, I don't deserve any less, because less would be a man that decided to follow his desires, and instead of getting another wife and treating her with the utmost respect and looking after her and following his way of life with her, is finding a man that goes, you know what, I don't really give a shit about women, and this one's hot and that one's hot, I might sleep with her, I might sleep with her, or I'm gonna get this one pregnant and fuck off and not look after the kids, I'm just gonna stay with my wife. How many times does that happen in society? And who is that fair on? Who is that? That's not fair on the wife, and it's not fair on the woman that laid with him. So I just don't see how I deserve more. What more are you giving me than I've told you that the Most High have given me by having a Muslim husband that is practicing? There is not more that you can give me. I'm not talking about any Muslim guy.
No, I respect you on that.
Man, but Natty, what I'm saying is I'm not talking about any man that goes, I'm a Muslim, but can't even get up to pray Fajr. You can't even get up to pray. Like, this is not the man that I'm trying to marry, Sham. So when you're saying, oh yeah, well, he might want to marry that skank, the levels of man that I'm trying to marry would never marry a skank. She might be gorgeous, hot, like a banging body, the most banging body, and he might just marry her on that basis. And that's perfectly fine. But ultimately, he has to pay everything for her. What are you not understanding? What man, you just said
But
there.
look, you said he'll choose the second one for sex. I didn't say that.
No, yes,
don't put that in my court. You said he'll
oh,
choose the second one for sex, not me.
I just said that.
If you had you said education, I might have been on a whole nother topic. But you said sex, not me.
I just said that. I said it could be. Listen, so you're saying that men don't choose their girlfriends based on the fact that they're sexually attracted to them? They don't just.
I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm just saying that the examples I made were obviously based on the criteria you gave me.
The examples are made based on the examples that I were given, and the examples, majority of them were desire based of a man. It wasn't based on the fact that he had come across, he went to work and he met a really brilliant-minded woman and he thought that would be a good wife. I'm not saying that. That's other aspects, obviously, as to why he'd want to marry a woman. I'm talking totally desire-based, which you might want to call the lowest base of trying to be with somebody. But this is also the base that a lot of men find women in the first place, So what I'm saying is, when you said there, oh yeah, men pay for prostitutes and all this kind of stuff, yeah, cool. But he's not paying for them for a lifetime. He's not paying for the children that he offsprings on that, like that she maybe gets or decides not to keep or whatever. I don't know. He's not paying for. He's not sitting and taking in and caring for her and sitting and going and caring about everything he wants to do and then going home and doing that with another wife. That doesn't happen. He's using her for sex space and that's it. The woman gets no other respect from him. The same with a side chick. Are you giving your girlfriend the same energies as you're giving your side chick? Are you?
Sometimes she can get more. You know what I mean? It all depends.
For a
I don't
short
think you
amount
could.
of
Huh?
time. For a short amount of
Well,
time.
Yeah. But
Exactly.
it's
well,
up to you.
put it
Look,
this
I don't
way,
want to
yeah.
combat you. If that's going, you speak, but I don't want to
No,
combat you
like
anyway.
I
You
respect. No,
believe
I
in
respect
this.
Shani. I can understand, because if it's in the if it's in the Islamic way to do that, then I can understand why, and it can make sense. It does make sense, but that's for, obviously, for Shani. Do you know what I mean? That's for like her, through her beliefs. But me personally, I've only got just enough love for my girl. That's it.
See,
Do you
Natty,
know what
there
I
you
mean?
go. But then if you were, this is the thing, and if your girlfriend said to you, you know what, Natty, obviously, like, you're married now, yeah? And she says to you, if you want to find another wife, then I'm okay with that. Do you think, as a man, that would be something that you could fulfill? You could actually have two women that you look after, house and home, all the bills, yeah, everything that you would pay for your wife, you now have to pay for another woman, and also care for them and love them equally as possible. Do you think that is the energy that you could have as a man? I mean, sorry, do you have that energy as a man to do that? And then on top of it, if you decided you wanted free, to do it with free women, it's almost impossible. No, actually, let me put that in.
When I was,
Do you think?
I get what you're saying. It's better to do it that way. It's dignity. There's more dignity in it. There's
100.
more like understanding, like
There's more
dignity.
respect.
But I'm just trying to say, but what it looks like to the other Muslim woman, just being a side piece, really does not paint a pretty picture, if you know what I mean. She don't look like a nice. To me, I wouldn't. I would be embarrassed, actually,
What do you mean?
because if I've got my number one, well, if I've got my number, well, in Islam, I was told you're meant to treat them equally,
Yeah,
the wives.
yeah, it's true. Yeah, well, it's to
Okay,
your
you're
best
meant to,
ability. Yeah.
yeah, to your best ability. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, but I've always said what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if that's the case, then it should be all right for a woman to feel the same way as well.
But Natty, the thing is with a woman, like I gave example first of all, the first example for a woman.
You're a woman and you're not agreeing with the man. He's opening up the door for you, and you want to combat him.
But this is the thing. Like, you need to totally understand what a pious Muslim marriage is versus actual VS versus a non-practicing marriage. Yeah, so people that are not practicing Islam marriage. It's a completely different realm. It's completely different. Like, there are so many like regulations and rules and rights upon each other that are placed by the Most High. So when you're pious, yeah, there is nobody greater than the Most High. And that's, I'm not saying like, even like piety, obviously there's levels of piety. I'm just saying pious full stop. If you have any form of piety, you know there's nothing greater than the Most High. Nothing. So to know that you're doing something to displease the Most High should be the most thing that you are ashamed of. Do you know what I mean? Not other people, not your wife and stuff like that. To mistreat your wife, you shouldn't be ashamed of that in front of your wife. You should be ashamed. You should be, but I'm saying, but ultimately, you should be ashamed in front of the Most High that you treated her like that, and she was a gift to you. Because if you have, this is the thing, this is what I'm saying, it's next level, because ultimately, if you're a pious person, you're looking at things on a different level. And you know what, there are people that are non-religious that still look at life this way. There's a thing called, I can't remember the Islamic word, the Arabic word for it, but basically, it's like destiny, it's predestiny, yeah? So the whole idea of, say you ate an apple today, that the idea that Allah created that apple ultimately just for you to eat it. So it went all the way from like maybe the apple or a mango all the way from India. Some man in India was born on this day at that time, so that when he was this age and that time, He would cultivate a mango that would grow, that would be sent over here, and package whatever. You've gone in the shop now to be in that moment just to eat that. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see how amazing the design of the Most High is? So when you're looking at the world on those levels, you're looking at everything different. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not.
I think it's a brilliant thing for man, but I don't want I wouldn't want that for my daughter. I'm being biased. I'm saying it is a brilliant idea for me because, like you're saying, if well, put it this way. If a man wants 2 wives, ask a man why he wants 2 wives. Just ask him. Ask any man here, why would you want 2 wives? And be honest.
Desire based, yeah. And that's fine. It's allowed to be. In Islam, we say that's allowed to be. The Most High doesn't say that you're not allowed to marry a woman on based on desire.
What's wrong with having 2 wives? What's wrong with having 3 wives?
Yeah, not for the man, but for the woman.
What's wrong with
it's not for the man. It's all good. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, even the woman, at least she knows you're not technically you're not cheating. You're with your other wives. So it's like, do you know what I mean? It's like legitimate. No, because it's not cheating.
But Natty, what do you think though is not good for a woman to have, like, to be the co-wife, either that be the second or third or first wife that the man had? Why do you not think it's good for the woman?
Being equal, like if let's say for instance, right, let's say it's legal, let's say in another religion, right? Let's say in my religion it's legal for a woman to have two men, yeah? And you have to treat them.
But it's different though. You got to remember though.
Hold on, wait.
You got to remember,
brother,
that. Hold on, wait. You got to remember with women.
I'm just saying.
That biologically, yeah, they can't have.
I'm just saying.
2 kids at the same time. They can only have 1 child within 9 months. So on that principle, and on the fact that to grow the family and for your family name to forever live on, it was all about making kids.
Yeah.
And the best way to do that was that way. But like Shani said, as long as you're looking after your wives and you're treating them equally, then there shouldn't be a problem.
But see, this term's cheating equally, right? We need to understand it. So the term, obviously, basic level is cheating equally, but there are rules to how you treat your wife. So so I gave the example earlier, I'm just going to give it again. So if one wife needed a jacket because she had a hole in it, it doesn't mean that you have to buy the other wife a jacket. It's because if the other wife doesn't need it, do you see what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be being treated unequally. But say, for instance, if I went to gift my wife a pair of Louboutins, then I would have to gift the other one Louboutins because do you see what I'm saying? It's different. So that's where the equal stuff.
I think it's a culture. Yeah, it's a cultural thing though. It's a cultural thing.
It's not culture. It's a way of life. So it is. So if you want to call it religion,
then a way of life.
But it's not culture. Some cultures practice it because obviously off of the back of it. Some cultures practice it, perhaps that are not Muslim as well. But yeah, this is what Natty. Why I'll tell you it is beneficial for a woman is because ultimately, not even just the equalness, it's more the case of the woman's not concerned about who he's going to lay with, only unless
lust.
No. So
no. It's the opposite of lust. It's that when you get married, me
it's
and
none
you
of your
or
business.
whoever,
Basically, it's none of your business if he goes and does what he's doing.
No, it's not that. When you get married, you're thinking of that person as my wife. That's
when
my
the
wife.
husband's going with his other wife, it's none of your business.
In normal relationships, Natty, there's a degree of ownership that you think that you own that woman and she owns you. Like if you're married, like in modern society, that woman's like, yeah, that's my man. That's my man. So that's like a degree of ownership. But with pious people, they do things in the name of God, innit? They do it for God. Like they marry for God. And that woman doesn't really think that she owns you because she's not seeing it in that way. She's seeing it as, you know what? Let him have as much kids as he can. Let him pass his, you know what I mean, good character onto the next generation. And as much as he can for the good of the nation and for the good of you know what I mean? Like, let it be God's will, innit? Like, let it be what God wants. Like, why should he be limited by a woman that can only have, I don't know, 6 children in her life? Why should he be limited by that?
Yeah, it's completely true, and there's that aspect. And when you said lust as well, so it's not a case of lust.
It's the opposite of lust.
Yeah, it's the opposite, because when you're actually going to marry a woman, you're not marrying her on the basis of lust, right? That's not a sustainable thing. Like, you can.
Well, that's what you said, though, didn't you?
Oh,
Let's rewind.
Let me finish.
That's what you said, wasn't it?
No, wait.
Just so we're clear here.
I said desires.
Yeah.
I said desires. So I'm saying lust. So I'm trying to explain how lust for me is what I understand of lust to be different than to have desires, sexual desires. Yeah, because lust is temporary.
No. You have to stick to what it says in the dictionary. Stick to what it says in the dictionary.
I'm not sticking to what it says in the dictionary. I'm saying lust is temporary, right? Lust is a temporary feeling.
Because I'm respecting you by you saying you're sticking to what it says in the Quran and the way of life. And so we're not going to change what it says. I'm not going to say no, it doesn't say that in it. We'll stick to what it says.
Changing anything. Lust is strong sexual desires, having strong sexual desires for somebody. But we know when somebody lusts
or something.
Okay, when somebody lusts for somebody or something, it's usually a temporary thing. So if a man's going to lust over a woman, is he really going to do that and think, right, okay, cool, I'm going to marry her, look after her for literally the rest of our lives possible, you know, and have children with her and all this stuff? Based on lust? No. He can do it based on look, he can do it based on desires, like sexual, like, so this is so sorry, let me just quickly finish, right? So basically, you can look at a woman and a man can look at a woman and go, this woman is sexy, yeah? And that's perfectly fine to do. She's a sexy woman. You know what? I'd actually like to procreate with this woman, so on and so forth. But if it's not, it's different than being like, she's sexy, I want to have sex with her. That is a case of lust. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's a temporary thing. It's not something that has longevity in it. You're not thinking when you're lusting over somebody, oh, I want to be with them forever and this, and that's not what it is. It's a temporary feeling. It might last for like weeks or something like that, but it's not, there's no future in the lusting of somebody.
Okay, there's no future. Okay, let's go by that. There's no future. You said in the beginning that usually they will choose, and their mentality at the time of picking will be whether you want to use lust or desire. So how can you say that there's no future? You're now condemning the relationship you was promoting.
No, how am I condemning?
It doesn't make any sense.
No, that's when lust is the only thing in your relationship.
No,
that's when it's the only thing.
We are making sense. You're making excuses. Don't make.
There's no excuses. Listen, what I'm saying is, why would a man? Okay, explain this to me. This is basically what I'm saying. Why would a man want to marry and have a complete commitment with somebody he just wanted to bang? Why would
that
he do
can work? Let me tell you, as a man, that can work. First of all, you don't even need to retract from that. Yeah, if I could do it, even though I don't know if it's the route I'll go. You know, I could easily have someone that I would just bang.
It can work, yeah.
And I would have someone.
But then when you want to move, when you want to have a second wife, and your first wife knows that the criteria that you use to pick your wives is lust, then she's gonna get jealous and she's gonna resent that. But if you picked your first wife through her piety and said, I want a woman that's gonna bring up my kids properly, I want some woman that's gonna breed me up some soldiers, you get me? Like, if you had that mentality, then when you wanted to move on to the second wife, the first wife wouldn't feel resentment. She'll, if anything, think, do you know what? I need another pair of hands around the kitchen. I could do with some more little ones, and I don't really want to be giving birth no more. Like, it's a family, innit? It's an extended family. And she'll love them kids like they're her own kids. And she won't have no resentment for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, if she's here, she's a woman. If she's here promoting it, what can I say? You know
It's
what I
not
mean?
for like we're saying it's a way of life, yeah. But even then, when you
Yeah,
say
it's not
that,
for everyone.
that's an
I know.
exaggeration
Listen,
because not everyone's capable. Not everyone's on that spiritual level where they can put their desires aside. They can put aside the need to possess and own their lover. You get me? Like these detachments and attachment situations, it's a very individual thing, isn't it? Do you get me? Like it's not for it's not for everyone.
And the thing is,
No,
it's not.
no, we're not saying just because you're a Muslim you got to do it. No way.
It's also not written for everyone. Like I said earlier, I don't know if you heard it. The point is in the Quran.
Yeah, that's why I came on. Like, what word was you trying to think of?
No.
I can't think of the word, but I'm
Qadir. Are you trying to think of the word Qadir?
the qadr of Allah. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So it was that, but no, there's another word that is specific to the qadr of Allah. Like is specific to that, the notion that something was grown just for you to eat, for example. There is another word for that, but I just can't think of it. I'll find it in a second, actually. And
So why don't we see this a lot in Turkish culture then? Since obviously you should be able to speak for them. I know so many Turkish people, been Turkey so many times. I've never seen it with my own eyes. So where is it in the Turkish culture?
Just because it's allowed, just because something is allowed, doesn't mean you should just do it.
Yeah, but I've
for
never
the sake
seen
of doing it, innit?
and I've been exposed to a lot of Turkish people. I have never seen it, not once.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been to some smaller village places.
Look, in my whole life,
the
only man I've seen with 2 wives is a Somali brother. I went to his yard to do some painting. Man had 2 wives, innit? Like it ain't something shocking. It's a normal standard thing. Just because everyone don't do it or Turkish people don't do it in general, doesn't mean that it's something that you got to look down on or be shocked about or impressed about. It's just a normal standard thing, innit? It's a normal thing. It's allowed, isn't it? It's allowed. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
It's you get me? It's
know
down to you, innit?
No, you're right. No, you're not. You know what it is, Connie. I've just you know what it is. It's just that it's not like obviously like you see like when you see like man like Henry VIII, yeah. You know like how he wanted to do his thing.
Yeah.
So he would just chop off their head. And basically he made like I think like the Catholic Church look like idiots because they basically wrote a script for him and was like, yeah, we're going to change up something for you. So I can understand like in certain countries where, all right, yeah, it could be a girl who's got no family left, nothing. Do you know what I mean? And the man can say, okay, you know what? I want to help this woman out. And he could just be help of love. And she could be like, well, I want a child. So it could just be like you know, like what people do now, I'll have a baby for me kind of thing, you know, them type of things, but doing it in a dignity way.
One thing, let me say something that because Islam is like the last bit of the religion where every I's been dotted and all the T's have been crossed, in a way it's been done so like there's no like how can I explain it, man? It's like it has to be final, innit? Like because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the seal of all the prophets. So when he gives like the people their rights and what they can do, it's like for all time sort of thing. Yeah. So therefore, every eventuality or every situation you can find yourself in, there has to be some sort of guidance for you, innit? So it's extensive. The teachings and the explanations of how you should live your life is extensive. So if you're saying to me that out of all the humans on earth, there's never going to be a man, who can have more than one wife, basically we're saying being a king. So a king will have like a harem, innit? Yeah. So a king will have lots of women so he can have the maximum amount of children because he can afford it. So what should he spend his money on? TVs, cars, and holidays? Or should he spend his money on having children and bringing them up proper, educating them Islamically, training them militarily? Like that's what a man's supposed to do, innit? You're supposed to be in a position where if the opportunity arises, you could be the father of a nation. And you got to know that God's backing you. God's blessing you. You get me? So therefore, you can't be saying like you're going to end up in a situation like Henry VIII, where he had to go against his whole religion, he had to go against his whole culture, he had to go against the Catholic Church and literally make his own church.
That's why. Yeah, but
yeah.
can't.
So
That's
that
why
just
can't.
shows you that every eventuality
That's why,
wasn't covered in their teaching.
Yeah, can't. That's why. That's why can't. That's why I'm not religious anymore, because no one's on their thing what they're supposed to be doing, and I see it as a waste of time. If you're going to do something, do it to the full.
It don't matter what other people are doing.
Not,
it don't matter.
If not, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, but you seem to have this very communal way of thinking about things, man. You're thinking about things like what everyone else is doing. Like, who cares?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just doing what I'm doing.
Jedi, the AV person's in the back. They want to come on and talk.
Yeah, they're there. So, yo, AV, what one?
Yo, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's good?
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay. Can anyone tell me? Can you just hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear you.
Am I live?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So what's up, dude? What you saying?
So am I live?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll wait your turn.
It's your turn now. You can speak now.
You're live. Talk to us. AV.
Yeah, how you doing, Jedi? You alright?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, man. I'm good.
What's up, London? Yeah. All right. Yeah, this woman, what's her name? Shani. I respect her. I respect her quite a lot because she's got some great views when it comes. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she's quite an intelligent woman as far as I've heard her. Yeah, man.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, cute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, she's available as well.
I'm not available. Alhamdulillah. But
Yeah,
thanks.
AV, yeah.
for picking me
I'm
out.
talking. Jedi. Yeah, Jedi. So yeah, this woman, that's where I think her name is Shani, and she comes like a very intelligent woman, you know, from the past few shows. And it's just funny that she's arguing for I know it's a religion, but multiple husbands and that. It's a bit, you know, today's age is a different age from behind past, and I think she should look forward for fighting for women, like really, because
AV, how long have you been listening to this subject? From the start, or you recently just come in, like maybe about half an hour ago?
yeah, about half an hour. But
okay. So no, the reason why I'm saying that, sorry, I'm so sorry. The reason why I'm saying
what you said.
Yeah. No, because I did start off with like a couple of reasons as to why it's beneficial for women and so on and so forth. So I don't know if you heard that part. So for me, like, I don't see how having a husband, or even if you could answer this for me, how is a woman having two husbands a disadvantage to that woman? I mean, sorry. How is a woman having a husband with two wives a disadvantage to that woman?
It could be very much a disadvantage. If that man's a very rich man, you'll find the woman will find out, because that woman that he's got another woman with, he could have 10 women, he could have 100 women, and you'll find out it's not a hotel, is it, where you can go to each bedroom every night.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is some people are very rich in this world. They can actually do these kind of situations. So I think you should be arguing for modern day future, you know, self-preservation, because I know you're Muslims, respect to that, but you know, you're the future Muslim, so you should be looking at woman for yourself, you know, be a woman.
And
but
I think
men are quite manipulative anyway. Men are very manipulative and very rich sometimes. So anyway, just giving you that view. I think you should be looking at a perspective individually for you. Anyway, I'm hearing you as well. Do you want to reply to that?
Yeah, so AB, based on what you said, yeah. So guys, men can be rich and they can have hundreds of husbands. Oh, sorry, hundreds of wives. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. And you know what's funny? That was actually
And
happening.
you think that's perfectly fine? You just said that.
1 second. Let me just finish. Sorry,
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's kind of how I talk. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but I'm just sorry. Let me just be clear as possible. So actually, before Islam, pre-Islam, so the pagan Arabs used to practice polygamy. Yeah, and polygamy has been practiced all over the world prior to Islam. But the pagan Arabs, for instance, so this is these people in particular, they used to have hundreds of wives. But when Islam
So
came,
polygamy, sorry, remind me, polygamy is one wife, isn't it? Yeah. Polygamy
polygyny, sorry, is the right word, I'm sure. Where you can have multiple wives, polygyny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's what they used to practice. And
Not that I'm agreeing with. I'm just saying, yeah, I understand.
Okay. Yes. The pagan Arabs, they used to have lots and lots of wives. Yeah. Then Islam came, and it actually gave the rulings on men having wives. And this was the ruling that a man should have one wife and she should be satisfied. This is me paraphrasing. Sorry, I have to get the.
Can I just stop you there? Sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
but you need to listen to what I'm saying. So I'm
Yeah,
answering.
I got you. You tell me the history. Yeah, Karen, go on.
Yeah, so I'm answering the question for you. So it did happen. Islam came to say, all right, you men that have wives, you have to treat your wife in this way. You have to respect her. You have to pay for everything for her. You have to treat her well. Yeah. And if you can do that and you can be just to your wife, then get yourself another. Yeah. So this is what it says.
Sorry, I was out to laugh there. Okay. All right.
Right. So it's
Okay, Karen.
paraphrased. Of course, it's paraphrased, but that's basically it. If you can be just to one wife, and you are able to do that, and she is
And that gives
satisfied,
you access to another
get another
ticket.
one if you wish so. Yeah. But there's a reason. But then you've got to look, like Khan explained earlier. There's a reason for why a man would other than like a sexual desire or whatever. There's genetic reasons as why men would want to have more wives. For instance, if you had one wife.
No. Hold on. You just
okay, cool.
the argument.
All right, we'll just stick to the.
You're saying there's a difference between men and women now.
Huh?
You're saying you're going to the argument that men are made different to women, and
let's go back to what you asked. So
you're actually defending men. This is what I don't quite understand. Anyway, carry on.
But it's not a disrespect to the women. The reason being is
I don't know. You have to ask many women who's been in that situation first of all, right? You haven't been in that situation, have you?
Listen, you said but I opted to go into the situation. I wanted to.
You haven't been married, have you? If you were in that situation with other wives around you, then you would have that experience.
I'm telling you, I wanted to. I actually spoke to a man.
But you hadn't.
You can come into my home then. You're welcome. Come if you want to.
All right,
you really want to. There's space for you. You really want to. Yeah. You get your own house.
Yeah, I'm listening.
The thing is, it's not a disadvantage to the woman because.
How do you know that? You're not been in that experience.
I'm just about to say, because I'm telling you.
This is your theory, right? This is your mind working.
You're talking.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, please let me carry on then. Please stop cutting me. Right? Thank you. It'll be great. So,
you're
talking as if you're talking on the basis that these are not practicing Muslim people. You're talking about just men in general. Men in general it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have to have some sort of understand. There needs to be rules, right? Which come obviously with Islam in this instance to having multiple wives. There needs to be rules because otherwise people are going to get mistreated. So what you're talking about does happen. It happened before Islam came and gave the rules. It happens to this day in other religious marriages, but not in pious Islamic marriages. It does not happen. And I'll tell you where a country that practices polygyny mainly that are Muslim is Malaysia. Indonesia, I think it is. Indonesia is one of the main areas where they practice polygyny, and they're very happy. There are documentaries you can watch. The women, yes, they're jealous and whatnot, blah blah, but they actually build family units. It's beneficial.
I think you finished now, haven't you? Or you got more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you kind of hurried me into finishing.
You went
But
to, well, you went to Indonesia, right? You give that an example where they're happy, they're really happy, and all of this, yeah. But you know, throughout your argument, I can see that you're agreeing that the man can do this. The man can have 4 or 5 wives, etc.
no.
Really? No, whatever. More than one wife.
Correctly, though.
Okay, I'm not right. And you can let me finish first, though. What basically you're saying that it's not an abuse. It's what I've been hearing throughout the argument. It's the type of man. But you're agreeing. Yeah, you're saying it's not an abuse. What you're saying is it's a man's like position. He can do that, right? But then you're automatically putting the man on a higher position than yourself as a woman.
Okay,
in this world, in fact, in existence.
Yeah, how?
Well, look, it's like having a business. If you go to the shop, you buy something.
No,
down a shop,
stick to the subject. Don't give us no similarities to other subjects. Stick to the actual subject.
Shop owner's position.
How is the man in a better position than the woman?
So I'm giving you an analogy here: the shopkeeper and the customer. And there's another one, for example, the landlord and the tenant.
Who's the customer? The man or the woman?
Let me finish a minute. I'm just giving you the power differences here. When you go to the shop and you buy something down the shop, the shopkeeper's got a bit more power on you. You don't have to serve you. Same with the landlord and the tenant.
That shopkeeper standing there and he's earning 1p, 2p of everything you buy.
Yeah, sorry, Cam, but you do agree that he's got more power. He can say, "I don't want to serve you." True.
Yeah, you can go to another shop.
In the same way, a landlord and a tenant has got the same power difference. The landlord, although they got certain rules.
You're not looking at it from an Islamic point of view. Islamic point of view, it's not about exerting your power. God gives you the power. It's about responsibility, taking responsibility. So if you have the ability to be responsible for more than one woman, and you're biologically being endowed by God, that God's given you the ability that you can basically procreate with as many women as you have, yeah? Like, that isn't by accident. God hasn't given you the ability.
You're a man.
But hold on. God hasn't given you that ability to have unlimited amount of children by accident.
That's not the.
Get me?
I got you, Khan. I know you're a man. You're gonna say that. I got you, man. I can't understand why Shani ain't protecting the woman here for future Islamic culture.
Yeah, but what you're saying is you're insinuating that there's a harm to women. She's already asked you the question.
No, I'm saying,
how is the woman at a disadvantage in a polygamous marriage? Like, she's asking you that.
But this is the thing, Avi.
What I'm trying to say is you ain't gonna never know that, but she might know that if she ever got into one. And then she might know that what Indonesian women are actually feeling right now. Indonesian women, she can't speak for the whole population there. Maybe one or two women are smiling, you know?
Anyway. Honestly, it's so great to obviously have you speak up. And obviously, I've seen you in the chat previously.
Yeah, respect you for your past intelligent conversation. I don't think you're going on the right tune today, but anyway, I thought I'd give my 2 cents.
But we need to understand.
Jedi, respect, man. Respect, Jedi.
You need to understand what we're
bro.
No, I'm still there.
So you need to understand what we're talking about. So what I'm saying to you is, we're not talking about low-level human beings here, right? And I'll say that, I don't even care. Like, we're not talking about basic.
How do you determine who's a low-level human being?
Okay.
Are you gonna? It's not written on someone's head, is it?
Do you want to know? All right. Okay. You might not agree with it because you're not a Muslim. For me, anyone that doesn't believe in the Most High and doesn't see the Most High as being the ultimate in this whole world is a low-level human being to me. Okay.
Who's the Most High to you there? What are you talking? Or who are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. The Most High. The Most High.
Who's the Most High?
The Most High is same for everybody. That's why I use that term, because it's the Most High.
Who are you referring to?
High, regardless of whatever name you want to denote to the Most High, it is
to God. You're talking about God.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, the name does not matter. I'm telling you, the entity, the substance, whatever you want to. That's what I'm talking about. The Most High, okay? And that's the reason why I say that, is so other people can gain an understanding, and there's not a block in understanding, okay? So if you're a pious person, the Most High means the Most High.
How are you going to know who is a pious person or not? How can you, as Shani,
what do you mean, bro?
Who is going to be a pious person? Whether Khan is a pious person, or whether Jedi is, whoever I am.
It's
You ain't going to know that until you find out. Right.
I'm so sorry.
And listen, let you know that. No, listen, it's the word's a word, but action is action. You know, a treatment is a treatment.
Okay, so what?
Bro.
Okay, cool. So what I'm
Any
talking
respect to you guys.
about. So the conversation is about Muslims that believe in the Most High
Yo.
and are practicing. Yeah, Khan, we can hear you. They're about Muslims that are. We're talking about Muslims that are practicing. We've already established that polygyny doesn't work with people who have no rules. And the reason I'll tell you why women are not at a disadvantage when she is with a practicing Muslim man and in a polygynous marriage is because this man has rules to follow, which means her ultimate happiness, okay? And that's what he has to do. So why are you at a disadvantage? Tell me, yeah, I'm going to tell you something. Tell me, I'm a married woman. My husband now is obligated to make sure that the food on the table is there, the rent is paid, any clothes that I need, yeah, he has to buy. If we have children, he has to look after them. He is their guardian. He has to look after them. Any clothes they need, any food they need, any trips, anything. Any phone that I need. If I need a mobile phone, if I need anything, he has to pay for all the bills. He has to pay for all the bills in the house. He has to pay for the house itself, if not the rent, and our car. If I want a car, he has to get my car. This is the thing, like, so not saying that I would be like, oh, I want a car. Obviously, it would be something you discussed as husband and wife. Clearly, all this stuff is discussed, but ultimately,
that's the end-all relationship.
The reason. 1 minute. Let me explain. Let me explain something.
Let me finish.
Go on.
Right? I'm saying ultimately, everything that I need as a wife, the man needs to provide. On top of that, I'm saying all the physical, financial aspects of having a husband and being in a relationship, literally living, is the responsibility of my husband. Yeah, first of all. Second of all, he also has to mentally and sexually stimulate me. I have to be happy within our sex life and mentally as well. These are obligations on him. If I want to have sex and he doesn't, he is obligated to have sex with me. You don't understand. This is the thing. This is why I can't stand why people say Muslim women are so oppressed and they don't know nothing about Islam. It's annoying. So let me finish up. I'm going to finish up right now. So for me, for you, just like with that in the mind, keeping all that in mind, he has to do that for me, yeah? And then he decides, we've decided, wait a second, he has to do all that stuff for me. And then when he's done that for me, the Most High says, your wife is satisfied, you should get another wife if you wish. If you wish. And he's saying, yeah, I wish to get another wife. But
obviously, she has to agree as well, though, Shani, right?
No, kind of, it's not right. It's not correct. So wait, we'll go on to that in a minute. Yeah, it's not correct. So, but there's stipulations. We've already discussed it. There's stipulations. We'll talk about that in a second. But so he says, okay, I want to have another wife. I'm satisfying this wife. She's very happy. Blah blah blah. I actually desire another wife. It could be for any reasons. It could be for the fact that my wife can't have children. What about that basis? I love this woman. I've been with her so many years. She can't have kids, but we want to have a family. I want to carry on my bloodline.
Right now, I would agree. Listen. I definitely would agree. I would definitely agree. Rather than what they're doing with these strangers, having kids with strangers, and then saying, "Oh yeah, we have."
Ain't that just that? It's just that normally they divorce the woman, leave her in a scrap heap, and then run off and marry another one. But in Islam, just because your wife can't have children, you ain't gonna divorce her. But if you take on a second wife, you still got to look after the first one.
You only have one. You only have one God, Allah. You only have one God, Allah. Yeah, and you love him, right?
Let me say something to you real quick. Let me say something to you real quick. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying to you.
That's it. You ain't got
in our version of reality. Let me say something to you. In our version of reality, there's only one God, and every man is equal. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a king and I'm a peasant. I've got equal rights to you, innit? If a king can have multiple wives, yeah, then I can too. It just depends on the circumstances. If I'm capable, yeah, of achieving that,
Allah's given me, endowed me with the blessing to reach that level, yeah, then why should society's norms or what you lot think or what the West thinks stop me from doing that? Because my aim in life ain't to accumulate wealth. You get me? My aim in life is to have children that will be also believers, also observant, also Muslim. That's my aim in life, innit? So why should I stop at having 6 children with Aisha or Fatima when I can have 4, 5, 6 wives? There was a guy, they showed him on telly the other day. He was a Kuwaiti. He had over 100 offspring. 100, like counting his grandchildren and all that. His whole tribe. Every one of them had his name on it. What's wrong with that? If your aim in life is to produce good, clean people, not to accumulate wealth and live in palaces where you got all the space in the world, you're walking around your whole house, it takes you a week to walk around, you don't even bump into another person. What kind of extravagance is that? What kind of bullshit is that? So what we're saying is the mindset is a different mindset. You can't relate to it, it's fair enough. But when you criticize it, you're just showing your own ignorance and your own lack of knowledge.
Let's twist it then, because let's twist it for the woman then. Just for a hypothetical say, I don't want to make this a reality, but what if she could have 2 husbands? Which is like
how are you gonna have a lineage? How are you gonna have a lineage? Oh, 1 minute. There are some cultures where that happens, yeah. How are you gonna have a lineage? Yeah. How are you gonna know who the father is of the son? How are you gonna know? If she's getting multiple sperms from different sources, how are you gonna know which one's the father?
But then exactly what the same situation with a wife, meaning it doesn't really matter. They're all unit, aren't they? Because they're all like married to the same person.
No, they're not.
The power goes to the woman that time because the woman has got 2
husbands. Like I'm saying, man, you're showing your own.
What has happened? But I'm saying, argument's sake.
Jahil, bro. No offense.
But you're not. This is the thing. So you can be one unit in the sense of, like the wives can be friends. Yeah, they can actually be friends. They can be best friends. So often it's best friends actually marry the same guy or whatever or whatnot. But they can be best friends and they can look after each other's children and so on and so forth. But they're ultimately in 2 separate relationships. So it's not the same. Whereas if it was a wife with 2 husbands, they're not separate relationships, especially because you wouldn't know who the father was. You couldn't determine who the baby of the father was. Okay, now we have.
I don't know what Jaho means, right? But what I'm basically arguing is, there's such an entity as ownership in this world, yeah. And ownership, someone who's got ownership, has got more rights than the other person. Like example, for a bigger scale topic, like when Britain went to India, took over India, they said we're good people, we're ruling, you know that, yeah. But the truths came out afterwards, or even with the black populations of different places where they went and taken them over. They must have said they're good people, you know. They took them over. They owned the people. They owned the lands. They had more rights than them, and they said they were good people. They were looking after them. But what did they do? The truths came out afterwards. So there you go. That's the argument. I don't know what Jahu means, man, but you know, I hope it's not.
It means you're ignorant.
You. What do you mean? What does it mean?
Ignorant.
Yeah. Well, I'm ignorant. Look, I can't say I can't agree with you because I'm from a different background, different faith. So you can possibly say,
no, but you're speaking on things that you don't know about. Really, you should ask questions and accumulate answers and build information. Understand what you're talking about. But the way how you're speaking, you're being ignorant.
No, I'm listening to you too. I'm listening to your beliefs and your ways of thinking too. So I'm putting an argument forward, don't I? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're exhibiting a certain sensibility which is very Western. You're showing that men and women are equal. Men and women ain't equal. Men and women ain't the same. Men can do things women can't do. Women can do things men can't do.
Exactly.
So they're not the same.
But then look, I can twist this on his head. Look, as you respect your mother, for example. No, let me just put it down to this point. As you respect your mother more than yourself. Yeah.
Right.
True. Yeah? That's how much equality you give to your mother. Yeah. So example, same with me, same with anybody who actually got honor, right?
Yeah.
The point is, you have to say women and men are equal, because like you say, you respect your mother to that degree even more than yourself. If you don't say that, then you know where you at. So the point argument I'm making is ownership. I mean, times have changed since centuries, man, and millenniums.
Yeah, but Islam don't change though. That's the point.
You got to understand, as you love your mother with highest respect, the more than yourself, that's equality. You know what I mean? I know you got faith, and this lady's got faith as well, and there's rules, there's written words,
It ain't,
and
it ain't even about faith. It ain't even about faith, bro. There's a scale of faith where some people got massive levels of faith, and some people like me, for example, probably got low level of faith. But it's not the point. The point is, I try to live righteous, innit? So my decision making is based on the book. I go by the book. If God said this is right and this is wrong, I'll go by what God said. I don't go by what Tony Blair said or what society tells me or what two lesbians up at the school tell me. Like, no, I go by what God said, innit? So I always reflect and go with it's like a ruler, innit? You're trying to draw a straight line with just a pencil. I'm saying I've got a ruler, innit? My ruler helps me draw my straight line. That's righteousness, innit? So sometimes I can fuck up and my line can go wavy. Yeah, I could get tempted into wrongness, like same as anyone else. But I just always grab the book, and that's my ruler, innit? And it sets me straight again.
I got you. But like,
right?
Don't you agree?
So when God says that, something's right for me, and it's right for you, and it's right for Jim, and it's right for Mehmet, it's right for everyone, isn't it? Yeah. So that means that there's one God, and all men are equal. So when women have got their rules, and we got our rules, and we respect them, and they respect us, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put.
It doesn't mean we're the same. We're equal in the way that we're equal as in we got our own roles and they're equally important. But a woman has got her own role and a man has got his own role. Now, as a man, I have to say I'm not strong as some of these sisters. That these sisters can see their partner having multiple partners. Yeah, they must have a different level of understanding. Because me personally, I'm not on that level, bro. I'll tell you straight. I'm a very jealous person. If my partner smiles at someone, chats to someone, if I caught her online chatting to someone, I'll flip, bro. I'll flip. You get me? Because I'm a weak person. I'm a very jealous person. I'm not evolved in that way. But people who are evolved in that way, I respect them, innit? And I know that they're going by the book, innit?
All right.
Get me?
So, the book you said, and the ruler analogy you give, right? You got a ruler, and you're following the pen to that ruler, right? As in what's been written, you're following it, yeah.
That's
so,
right.
do you believe over the years that books, like ancient books, for example, not the book you're talking about, I'm talking about books in general now, like ancient books that people believe in, and all that, right? Have they come under the hand of rulers like kings and queens?
Yeah.
And have those kings and queens tampered with those books, made them change them to make them more advantageous to their rule at the time, their kingdom? For example, Henry VIII, Henry VIII. So how do you know that ruler is totally correct from the start, or has it been
no, but what we're saying as Muslims is the whole reason.
It's like in Saudi Arabia. It's like in Saudi Arabia with the women wearing gloves.
What we say.
Listen. Back in them days in Saudi Arabia, they wouldn't have been wearing gloves. Gloves wouldn't have been invented. What for in a hot country like that?
All right, but what we're saying is this:
that's a new thing.
It is a fact, that religions have been changed, right? People have adapted them and changed them, and right? Now, the whole point of Islam is saying, right, that we're the criterion. We are what you should measure yourself by. So if you've got a book, let's say you're a Christian, and you've got a book and it's called the New Testament, and you're thinking, some bits are good and some bits are not so good. How am I going to know? God sent you the Quran to measure against. So the bits in the Bible that measure up to the Quran, keep them. The bits that go against God's word, in the Quran or previously, dash that away, bruv. Simple as that.
Yeah, you see stuff when people say things like this. It's easy. It's easy for Muslims. They can constantly say, dash that away, Bible, whatever. You talk about the Quran in them type of ways, they want to kill you. You know what I mean?
But
1 minute, hold on, man. Just hold on.
You
hold on. I don't need to analyze nothing. You said what you said. But the thing
You're
is
not
that
going to
if you
analyze
start,
now. What we're talking about then?
I'll listen to you. Hold on. If you start talking about the Quran and stuff like this, like, come on, I'm not green to this. Like I'm
Speak
listening to
then.
you, but I'm not green to this at the same time. I've read the
All
Quran
right,
many
cool.
times,
We're listening
and
to you
also
as well.
when you're saying it hasn't been tampered with and stuff like that, just be
Yeah.
careful what you're saying. You know,
What do you
because there's a
mean?
lot of contradictory evidence which you know, I don't really want to go into it because I don't feel like sitting here, like I said earlier. You know, if people have faith, I believe that's good. And
We're not talking
it's
about
not
their
for me.
faith.
It's not for
We're
me
talking about the Quran
to.
itself, the book.
Yeah, but you shouldn't
Right.
sit
It's a
there
book
and
of belief.
slaughter
You
another
got to believe the
religion
book.
if
No,
you
we
want the
should.
same
We
respect
should.
for your religion.
No,
You
no, no,
shouldn't.
no. We should.
No,
Because that's the whole
no.
point of our religion. That's what God tells us. That's the point of our
Yeah,
religion.
you should.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
something
should
we're making up.
believe
It's
the
not
book.
us being up our own asses or thinking we're better than you. It's not that. It's that's what God tells us in our book. That the other religions, namely the Jewish books, where people were sitting in rooms, dark rooms, and they were copying it word for word, writing it, until some king come along and said, you know what? Can you add this in there, please? And if you don't, I'm gonna chop all your heads off and your children's heads off. So without a choice, then people had to change it, innit? But with the Quran, it can't be changed because there's
No,
about
it
a million
can't. It
thousand
can't be
people out
changed,
there.
no.
Hold on. Let me
It
just
can't
finish
be
my point.
changed.
Let me finish my
No,
point.
Don't come here and
There's a
start saying
whole
it can't be changed.
brother. 1 minute. Let me
Don't
finish.
come with that. First of all,
Let
there's
me
so
finish my
many
point
different
though.
versions of the. Shut up, man. Listen,
Why
you
am I
spoke
gonna shut
enough.
up though?
Listen,
Why?
listen. There's so many
Why is
different
what I'm
versions.
saying hurting you
There's
though?
so many different
Why is
versions.
what I'm saying hurting you?
It's not bothering me one bit, but it's false information to the listeners.
How
False
is it false? All
information.
right, let's talk
You're
about it
talking
though.
about
But let's
New
talk about it
Testament,
at
Old
least,
Testament.
brother.
I don't want
Let's
to.
talk
I don't
about
want
it.
to. I'm telling you, I can. And if people want to do their research about has there been changes and whatnot, you know, I can leave you little things that you can go. You can look into Uthman if you know if that should be enough for people if they want to do their own research. But don't come here and
There
say
was a
that there were
change
not
when there was Shia,
manuscripts that were
Sunni.
burned.
There was a change when
Yeah,
there was Shia, Sunni.
don't come with all of that because you're telling lies. Yeah, it doesn't mean
No, I'm
everything
not,
is false or everything is correct. Yeah, but I'm not
bro.
green to this. You understand? Like I didn't come
Ain't about
into
that. Ain't
this
about
whole
that. Ain't about
conscious
that.
thing in religion
Ain't
yesterday.
about that. Ain't
So
about
don't
that. Ain't
throw
about that.
other religions
It's a fact,
under
yeah.
the bus.
Hold on.
Don't throw other
We ain't
religion
throwing
under
no
the
one
bus.
under the bus. It's
You
a
just said
fact, yeah.
disregard everything if it's this, if
Christian
it's
scholars will
you know.
tell you that the Christian books have been changed, and they will show you where, and they will show you things that's been added in, and they will show you why and which king wanted it added in. Yeah, Christian scholars are doing that. Ain't Muslims coming along criticizing your book. It's the Christian scholars that's doing that. So don't get all emotional and start telling me what I can and can't say, because it's the Christian scholars that's saying it.
If it makes you feel good, if it makes you feel good, just stick to that.
What hasn't been recorded, you don't know about, right? Anyway, that was an argument put forward, but basically the point was, there are like ages have passed and all that, and times have changed. Yeah, people's mentalities change, and for the better, the population of the world gets to a better stage, and people actually, you know.
Yeah, listen, guys. Look, man, all religions, all religions believe exist on the first belief of God. That's all religions,
right.
And then what comes after there, comes after there.
That's
it's as
right.
simple as that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but he's backing me on it. It's not you when he's saying that. You understand?
Explain
Put God
it then.
first and the politics afterwards. Okay.
Explain what you're saying.
Yeah,
how
yeah.
that's different from what I'm saying. Go on.
You're going word for word exactly, and you think your word is
Look,
the be all and end all.
the way I see it,
Yeah.
the way I see it,
It don't work like that.
the day I will believe in a God is when I become like someone, is when he talks to me like Moses, and he spoke to Muhammad, and he spoke. I don't want man, no one to push no. A direct belief.
We literally couldn't hear anything you said, Natty.
Yeah, Natty's cutting out. Anyway, let me make my point. Let me make my point. Yeah, seeing as I'm the only one who's got a mic at the minute. Even if we stuck to the first commandment, thou shalt have no other God but me. Yeah, right. Even if we just stuck to that alone, and we left out everything else, Islam is still the criteria. Facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So we don't have no other God
that's
but
a
God.
fact.
We don't have no other God but God. There ain't no Trinity. There ain't nothing like that. There's no confusion.
Okay.
Yeah. There is
So
only
I'll name
God
you.
the
I'll name you
Creator.
another God. You said you didn't have another God. I'll name you another God. Allah.
Yeah.
Who's Allah? Huh?
Allah
Is that
is
Made
another
up,
God?
made up lies. There's
Is
no
it
such
made up
thing.
lies?
Allah
Yeah.
is
He's a
God.
pre-Islamic bullshit.
Yeah, what
It's
people
pre-Islamic bullshit.
is
Okay.
pagan
Right.
God.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're telling you it's a
So
pagan
why is Prophet
So all right, let
Muhammad
me ask you a
praying to this
question
God?
then. Let me ask you a question. Who's Baal? Who's Baal?
Listen, we're not coming off no subject. Why is
All
Prophet
right.
Muhammad
See, you're
praying
not really
to
good
this
at
God?
answering the questions, are you?
Huh?
Not really good
Huh?
at answering questions, are you? In the
I'm
Bible,
asking
yeah,
you a
when you
question.
translate the Bible,
Baal is
and you
a
translate the
Baal is a
Bible to its
Am I
pantheism.
original
promoting the
language,
Bible?
there
Am
is
I
more
promoting
than
the
one
Bible?
name. There's more than one name for God. God is Elohim. Yeah, God is Baal. Yeah, when you read it in English, it says God. Yeah, God, God, God,
Yeah,
God, God, God,
we're
God.
talking about
100
female
times it says
deity.
God.
We're
But
talking
when
about
you
female
translate
deity
it,
here.
when you
Totally
translate it
different.
to the original text,
Yeah,
God has
doesn't
got
matter.
bare different names. That Baal. Yeah,
Yeah, it
who's
doesn't
Baal?
matter.
Ain't Baal the
It
God
doesn't
that
matter about
Moses
different names.
told them not to believe in? Ain't that the same
Doesn't matter.
Baal? So
Yeah,
why is
it's
it in your
Allah
book
not
God is known as
it's a
Baal?
not a Nigerian deity, a female deity,
I
a
don't know what you're
Yoruba
talking about,
deity.
bro.
Huh?
I don't know what
Is
you're
that
talking about.
you don't know?
Yeah.
You don't know about the
Yeah, that
satanic
is.
verses? Huh?
No, I don't know
You're
nothing
talking
about
about
it.
different gods. Yeah, of
Are
course
you
you don't.
talking
Yeah,
to me
that
about
is.
Islam? Or
That's
are you
true.
talking to me about something else?
Huh? Well, do your research.
No. But
I don't need
listen,
Do
to
Carl,
do
that's
research
your
true.
into
huh?
That's really
satanic
true.
things.
Exactly. Are you gonna just say the satanic? What are you talking about? You're bringing up
See,
shit.
this is what we're talking about.
Explain it.
You lot are unorthodox,
let me
bro.
be
You're on
clear.
the
Let me be
unorthodox
clear.
dip.
Let me be very, very clear. Prophet
Yeah,
Muhammad
yeah,
praying to
yeah,
another deity, then
yeah.
when asked why did you do this, then claims that the devil came and corrupted his mind, and this is why it happened.
And what's
Okay?
your issue with that?
Huh?
What's your issue with that?
My issue with that is that at the time, look, I can't be bothered.
Then
This is the
shut
thing,
your
because
mouth.
What
I
do you mean
don't.
you can't be
It's I
bothered? What
don't.
do you
I
mean you
don't
can't be
I
care.
get
bothered?
you
I
because at
don't
the end
care
of the
about
Didn't
day,
Jesus?
going into it.
Didn't the
Huh?
devil come to Jesus and tempt him?
Yeah, but you're going on like I'm fighting
No,
for Jesus.
shut. You
Like,
know what?
what made you think I'm fighting for Jesus?
You can't be
We're
bothered.
saying it's the same
You know?
religion, isn't it? The same things happen. So if you got a problem with one, you got to have a problem with the other one, isn't it?
Yeah, I got a problem with the other one as well. Yeah,
All right, cool then. So you're not a
yeah.
hypocrite. You're not a hypocrite. You're not you know, an Islamophobe. You're not a hypocrite. I'll give you that.
That's funny. What were you looking for us to do? That's the thing. You saw that we were like, okay, and then you're like, oh, I can't be bothered. Because you had nothing. You had nothing. You thought you were proving something, bro. Just
Okay,
allow
okay. No problem. Let's go into it then.
it.
If that's no problem. Let's go into it. I just find it disrespectful.
All right, hold
That's
on. Let's
my
go.
whole
Let's go
point.
into it
My
for the
only
sake of
point.
knowledge, yeah, for learning,
My
not for
okay.
showing off, right?
Okay.
I don't mean you. I mean me. I'm not going to be doing no showing off. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so let's learn, innit?
Yeah.
Let's work it out
Okay.
together, bro. Come
Yeah.
with your
Let's work
knowledge.
it out together. So
All right,
obviously
cool.
the point what you made when you
Yeah,
come out
bro.
and say that Islam is the be all and end all
No,
and all the rest
didn't
of
say
it.
that.
Yeah. What did you
Didn't
say
say
then?
that. I said God sent Islam down as a criteria because if the other religions didn't mess up, then there would be no need for Islam. It's been sent down like
Okay.
a correction to correct because the Jews obviously went astray. A lot of them went astray. A lot of them were captured, taken into slavery. All sorts of things happened to them. They lost their book. They had to come out and come out of slavery, come out of Babylon, and like reconstruct their whole religion. You get me? Which is what they done. History proves that. It's not Muslims saying it. That is what happened. Unfortunately, they were taken into bondage. When they were bonded, when you're in bondage, you can't even prove the legitimacy of your child, let alone the book that you're holding. That's a fact. That's what slavery is, isn't it? That man take your woman, they take your book, they take your everything. You don't own nothing when you're a slave. You get me? So you're not the master of your own destiny, innit? So you can't come out of there and say, yeah, well, we preserved this book. What? Why are you a slave? I don't think so, bro. They lost their book, innit? And unfortunately, that's what happened. So God sent down another book, and he sent it down in a way where it's less likely to be lost. So it's not just written. It's an oral tradition where people memorize it. So if the book gets burned, there's still 10,000 people out there that can recite the book, innit? And if one person gets it wrong, there's a million people to correct them, innit? That's the whole idea of it. That it can't be lost. That's the purpose of it. Like, we're not trying to say we're better than you. We're just trying to say that, you know, it's just, you know, we don't use VHS no more, innit? We got live
but you will
streams,
have a
innit?
Christian man, or you will have a man from whatever faith, and they will tell you the same thing. It all comes down
But
to belief.
they can't do, because it's their scholars that's telling them that they fucked up, innit?
It's belief.
It's their own scholars that's telling them. It's their own creme de la creme, top man them that's telling them, well, wait a minute, why is the gospel of John different? Why is the gospel of Luke different? Why is this different? Why is that different? And they'll tell you why, innit? They'll tell you that Luke wasn't even a Hebrew speaker. He didn't even know Hebrew. He was a Greek man, right? Yeah. John, he come at the end and he's making Jesus sound like as if he's God. Yeah. But the others didn't do that. So
Kanita,
yeah, go on, bro.
I think what Sham's trying to say is that you can't disregard that. You can't
we're not disregarding
all religions, because
we're not.
You're
We're
a
not doing
religious
that.
person yourself.
We're not disregarding their religion.
There's the beginning,
we're
the
saying
middle,
that,
and Islam is the end. Islam is
yeah,
the end religion. It is the end religion.
right,
There's the beginning, there's the middle, and there's the end. Islam is the
right,
end religion.
yeah,
This
right.
is the time. Islam is the last religion to have gathered up all that information and to say, right, this is the right way to do it.
All right. So what's your point? I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to say.
How I'm look, Natty. What I'm saying is, yeah, even when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, yeah, they could see that comparing it to the King James Bible, it's different, isn't it? They know that their book's been changed. So for God to send down another book as a correction, yeah, isn't a problem, because you get me. It's just a matter of pride. You're like, oh, when you say that, you're hurting me. It burns me when you say that. And we're like, no, but wait a minute. There's more important things than your pride. There's more important things than you feeling hurt. There's more important things than you feeling that, oh, these lot are trying to give it the big one. No, it's not about that. It's about the first and only commandment, that there is only one God. You get me?
Sorry,
and anything other than that is shirk. It's a shirk thing, yeah?
Do you know what?
Can I interrupt?
I've noticed all religions that have one God will say that. That's the only one thing that you guys will agree on.
Right, name a religion where there ain't one God.
Christianity.
I want to ask a question to Shani.
Who? Say that again, sorry. Both of you spoke at the same time.
I want to ask the question to Shani. Sorry, I just want to divert to your conversation.
Right, cool. I'll go on mute. I'll go on mute then. Go on, speak to Shani.
Yeah, Shani, it's just a question to you.
Yeah.
So it's a simple question, right? Putting it out there, right? So do you think men are superior to women?
No.
That's the question mark. Answer it. Carry on.
Already answered. No.
So no, but I mean, why do you say no? Please explain.
1 second. Why do I? Because I don't think they are.
So you don't think that men are superior to women?
They're not superior to women. We have different roles as men and women. So none of us is superior to each other. We have different roles.
Right.
We are made by the Creator, and the way that we are made is
okay. I got the answer.
No, I'm finished my answer.
Yeah. Carry on.
Please don't hurry me into an answer. If you're going to ask me, if you genuinely want to know what I'm saying, then genuinely ask me a question.
No, I got it. I'm going to forget what I'm going to say. That's what carry on anyway.
Okay, so just we can slow it down a little bit then. But what I'm saying is, basically, a man and a woman are created divinely in the sense that they complement each other. there is no hierarchy between them. They complement each other. Not one is superior to the other. And I'm fine with that.
Cool. So let's get to a workplace, yeah? A workplace environment, a scenario, imaginary now, right? And men and women are working there, right? And let's even put it further. Let's put another mix into it. There's black women, there's white women, some Asian blokes, some white blokes, and just leave it at that. And the reality of that mix in that workplace, say it's an office environment, say, and say it's a bank. Say the bank manager is like a white guy, middle-aged white guy, and all these rest of these people are subordinates to that person, yeah. And every rule that's made in that place comes down from the top downwards, from that top bank manager, and and imagine this in England. This is in England, this scenario, right? Okay. So like you got English culture surrounding you, mainly it's mainly white people in that workplace. There's a few, say yourself, say, I don't know what background you are, but say there's a black woman there who works there, and this Asian guy who works there as well. And do you think they get treated the same as everyone else? Do you think they get the same opportunities? Do you think they get the same chit chat, the same attraction? Yeah, let me finish question. Do you think they get the same chit chat? Do you think they get the same attraction? And do you think they get the same welcoming, the same circles, the same cup of tea, what have you? And if not, why not? And if yes, why you agree with that? Go for it.
Okay, AB, you're talking about something totally different.
That's a scenario. No, I want to bring it back to our question earlier about superiority.
Okay, right. I'll just wait for you to link it. Okay. But right now, I'm answering this question. Ethnic minorities within the UK working in a banking system, which is mainly white owned. Do you think that they get the same equal rights, the same as other people, and so on and so forth in that workplace? The black
same sociability as well.
The ethnic minorities. We already know there's systematic racism, so we're going to say, based on what we know and what we've seen, no, they will not be treated fairly, and they won't.
Why not? Why not? Rather than saying systematic racism, why won't they get treated with the same sociability?
Because of racism, because people think that they're lower than them based on their skin color, their culture.
All right, that's it. That's all I want to hear. So in the same manner, the person at the top, that bank manager, who's the white middle-aged guy, who makes the rules with other people in that team for the whole of the place, or for their subordinates downwards, they have to copy it. The people at the bottom have to copy those rules, yeah, whether they like them or not. Yeah, they can get fired even. They can get abused. They can even get racism and it won't get found out, for example. I'm saying that's exactly the same as saying the argument of superior, like the argument I said about men superior to women. If you give one person superiority, like that bank manager at the top, they can implement what they want to implement.
Okay, but I told you.
That's it.
Anyway, you're trying to get through to people that don't want to listen. I understood you the first time when you tried to explain this. It's not that difficult what you're saying.
What?
Like it's like you can keep going on and on. Like I get it. I think people who want to get it. There's a power struggle there, plain and simple. Are people gonna pretend that they can't see it?
I'm so confused because I literally said to you, I don't.
It's clear. I get what you're trying to say. Whether people want to agree with you or not, you can't win that. But yes, everyone can clearly see that power struggle, and everyone can clearly see how someone can be on the bottom end of that, and how someone can be on the top, and how someone can abuse power. It's not difficult to see. It's not difficult to imagine how it could be very adverse to the party that's at the bottom. Of course.
But this is the thing, though. Like, you've got to imagine, because you don't know all the the clauses, like all the little points that come into Islamic marriage. For example, like you could say, yeah, it sounds like the man runs things and he's gonna boss the woman around and he can get another woman and when you start looking at the details involved, yeah, the level of responsibility on the man is just catastrophic, man. It will make you just not want to have a second wife. There's so much responsibilities and like there's so many ways of them catching you out abusing your wife, and there's so many rights that your wife's got. Like a Muslim woman can divorce her husband for being mistreated. That's not a Christian thing. In the Bible it don't say that. You get me? Like when you see it in Western civilization now, it's because they copied it from Islam. That was in Islam thousands of years ago. It was where if a woman's being mistreated by her husband, she has the right to divorce him. So this idea, you know, like when we speak, yeah, a lot of people, when we do speak, yeah, we're more showing our own understanding than the thing that we're criticizing more often than not.
Hey,
yeah.
have you ever been in Ankara? Have you ever seen a big district now? Yeah, I was shocked to see it. It's a big district. You basically, when you go there, you go through metal detectors, and when you come in, it's just brothels all over. Have you been there?
I've heard about it. I ain't been. My mate went there.
Yeah,
He took
let me tell you,
an English
it's
guy
all,
with him
it's
as
all,
well.
yeah, it's all glass windows. It's worse than Amsterdam.
Yeah, of course.
So when we start looking at this whole what's Western and what's this and what's that, you know, it's not the same everywhere. Clearly, it's not the same everywhere. You know, and
No, but
like you
there's
said
certain
yourself,
ideals.
most
There's
Turkish
certain
people
ideals
don't
like
even do it.
liberalism. When we're talking about liberalism, when we're talking about equality and all these things that we're talking about, these ideas, it is part of Western civilization. Like, but talking about Turkey's brothels isn't really parallel to that because
But you're
there's
Turkish. I'm
bad
obviously
things.
exploring.
Yeah,
I'm trying to show you
but
most
what I'm
Turkish
saying is
people
there's
don't do
bad
it.
things happen in all countries, isn't it? It's not because of Islam though. It's not written in the book like, oh yeah, if you're gonna have a brothel, have it down the road and have a metal detector at the front. Like there's nothing to do with their religion, innit? Like there's lots of things that go on in Turkey. Turkey's not just a purely Islamic country. Like there's different
And there's a lot of
influences
things
from
that
all
don't.
over.
A lot of Turkish people don't take a second wife, for instance.
No, majority
You
don't.
know? Yeah.
Majority don't. Yeah, because it's something that's determined by socio-economic conditions. We're saying if you can financially support 2 women, yeah, that is a big thing, you know, like to fully satisfy one woman, yeah. And don't forget, she's tapping you not just for her Louis Vuittons and whatever. She's tapping you for her children as well. She's saying, listen, you got 4 children with me. I want all 4 of them to go university. Yeah, that's coming out of your pocket. So for someone to have extra, yeah, and not just a little bit extra, like to have a little lover on the side or a side chick, we're saying to take on a full another wife. Do you get the responsibility that's on the man now? Like it's huge because he can't go 1.5 wives. He has to go 2 whole wives. Do you get what I'm trying to communicate? Like I'm just trying to show you that it's such a big thing that literally hardly anyone can maintain it. No, not many people can achieve that. Like you'd have to be some really religious, pious guy who's surrounded by really religious, pious women who don't. Them women don't really care about material possessions. They made their clothes out of bed sheets. They're praying 5 times a day. They fast 2 times a week. You get me? Like their expenses are minimal. You get me? But that don't mean that they're not going to ask you to send their kids to university. Like when you marry a woman can put terms on you, innit? She could say to you, like, I'm going to marry you, but I want my children to go to university. Like even the girls, like she could put terms and conditions. Like if you don't want to agree to her terms, you can't marry her. You can't lie to her and say, yeah,
I've
I'm
been
going to
to
buy you a
Islamic
house and I'm going to
weddings.
rent it.
Look, I've even been to the little pre-thing that you have at the mosque where there's only like certain people there and you speak to the imam. Like I said to you very clear, I'm not new to this. You understand? Like this
I
is
understand
not
what you're
something
saying, bro.
which
Like,
I'm observing from 100 meters away. I'm observing this very, you know, up very close.
yeah, but we're not talking about how people do what they do. We're talking about the book, innit? When you go by the book, yeah, that is the ruler that everybody has to measure against. And we're saying that nobody is 100%. So if nobody's 100%, you can't judge it by the people you come across.
Look,
You got to go to the book and study the book.
Look, put it this way. I know for a fact now, yeah, from many of my friends and whatnot and their wives, even, and I'm talking about Muslims now, most of their wives would not agree with her, 100%. Especially 100%, some of the Turkish ones, they would definitely not. And even like other ones, they wouldn't either. They wouldn't agree with her. What she's saying is quite unique. You know, that's the thing. She's not saying something universal. It's very easy as a man to jump on the bandwagon. Of course it is.
But bro, what we're saying is this: judge it by the book. Don't judge it by the people that you meet and the people that you know. When someone tells you something, you have to know the sources to go to, innit? So it's like, for example, me and you carrying out Google searches for the same question. If I know what sources are credible, I can bring a better argument than you. Even though we both got Google, we both got the same question, and we're both trying to find the same answer. Yeah, if I know the criteria of which sources are the more important ones to go to, yeah, then I can produce a better argument than you. So what I'm saying is, out of love for you, not
Surah 4. I've read the whole of Al Nisa many times. It's all about you give this money to that person. If that person dies, it's just instructions after instructions. I've read it all.
So there's better details, isn't it?
Yeah,
there's better details.
It just goes off. But it's kind of a bit like, if you're interested to obviously observe all that, then that's fine. You know, that's for you to do. But you know, it goes very in depth about this and about that, and it's direct instructions. And if you want to take on them instructions, so be it. I'm not, you know, that's for you to do.
But what I'm saying is this: I don't, like, if Shani's saying something, and I think it's contrary to the book, yeah, I'll criticize it, innit? I'll say to her, no, I don't think that's right.
Well, she said one thing. She said that you have to have sex with your wife. But we know that a first punishment, that's what you said. You have to. If she demands it. Huh?
Yes, you.
But hold on, let's be clear.
No, you don't
the
have
grounds
to.
for divorce, is it grounds?
Yeah.
Hold on. Is it grounds for divorce? If you're not sexually satisfying your wife with your 2-inch little dick, let's say, and she's saying, I'm not satisfied, yeah, is it grounds for divorce in Islam? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Facts.
And you have to say, if you're, this is the thing, if your wife says to you, I want to have sex with you, you have to have sex with her.
I can show you that contradiction.
Listen,
in the Quran, I can show you that contradiction.
Listen.
That's not true.
Oh my God! Yes,
no. The first punishment to your wife should be you leave her bedside.
Listen.
Yeah. Am I wrong?
Let him run his thing. Let him run his argument, Shani, because he's quoting chapter and verse. Like, you can't interrupt him.
Yeah, you leave her bedside. That should be the first thing you do in a dispute or in anything like that. So I don't know if you're talking about you have to have sex, but in a whole different context.
Clearly,
you know?
Fucking hell! I'm so sorry. I'm actually. You know what? I'm gonna leave. You know why I'm gonna leave? Because this is the thing. Like, please believe, yeah. If I'm gonna talk to you about Islam, please believe that this subject I fucking know from head to toe, and the reason being is because it's something that I'm genuinely interested in. I am so honest. If I don't know something, I'm gonna turn around and go, you know what? I haven't read that yet. Oh, you know what? I'm not like. Maybe I need to look that up. I always say that if we're talking about Islam and I don't know what I'm talking about. In this subject, I do. And I can't be, honestly, I'm becoming arrogant in myself, yeah? When I'm hearing you guys just giving me shit. And I'm just giving shit questions, or it's just so disingenuous in all these different ways. Or you're not even listening. Listen, to anyone that's listening to this stream, if you've got this far and you've heard this, right? And you're agreeing with Sham or you're agreeing with anybody else, I suggest go listen all the way back and see what I said from the beginning. I can't repeat myself. It's too late in the evening. It's freaking 2 o'clock in the morning, yeah? Like, I can't do it. I'm so sorry. My patience is literally becoming super thin right now because we're going round in circles. If even you guys that are on the panel that don't agree with what I said, AV, you already said you came in halfway through the conversation. Go listen to the whole stream. Listen from the start. Maybe then you'll have a deeper understanding. Sham, go listen again because clearly you're on Earth the first time. But for me, big up Jedi. Love each and every time. Love each and every time, Khan. To everybody in the chats.
Big up, Shani.
Good night. I'm probably gonna still listen in and start screaming at the computer, but I can't be here. It's gonna bring
No,
out.
I think it's late for all of us, to be honest. Like, let's be truthful. This can carry on at a time where we're all more in a good position to discuss, isn't it?
It's too
Nice
much.
chatting to all you guys anyway.
Yeah, man. Sorry if I disrespected anyone. Like, it wasn't my intention, innit?
It's 100% same. Like like I said, it's too late, and I can't compose myself anymore. So I better remove myself in it. But big
Yeah,
up.
innit? Let's just end it now. Anyway, respect, guys, man. Like, it could have been like a more in-depth discussion if we were more, like, if I was more knowledgeable for a start. So it's like we took it to the brink, man. We took it to the edge of our reasoning. So I think we should be proud of ourselves. Like, we're doing good for laymen's, innit? So don't want anyone to think we're fucking know-it-alls or anything out here, because we ain't, innit? Like, so
Respect to the panel, mate.
Innit, bro? Like, respect to you as well, innit?
Yeah, and AV, like, of course, come around. Do you know what I mean? Come around.
Yeah, man.
I'll come around for coffee. That's a bit early, isn't it? Anyway,
Oh,
don't worry about
Don't let this put you off. Do you know what I mean? In all fairness, like, I'm trying to be. I have, like, this subject, for instance. I know my limits in it, so that's why I'm being the way I am. I just know what I can deal with, and
yeah, we're all gonna have a viewpoints as well. You know, I'm gonna say it as I see it, as I see the world. You know what I mean? And I can see what's happening. And I think what you said tonight, maybe I've had to put some points, maybe that make you think differently, possibly about what I'm saying, and maybe you'll be able to see it later. Maybe you're not. I don't know, but you know, it's a viewpoint, and maybe I've seen some. Maybe I'm letting you know about it. You know, I respect you. I respect Khan as well because I've heard him a few times, and he's cool too.
Really appreciate it. And like
And
I said,
you know, but you know, everyone's got to express the viewpoints to let other people know, so they can maybe, you know, spark their thinking to another you know, like another way, another path, another avenue of thinking possibly. But like, it's just there, isn't it? So that's what's happened anyway.
yeah, and this is like, yeah, I completely agree. And you know what? Come back in it. Like, Jedi would want you back.
Yeah, thanks.
100%.
Respect to Jedi. He's silent in the background. Is he sleeping? I'm
Oh,
joking.
I hope he's not sleeping.
Is he not hearing it? Anyway,
I
respect
hope
to
he's
him too for
really
setting up this forum.
Yeah, no,
And, yeah, and respect to you too, because you come up with some very intelligent conversation a lot of the time, I notice, and intelligently put.
bless you. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm a human being at the end of the day. So yeah, Uru baby. Actually, based on what I'm gonna say, I'm atting you right now because yes, we are human beings. Yes, I apologize. So for you to sit there and be like, oh, these people are pious or they claim to be Muslim and they don't have akhlaq, like, what are you talking about? At the end of the day, I'm a human being with flaws. So yes, if I get upset, I'm gonna lose my temper. So just chill yourself, innit? Like, we don't need you and your holier than nowness in the chat. Like, who cares, bruv? Like, you don't scream, you don't shout, you don't lose your temper. It's human. There's no Muslim that does not do that. So just allow it, innit? Start talking about how these people are or aren't Muslim or claim to be Muslims. Nonsense. That's negative. That is literally so negative. We don't need it. Chill yourself, bro. Anyway, yeah, like, this is the thing, I already explained, didn't I? I explained, I said, look, I'm sorry, I need to go because this conversation isn't sitting well with me. I've already done the same thing and I'm losing my patience. But I've had patience because I've spoken about it for 3.5 hours, if not more. So yeah, there comes a time where you just got to be like, you know what? If people aren't really...
Everyone's got their viewpoints in it. That's it. I've just added mine, the one I had, and everyone added theirs too. So, you know, you put yours out there as well. So, you know, they're going to clash as well. It's all viewpoints clash, but there you go. You know, everyone listens to everyone's and makes up their own mind at the end of that. So there you go, innit? But like, it's not disrespect either way, you know, Shani. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, and to you, honestly, not personal at all. And like I said, it's not even my channel, innit, AV? But I know Jedi, and I know Jedi would hate for our discussion be something that put you off from maybe coming on the panel in the future. So like, definitely come on. Like again, like definitely don't.
Cool.
Yeah.
There's no Jedi around though at the moment. Hey, where is he? Anyway, cool. Yeah, thanks for that. I might.
Are you going now? Okay.
No, I'm still here, but I mean.
Yeah, I'm trying to
know.
leave. But you know how those two do, because they knew if I left, then they'll be stuck on this channel because Jedi's away. Oh, subhanAllah, like yeah.
Some
I mean,
tactics.
it is. I'm telling you,
Some
it's
tactics going on there.
That's why I said, "Oh, we should have
political tactics going on there."
Exactly what's happening. So, oh gosh, I know. I personally really wanted to go to sleep. I really did. I've got such a big day tomorrow, but I know I don't want Jedi's channel to just be sat like, you know, just sat blank.
But
yeah. See, look, Khan didn't go bed. Khan's in the chat. Told you, tactics.
Tactics.
Khan. Well
tactics.
done, Khan. You didn't have to hold it.
He can see you, mate. He can see you, man.
Oh, literally, it's so naughty. Yeah, thanks, Khan. Okay, AV, I'm gonna try and contact Jedi, but if I'm being honest, like the reason why I want to come off is because I have no more energy. I literally did a full 8-hour photo shoot earlier on, and I drove for 4 hours. No, I'm a modeling agency, and I drove for 4 hours, and I just I'm tired. I'm so tired. It's insane. Right? Okay, let me. Did you have a good day yourself? I'm going to see if I can contact Jedi.
The day is kind of like dormant nowadays. Not much. Yeah, yesterday was kind of like dormant. Not much going on, but yeah, just some of those days at the moment. So,
what is it that you do, if you don't mind, like telling us?
I live a life. How about that answer?
An interesting one, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you dwell on that one.
Live a life, but are you?
Yeah, stretch your imagination more.
It's true. Is it anything? Did you do anything creative, or?
So you can guess and just guess. Go for the guesses, mate.
IT. You work in IT. That's so vague.
I'm not going to say yes or no. You know, to those closed questions. You know.
Oh.
I'm just going to let you carry on, innit?
What? I'm just going to sit here guessing for the whole.
Yeah.
And literally
Yeah. And when you come up with the right answer, I'll say, yeah, that's the right one. That's the right answer. Bingo. Bing.
There's literally so many professions in the work. Oh my gosh! And first of all, you've got an accent, so but your accent is very mixed because there was Irish in there, and then
is it?
Yeah, and then there's like Midlands. It's weird.
Yeah. Okay. I'm neither, but never mind.
Why have you got accent then?
You got quite a lot of different accents too. I heard you speaking. You can speak all kind of accents.
Because I'm crazy like that.
And you're from Scotland or somewhere like that, ain't you? So like, you managed to gather all the accents while you came down on the plane.
What? I didn't even go on the plane. It was a coach.
Well, you passed me just catching up.
It was an 8-hour coach, and that's how I had that much time to catch all the accents. Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. It's quite caught it from the.
You sound like you're from Bristol, but why is there an Irish accent? I heard you speaking Irish.
That was a good guess. That's a really good guess.
What, Bristol?
Yeah, Bristol City. So that's a good guess. That was a top guess from you. You obviously know your accents.
No, sorry, that was someone in the chat. That wasn't me.
Oh no, you cheated. You said it was you.
No, I said somebody said.
No. When you rewind back, you said it was you. That you 4 hours from Bristol. That's clever. Women often do that, you know. You kind of like trap, kind of get the answers out of you from like slide comments and all this and that and the other. Anyway, I'm from Bristol. Yeah, good one.
Somebody said because somebody in the chat said
But you claim the credit. You said
listen, when you listen back, you'll know I
I know what you said. You said you sound like you're from Bristol, but you kind of like got Irish. So you're claiming all that line.
No, I said somebody says you sound like. I said somebody said you sound Bristol.
No. You said you sound like you're from Bristol. You said you sound like you're from Bristol. Anyway.
You know what? If I had energy, I would literally go back.
It was 1.5 tactics, that was. But anyway, yes.
Yeah. So basically, why do you have an Irish accent? Excuse me.
I don't know, because Bristol's near Ireland, I suppose, more than London anyway.
No.
That's the only answer I could come up with. No.
You don't have any Irish family or something? Like somebody close to you that's Irish?
No.
Weird. I don't. You kind of sound like Radar. Do you know Radar? You've listened to Radar before, right?
No.
Oh, okay. You probably have, but you might not have realized. He doesn't really. He's like on the stream, but like sometimes he'll just say like a few things. I'm sure he's from Bristol. You've kind of got this kind of like accent like him. But I thought Bristol was Midlands, but then I remember I saw it on the map yesterday or the day before, and I was like, oh wow, that's not Midlands. That's like past Reading, right? It's like to the left, north, east, south, to the west of London.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I said to the left because I was looking at the map, and hence I was like over at the left. But yeah, like
it's near Paris. It's near Paris.
It's definitely not near Paris. It's very far away from Paris.
It's in Paris, in fact. Bristol and Paris. Not heard of that before? No.
No. What, Paris? I've been to Paris. It was rubbish.
I went to Paris too a long time back now, a while back. But
personally, didn't like it. I thought the Eiffel Tower was pretty cool.
You wear a hijab. I think I seen your picture with a hijab on.
I do wear a hijab, yeah.
Yeah, because in France they had a kind of like a case a few years back where they sacked some girls from a workplace because they were wearing a hijab. And France is kind of like backing it up because they kind of do that with everyone with kind of like symbols and all that. And the case went to European Union, and the European Union backed France.
Yeah, so in France.
And it was like the European Union are meant to be equalist because of the Second World War and the Nazis and the Jews. They formed the European Union after that because to make sure no minorities suffer and all that and excluded in the society, etc.
Yeah.
So why would they back France for that case?
I couldn't
It's
even
a case you got to look up. You got to look it up. It's proper.
No, I genuinely know of it. And I don't know
that's
why.
why I think. That's why I think. Although I voted for the European Union, I think actually I can't back them after that because they're hypocrite. Like they're a big institution. That's a massive racism going on there. Like,
It definitely is. I mean, France in themselves, their whole thing is like obviously to strip the identities of people.
Yeah, they're like assimilators, isn't it? They want you to assimilate, innit?
Yeah, so you're French. So
basically,
even if
it's a hidden racism down there. It's a hidden racism in their policies, isn't it? And they want you to assimilate to them or suffer. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe you sound Irish because you are actually a South Asian person who's from Bristol.
Clever.
It's true.
You only guessed that because of the conversations I picked. But anyway,
no.
See, I told you you're intelligent, isn't it? You're intelligent.
No, I'll tell you why. It's because your accent. I'm telling you, because you sound like you speak a South Asian language. So I'm not going to be ignorant to tell you what.
Yeah, I told you were quite intelligent. I said that already. I said that. Sorry, you're intelligent. So I'll give you that again.
Hear an accent within your accent. Maybe that's why I think I'm Irish.
Just think I'm Irish, innit? Just think I'm Irish. It's fine. You just keep saying it. Irish coffee.
I don't want Irish coffee. But yeah, like France, like.
But I'm not Irish.
I know you're not Irish. You're from Bristol. And
okay.
You're from South. You know what? I'm going to guess your ethnicity. So you're South Asian. But
which you guessed.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you which region.
Yes or no? But I didn't say yes or no yet. But I'm saying your guess so intelligent.
Definitely South Asian. I'm going to say that you're. I'm gonna say, you know what? It would be really safe for me to say that you are Pakistani, right? And the reason being is because I think there's more Pakistanis within the UK than there are any other South Asian nation.
And I'm not gonna say yes or no to you. You know that, innit?
But I also don't think you're Pakistani. I think you could genuinely be like Indian, but like maybe like Hindu. But then I'm like, oh, maybe you're not. Yeah, you're definitely not. Are you like from a Muslim family?
You know I'm gonna do the same to you in a minute, innit? You carry on anyway. I'm gonna do
What
the
did you
same to
say?
you. I'm gonna do the same to you in a minute. I'm gonna ask you where you're from because I don't know where you're from actually, what your background is, but
I'm Will Smith, Big Willie style. That's who I am.
what did you say?
I'm
Yeah,
Will Smith,
it was
Big Willie
right.
style.
Yeah. But I'd seen your picture before one time, so it was like you had a hijab on. I think so. That's why I asked.
A
But
purple hijab. This is the
yeah,
one.
I seen it. That's what I seen. It was like a small screen.
Yeah,
Um,
this is the one that I
yeah.
see.
So Paris, yeah, that's a good conversation. Paris is a good conversation
It's really
because
not.
no, France, yeah, Paris is a good one because
Oh.
they've been getting away with a lot over the years, like in their policies for like religious symbols and that you can't wear them. Example, you got the freedom in this country to wear what you want to wear, but down there you can't.
Yeah.
And they've sacked those women from the workplace because I suppose the customers came along and said I don't want to get served by them, so they sacked them, didn't they? And the employer wasn't done for it because the law in France. So say this is the European Union's argument: is secular law. Secular meaning it's equal for everybody and it's the same for everyone. It doesn't mean it's not racist if it's the same for everybody. So the European Union has got a value for keeping equality and anti-discrimination and anti-exclusion law. Right? So if you get discriminated in your country, you can take your country to that. We can't do it now, obviously, but then you could take your country to that platform and take on the country, which she did. Those women did, but the European Union backed France. Why do you think that happened?
I have no idea.
Well, it's easy because France, Germany, and UK are the biggest players, and Britain had already left. They couldn't afford losing France because all they care about is money now.
This okay, makes sense. So
Yeah,
wait,
because they're thinking about the money now. They're corrupt. They're a corrupt institution actually now.
but a lot of the time, there's a lot of women. So I actually
Wrong.
I actually met a woman before who left France to come here to work because she wasn't able to work anywhere with hijab. She wasn't being employed because she wore it. And obviously, there's the story of the young girl, and when they found the hijab in the school, the story of that young girl, and I think she was only like 11 or something. They said that she couldn't wear her hijab, so she basically went home and shaved all her hair off.
What, here in the UK?
No, in France.
Yeah. So there you go. That's not a joke story. There's real stories, And and that is so-called upholding upright nation in Europe by saying of the European Union that they're a secular country, has secular law.
Yeah.
Same for everyone, but
sorry,
that's racist, mate.
I can't actually let you in. I can't let you in. I don't have any ability to let you in. Sorry, mate. Maybe you shouldn't have run away in the first place.
Who's that?
No, Kyle was saying, can do I have the ability to let anybody in? But no.
He wants to get back on now. Okay.
I know.
So you shouldn't have played that political tactic, innit? You could have been here still chatting away, but you had to play the 1-2, forward Shani, and then you went off. She stayed on. She played it back, mate. Anyway.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. But the thing
You
is,
see the America? No, I'm joking.
The thing is,
Amy,
I'm gonna actually punch you, like. Do you? I don't know if you know, or like, do you know you just like cut me off every other sentence that
I didn't. I was chatting to him, but I was okay. Carry on. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, basically, you know what? I'm so tired that I'm at the point now that I can't even bother saying what I was gonna say. But yeah, man. Somebody phone, Jedi. Where is he? Somebody come get him. Listen.
Man's sleeping.
Ah.
I should be sleeping. You know when your time clock mucks up, innit? Sometimes it happens if you got funny routines and that, right? So
Yeah.
it's happened. It's happened. And
It's
sometimes it's
happened.
alright. So that's what happened, but it depends what you're doing.
Yes, but when you want to just go to
You're quite an
sleep,
intelligent lady, though. I'll tell you that, Shani, for free.
you know what? I actually
Yeah,
appreciate you saying that,
I'm
but
going
I
to tell you that for now for free. That I can tell you, you're quite an intelligent lady. Whatever conversation I've had with you tonight is just to like make you spot what I'm saying. But anyway, I'm just saying that for a start. Yeah, there you go.
I appreciate that. But can I just say something to you?
Go on.
You know when someone says you're an intelligent lady,
Yeah.
like I don't know if I'm being like looking into it too much, but I don't know whether or not I should feel that as a compliment or like I know you didn't say it, but it can also be like maybe I'm just taking it as it's an implication that I'm intelligent for a lady. I know you never said that, but
No, 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 no,
I mean,
no,
like,
no, not at all. What do you think I am? I'm running it down. Have I been talking like that all night? No.
no, not at all. But that's what I'm saying. When I hear that, I'm like, oh,
No,
okay.
no, no, no. I said you're an intelligent lady because maybe I've come across a lot of ladies. Not that way, but what I'm trying to say is I've met a lot of people. Right?
Okay, too much
Yeah.
information.
So I'm saying that you come out like a side. Do you know what I mean? Come out forward to me, like to say that you are. So that's why I'm saying it as a complimentary way.
I
Full
appreciate
stop.
that.
Right?
I appreciate
No
it.
hidden comments in that one. So there you go. But yeah, sometimes I think I regretted saying that to some women if I thought they were because they can't do the 1-2 on you, mate.
What do you mean?
You don't know that because you're quite nice, but you don't know. Women change all the time. Sometimes I've had an ex, and that's what happened there, I suppose. But you're obviously quite educated too. I can hear that sometimes, and
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I don't know, like
so
I
you've
feel
read some books.
I definitely got issues with
You got issues. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not perfect? I'm sure you said you were perfect at some point.
listen, I'm perfect. I'm perfectly perfect.
100%. You are. You're saying you're perfect now.
Well, basically, I'm
Are
perfectly
you?
perfect how I'm supposed to
You hear that,
be.
Can? What do you think?
I'm perfectly how I'm supposed to be. That's the only way that I'm perfect.
Yeah, oh man, you just said it. You're perfect. I don't believe you just said that.
But basically, but yeah,
You're basically perfect. Basically, you just
basically,
basically you are.
I just
Take,
got some
take
issues.
it. Take it. Take the tick. Take the green tick.
Thank you. I want a blue one that means something around here. These blue
Sorry.
ticks. I'm saying the blue ticks mean something around here.
The green tick. I said the green tick.
Yeah, I
The
know,
go.
but I want a blue one. Give me a blue one. Those are the ones that actually mean something.
What's the blue one mean? Oh right, yeah. The blue one's seen. Yeah.
No,
You've definitely been seen. Don't worry.
no, it
You've
was
definitely been seen.
okay, thanks. But it was in reference to a blue tick when like you've been verified.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you've been verified too. Don't worry about that.
Okay, I don't need you to verify me.
Sorry. I'd say that too. You can say you want the 2 blue ticks. Like get on the WhatsApp. Get that. So carry on anyway. So I was saying, just a compliment. That's it.
Yeah, I appreciate it very much. I think
I think your answer is skeptical that you don't believe me when I say that. But I suppose that a lot of women think like that because when you compliment them, they think he's after some, or he's trying to do one, he's trying to get some to another place, trying to get to another base or something. But like actually, some people might just say it.
Well, no, I didn't think that. I didn't think you were actually after.
No, I'm just saying you sound a bit skeptical in the way you react.
No, I'm not skeptical. I know I'm an intelligent person.
No, I said your answer. Yeah, okay, yeah.
What
Thanks.
I'm trying to say is like I was trying to be humble up until saying I know I'm a talented person.
Yeah,
But
you're humble, but you're perfect.
I was trying to be humble.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sometimes I find it quite difficult, but this is the thing, and this is why I think I lost my temper, because I do genuinely find it quite difficult to maybe be humble sometimes when I know that what I'm saying is correct, and I get a bit annoyed because I don't want to fall on being arrogant. And I think it's a very fine line, and it's very easy to become arrogant and then start telling people what you think of them.
But you do agree that there are many different viewpoints in this world, right?
Oh, 100%.
You do agree with that, don't you? And that
You see the
you have
world
to coexist. You have to coexist alongside everyone's viewpoint because everyone's entitled to their own viewpoint.
Yes, 100%.
And what gets proven afterwards. You know what I mean? But the viewpoints stay with everyone, don't they? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's only like a few things that can really actually be proven. You know,
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
there's only a few things that can really be proven. I can't remember what it is, but there was something that I was figuring it out the other day about. I was like thinking about it quite deeply, but I can't remember the exact example. But basically, the summary was like, not a lot of things can actually be proven. Like, is a fact an actual fact? It's not a fact. Facts
No,
can't be
actually,
facts.
no.
How can a fact be a fact?
No. Facts are proven, definitely. It's just that people don't record them.
Yeah, no, but how?
Meaning, like, nature is a proof in itself. Do you know what I mean? When you eat an orange, you feel happy. You know what I mean? For example, and so like, that's a bad example, right?
Yeah, because I can eat
but like, it's the middle of the night. I'm gonna give that one to me, but like to myself. But like, say like, you know, so everyone's got a viewpoint. Everyone carries a viewpoint. They conduct their life for their viewpoint, right? And as they experience nature in this world, in the society per se, people, existence, they actually get a result. They might not share it with you, or you might see it, you might not record it, but actually there is always a proven result. Yeah?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because everyone doesn't write down and everyone doesn't share.
Yeah,
And
no, but
everyone doesn't observe.
that's not what I mean. I mean, like what is proof? Like, what is a fact? This is the thing. So for me, I'm like, okay, people say this is a fact, but basically, how is it a fact? It's only a fact because somebody said it was at one point, so it doesn't make it a fact. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's what someone said. So basically, you might carry that saying what you're saying, that person as a fact.
Here's
Also,
a fact, right? This is the fact. So is it a fact that 1 + 1 equals 2? Is that a fact?
someone said that. So if you didn't know nothing about maths, you'll have to get one thing and another thing, and then you'll have to know how to count. And you'll say 1, 2, and it'd be proven as correct.
But why is 1 + 1 not 11 then? On that basis, why couldn't
But no,
you do
because there's a way of doing it, innit? That's the math, innit? The math has to be taught. You can't just know the math. People
Yeah,
have to
but
learn the math.
then 1 + 1 equals
It's like
2.
the English language. You can't know English until you learn it.
Yeah, but wait, just stick with the one topic that we're talking about. Just stick with what I'm saying. So I'm asking you, if 1 + 1 equals 2 is a fact, is that statement a fact?
So someone makes a statement to says that to you, right? And they say it's a fact, okay? And if you didn't know nothing about maths, you'd be asking, how is that a fact? You tell me how that's a fact. Show me. Yeah, and then they'll show you. They'll have to teach you about counting first of all.
Okay, so wait, they show you, and they show you
Teach you how to count first of all, right? You have to learn maths first of all.
But the point that what I'm making is, it doesn't matter if it's maths or not. Ultimately, the person is saying that 1 + 1 equals 2. So
Yes, they're saying it from a
can
certain language.
7?
So they're saying it from a certain language. They know. They're saying 1 and 1 equals 2 from what they know. They've learned that language already. Yeah, maths. You might not know it.
Yeah,
so
but
you have to ask them.
look past the actual. I get all that, right? That's just basic, isn't it? But I'm saying, look past that to the point that it's not about it being maths, it's about the statement and whether or not the statement is fact.
The statement's from maths. It's a language already. It can't be from anywhere else. It's made up from somebody. Someone's made that language up. It's already made. They've said
Listen, okay, here, look, Soldier. See, Soldier might say that in nature's law, 1 + 1 isn't equal to 2. Because he's saying 1 + 1 is equal to 3 because he's looking at it from a man and a woman makes an excess, another one. So that would be 3 people. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not the math. It's about the statement being a fact. Is it a fact? So you can't say 1 + 1 equals
unless you let let me stop you there. You'll be saying 2 × 1 equals hang on.
No. So it would be 2 the same person if you use that for an example.
No, what I'm trying to say is, look, the man's got the sperm, right? And the woman's got the egg, right? So one have to give that one to that other one, and then they'll have a baby. That's what you're saying, right? So they can't say that. And Karen, what was you going to say?
Yeah, listen. So 1 + 1 equals 2 might
is
be
a fact.
It only in if you were talking about mathematics, yeah. But saying the statement 1 + 1 = 2 is not a fact unless you're talking about mathematics.
Yeah. So where it comes, that statement comes from maths.
No, it doesn't, because you can say that statement. No, but the thing is, it doesn't in the sense that you can use that, you can say that statement and it can mean a variety of things. Like Soldier said, obviously to him it would be 1 + 1 = 3, and
so that's his language, isn't it? That's his language.
But that's not. He's not doing maths.
He's not doing maths. No, he's doing his own language, which is the way he talks, way he understands what he's saying is correct fact, is a fact. So 1 + 1 makes 3. That's what he's saying, right?
So that's why I'm saying
he's talking in biological terms and in social terms as well.
Okay, and if I say 1 + 1 is 11.
Yeah, you're talking fantasizing terms, isn't it? 1 + 1 = 11. You're putting 1 against the 1. You're talking artistically.
There you go.
You're talking artistically. There you go.
Yeah, that would probably come under that artistically.
Yeah. So artistic. You're talking artistically.
Okay,
because
so
you put 1 next to 1, it makes 11.
So then saying 1 + 1 = 2 is not a fact, right?
What? No, it's still a fact because it's comes that person that said it to you.
But if you're only talking about mathematics,
it depends who said it to you and what language they were speaking at the time.
Okay, cool. We've established that, right? This is good because this is the point I was making. So then, what is a fact? A fact is only because a person said that is a fact, not because it's actually a fact. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, it's a fact, but it's a fact in their language, in the way they're speaking about it. So in their understanding, they might be talking artistically, as we said, biologically, socially, or mathematically. But it depends what way they are speaking about it.
Yeah. So C time is saying, but Shani, mathematics is wait a second. Decibel said, well, I hate that word. Philosophical point of view. So you're saying, well, in a philosophical point of view, the only things that can be certain, if you can even use the word certain, using it very loosely, is that there is something or something is going on. So then he says, and obviously I said about the maths, so he said, but Shani, mathematics is reality. Mathematics is the underlying fabric of the universe. Mathematics was not discovered. It was not invented, sorry, it was discovered.
It's a measurement.
Yeah, so he's saying about philosophy 101 is nothing certain. Exactly. Which means that nothing can be a fact. It can't be a fact. It's just because you said it's a fact. Do you know what I mean?
No. Every example you gave there is a fact. Because according to that person, the type of person you said the soldier you said saying it, right? 1 and 1
But if
makes
everything is a fact, then
you
nothing.
said 1 and 1 makes 11, right? To you, that's a fact as well.
Yeah,
1
but
and
if,
1
but if everything can be a fact, nothing's a fact. If all those three things can be a fact about the same statement,
they're all facts.
then
They're
the
all
statement's
facts.
not a fact.
No, they're all facts because they're all facts to the person that said it in their language. You understood the language, you would accept it as a fact also, but they got different meanings to each other.
No, but I'm saying like if all three of those things can be classed, if that statement can be classed as a fact to all three of those things, then the statement can't be a fact.
But the
Or
statement,
maybe that's not a fact.
if it's applying to all of three of those scenarios, then it's definitely a fact 3 times over.
No, because all the things are different.
So it's still a fact in each case. It's just got different factual elements to it.
Okay. Maybe,
so they're all factual. It's all facts. If it's a language, someone said it to you, and they're all facts artistically, biologically, socially, and mathematically in the 4 different ways. Yeah.
Okay,
So
I had to Google what a fact was just to make sure that I knew what a fact was.
you ain't gonna give this up, are you? I know you're. I know you. You're quite. I like that. But anyway,
I just wanted to get a definition of fact, so I could just be so clear on what I was trying to explain.
Yeah. Sure.
The facts,
Hang on, can you hear me? Can I speak?
I can hear you, but it's.
I can hear you. All right, Carol.
Right, that's better now. So C-Time, what did C-Time said? He said, except maybe if all the facts are rooted in something, and for most people that something is God. God is the thing in which all facts and truths are derived. Okay.
What did he say? I didn't catch that.
So C-Time was saying that he said, except maybe if all the facts are rooted into something, and for most people that something is actually God, and God is the thing in which all facts are or truths are derived.
So that's very physical, philosophical, stroke religiously based conclusion, which is going to be correct anyway. If you're religious, if you're not religious, then it's going to be not correct. But to you, but like to not you per se, but to anyone, to a third person. But so you're kind of saying if someone believes in God, that's the point, innit? If they don't, then how are they gonna believe in that statement, what that person said? But basically, what you asked, are they facts? Is equal to anyone. Anyone can answer that. And they won't fact.
You know what? Right. So we've just established that the statement 1 + 1 = 2 is a fact to different, depending on how you're looking at it. So there's different.
So what's the point you're trying to make? What's the point you're trying to make?
But I'm saying that it's not a fact. I'm saying like if a fact has more than one.
How can it not be a fact?
Because isn't a fact something that's reality? So how can it be?
Yeah, so it's a reality. It's a reality to that mathematician who told you it, and it's a reality to the maths language once you learn it.
So then, but then it's not a. But then it's not a fact. It's so annoying.
No, it's a fact. But like you'd have to learn how it's a fact, innit? You have to learn the language first, which is maths in that case. And then if you looked at your example, 1 and 1 makes 11, you'll have to learn about art and how to write those numbers down. And then you can make 11 like that. So that's a fact in your case as well. They're both facts because they're real. Artistically, that's right and correct as well, what you said.
Real.
Mathematically, that's real, what he said as well.
So this is the thing. So if it is real it's real in all those realities to different people. Yeah.
And it would be real to anyone else they explain it to as well.
Yeah.
reality understanding.
So then this is why 1 + 1 = 2 is not a fact. It's because it's only real in one reality.
No,
Or
it's a fact because it's a fact. What does a fact mean? You was gonna look up what a fact meant.
Yeah,
A
so
fact to me, I'll tell you what it means. A fact is as opposed to an illusion, a made up story. A fact
Well,
is
the
actually you can't change it. You
the
can't change it.
The definition is a thing that is known or proven to be true.
Yeah, so the sun will come out tomorrow, or the clouds will come out tomorrow. Being daylight will come out tomorrow. That's a fact.
It's not. See, and this is where seed time comes into it, because how can you can't make a prediction of something like that? That's not a fact. Because
No,
especially if you're
you
religious.
don't live in nighttime, do we? All the time.
No, this is the thing. If you're religious, there is no guarantee that that's going to happen, because a religious person will understand that it will only happen with the will of the Most High, and if the Most High,
and it does happen. So the will of the Most High, as you put it, puts that will into effect every day, every morning. The daylight comes out. We don't live in nighttime all the time, unless you're in the Antarctic. Is that right?
No, but on a religious standpoint, you can't say that. You can't say that tomorrow there's going to be light. There's going to be light from the sun, or the sun's going to rise tomorrow. You can't say that. And the reason being is because
No. Hang on, Shani. What I said is that a fact is opposite to an illusion. Is opposite to a made-up story. A fact is actually an occurrence that's been proven. It's happened. It's occurred. You know that occurs. That's why it's a fact.
But
it's
you know what?
And you see it, and it's been proven to you, and all.
But seed time is saying that facts are malleable, so they can actually
What does
change.
malleable mean? Can't get your dictionary. Got too many long words.
They can be changed. They could be molded. They change to.
Okay, right, yeah, I can remember. Yeah. No, they can't. They can't be malleable because a fact is proven and it's a fact. You can't change it. Then it becomes polluted. If you change it, it becomes a lie. A fact is actually equal to the truth. It's actually what you consider to be truth. That's what it means in English language. A fact equals to the truth. A truth. So a truth. You said many truths on what we talked about 1 + 1. Yeah, but they're all facts because they are a truth to each individual person that you mentioned, and each individual scenario you mentioned that they said 1 + 1.
But so seed time is saying. So okay, I'll read it. So Rion is saying nothing is fact, just a set of our own realities of beliefs. I imagine that's what you're saying, of beliefs. So that makes sense because we're just saying that right now 1 + 1 isn't necessarily 2. It's only 2 to a mathematician.
Yeah, but if the mathematician teaches you maths, it would be true to you as well.
Well,
it's only because you understand the language.
But that's only if we look at it like that. It's only based on what the mathematician has told me is the truth.
Yeah, in the same way as when you put one on a paper as an artist yourself, for example. Not saying you're an artist, but I'm just saying the way you said it. You have to say a child that 1 and 1 makes 11. They'll ask you 1 + 1 makes 11, right? Equals 11. They're gonna say no, that's not right. You have to explain the way you've come to that. You know, artistically, that's the way it comes out. So it becomes a truth because that is what you meant. That was your what's called it? That's your truth. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But then I'm saying that there's a lot of things that are being called a fact that has actually been proven otherwise. So,
yeah, so then they're not facts anymore.
Exactly.
Then they're not facts anymore because they've been proven false. So they can't be a fact. If they've been proven false, yes, then they're not a fact anymore. They are become what you call it, obsolete facts. Is that right? They don't count anymore.
Okay. So then were they ever a fact? But then they were never a fact in the first place because
but they were a theory that was proven a fact to the measurement.
But a theory is not a fact.
Time. No, a theory becomes a fact when it's proven, right, as a truth. But say the accuracy, if it was proven later that fact was come about to a wrong conclusion, and it's basically wrong in its entity, and later it's been proven to be different, and actually the later version is a fact. The older version doesn't remain a fact. That was a fact for that time, for the accuracy of that time, or people's intellect, say.
So this is what C-Time is saying. He's saying degrees in different areas, solar system changes, whether the atmosphere is imbalanced, the imbalances of the atmosphere. He's saying those are things that can change the fact of things. So they could be told that's the fact, and then they just they naturally change.
So they're measuring these things that are far, far away. They're actually probably guessing it. You know, when someone says, "This is what gets me sometimes," oh, this is 1 billion years old. I said, how the flipping hell do you know it's 1 billion years old? You just made some calculations on paper. That obviously that is very hypothetical, isn't it? But they say it's a fact. Often on TV, whatever you hear it, and he goes, and I can't accept that. I goes, well, you've got a big ego, mate, if you think you know exactly how old that is.
Exactly. Or if you know that the sun's going to rise, if you know the sun's going to rise tomorrow, or you think it's a fact, then you're wrong. It's not a fact.
No, but I know, but I didn't actually sun. I said daylight. So because sun doesn't rise in England. In England, you mostly get clouds. But
this is the thing. So the understanding is that maybe to your reality, right, and your reality is a fact that there's going to be sunrise. There's going to be not sunrise. So there's going to be light tomorrow. It's going to be light. That's in your reality. In my reality.
It's in reality in general, Shani.
No, I'll tell you what. Let me finish.
In reality in general because
let me finish.
Everybody knows this. Carry on.
So I'm saying in my reality, because I'm religious, yeah, and in my religion, we believe that nothing is done unless the Most High wanted it to be done. So for me to say that it is a fact that there's going to be light tomorrow is distrusting them. Like, it's literally saying that I know better than the Most High. Does that make sense?
No. You don't. No. You don't have to say that. You don't have to say it like that. You can say that it's been made by that, say, the entity you're talking about, and you respect it as it's there. It's obviously there. It's like man and woman, they have sex. You can't say they don't have sex, you know, and you got to say that it happens. So it's an entity that is in existence. You don't say that it, you know. What I'm trying to say is it comes, if you believe in a creator, for example, what you're saying, right? Entity of the Most High, a being that's done all of it, right? And paint the picture, for example. So you can't say they painted the picture, half of it, and didn't paint the other half of it. You've got to say they painted the whole picture, and it's all part of it. So the sex, the sun, the daylight, all of it's part of it. For example, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean. But the thing is, the point that I'm making is, this is why Muslims say Inshallah. Yeah. So if Allah wills, the reason why they say that is because nothing is a fact. You can't assume that something is going to happen based on what you think is going to happen, because the Most High can change it at any point. Does that make sense? So for me,
yeah, I get that. But what I'm trying to say is that's fine. You're talking about power there, isn't it? You're talking about power to change.
Yeah,
but what is actually happening? Yeah, but what is actually happening now? If you believe in that, you also believe that what's happening now is also according to that power.
Yes.
And so you're not arguing against it can change upon the one who controls the power of that entity or that situation, the occurrence, right? What you're saying is that is the situation at the moment. It's not like it's perfectly right. Yeah, you cannot change. That's what you can say. Yeah, you can argue and say it's not guaranteed that's gonna be 100% forever and ever and ever. Yeah. So that's what you're arguing. You're saying that but you're not. I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying that there's no one cannot change it. I'm just saying that that is the case. That is the situation as it is. The daylight will come out tomorrow. People will have sex tonight. There you go.
Okay. That's okay. You can say that because that will be true if you went to prove it. Yeah. But
These are actual facts anyway. Carry on. Because
Yeah,
these are
but-
actually in existence. What I've said is occurring.
So, yes, but what I'm saying to you is, okay, we're talking about this, about facts being based on people's realities. Yeah, so there's a couple of people that are saying that as well. So it's based on what is a fact and what is a reality to you. It must be, because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
saying to you, like in my reality, it's not going to be light tomorrow unless Allah wills it to be light. So
That's
I
fine.
can say to
You can
you,
say that. That's fine.
but then I couldn't say that's why the statement is going to be light tomorrow is not a fact. That's why I can say that is not a fact, because
No, because you got to say exactly. You got to see exactly what I've said. I've said that daylight will come up, right? That's all I've said. I've not said.
yeah, but there's even that, it doesn't matter what you said. I'm just saying the fact that the statement in itself, I can't say that it's a fact, because we're saying something. It's a prediction of it's a prediction. That's what it is. It's a prediction. There is until there's light tomorrow. Oh, your mic is doing something. We can't hear you, Mike. Your mic is doing something. So yeah, so Soldier, what did Soldier say? 1 second. Your mic is not working, AV. It's doing something mad. But while you do, oh hello. No, it's still doing it. Still doing it. No, it's still doing it. Hello.
Yeah, carry on.
Did someone just say who's that? Hello. Anyway, so Soldier just said it's all about perspective, and language is still a fact to a man who can't speak the same language. Okay. That's interesting. Maybe I'm missing what he said previous to that, prior to that. So what is C time saying? No, that's not what I said. The Earth axis was moving at a certain pace, and now it moves at a faster rate. It wasn't proven false. It simply changed. Therefore, the fact changed, and it wasn't proven false. Think of it like this: for atheists, it is God. For theists it is God, and for atheists it would be justice, which we can simply be put as everything being put in its rightful order place. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, 1 second, let's have a look at what Soldier said before that. Why man suffer the further we get from the first day, the further we get from God. Okay. It all comes down to etymology at the end of the day. This is why the English language is dangerous by design. So true. Like, yeah, okay, okay, I get it now. Right. So Soldier is basically saying, if I'm correct, that it's very difficult to have. Oh, I thought my computer just turned off. It's very difficult to have these conversations when you're discussing it in the English language, for instance, because it can mean a lot of things. Is that right? Is that what you were kind of gauging at? Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I am extremely tired, and I've almost been up for like 24 hours. So my brain is not working. It's not as sharp as it should be. Oh no, we lost AV. No. If I leave this stream, wait. If I leave this studio, would the stream still be on? Does anyone know that? Does anyone know if I leave, because Jedi's not in the room, will it just shut? If someone could answer that, that would be so great. Because if I leave, will it just shut? That's what I want to know. StreamYard. How to end a stream. Anybody? Ah, interesting conversation. Philosophy is a really interesting one because obviously, like, it's really interesting that I've got that you guys took part in that. I'm gonna double look. AV, that's it. You can't get back into the studio. If you've left, that's it. No one can let you back in. All by myself. I wanna be sleeping in my bed. Ah, good night, AV. I think you did the Khan trick as well, yeah? That's what was going on. You're doing the Khan trick. You did. Yeah, bless everybody. God willing that you all get a nice sleep, that you're all good, you have a productive day tomorrow, inshallah. You're happy, your family's happy, everyone's healthy. Philosophy is insane, C-Time. Literally, Islam is philosophy. Yeah, definitely. I feel like there's huge stuff there. But yeah, for me, I feel like I'm definitely going to delve more into it. But I don't know whether or not with philosophy I can take it. I don't know if I've got that kind of mind where I'll be satisfied with actually not having the answer. Like where it's always going to be a question mark as to whether or not this is the right information. But yeah, AV, thanks for coming on. I'm sure Jedi would be really grateful for the participation. You might listen in. But yeah, oh, I'm so tired. The rabbit hole runneth deepest. Oh, guys, man, I'm so tired, and I just don't want to mash up Jedi's stream for him. I'm just wondering if I leave StreamYard, do guests have to log in? No. What are the limits of free? Okay. What do I? How does? Why do you guys have an issue? What should I do? Where's the? Guys, quick question. So, if I leave StreamYard right now, and Jedi isn't in the room, it was nice chatting to you too, AV. If Jedi's not in the room, will it just cut off? It must do. He's not here. He's left the studio. And he must be able to enter and come back and enter and come back. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself. But if the host has to end the show, yeah? If the host has to end the show, doesn't... I'm so confused, bro. What happens if I go away then? It's just going to be a blank screen. So if I come off of it and Jedi is not in the room, so he's not here, what happens? It just goes to a blank screen. Like, like, as all of you, unless you've controlled the show as well. No, I have no controls. None whatsoever. I'm just going to look around. I literally have none whatsoever. Nothing. Oh, no. Yeah, man. I'm not coming on these live streams late again. Ever again. It's always me. It's always me left. And Jedi's falling asleep. It's always me and everyone leaves me. And I feel too guilty to leave. I'm just going to run away in future first. She's gonna chill. Oh my! Right, guys. If it keeps, you know what? If it keeps running, it keeps running. Like, Jedi's asleep, innit? I can at least give him one phone ring. See if I can get hold of him. Yeah. Bless up, everybody. He literally must not be able to hear his phone. But yeah, bless up, everybody. Like the show. If you enjoyed this evening show, it was a good one, really good one, really good one. Yeah, like pop a donation in the PayPal if you can. Do you know what I mean? If you've got some spare cash, who has spare cash? But yeah, like if you liked the show and you thought it was a good one, 6 hours. Yeah, at least like the show, like it. You can share it with people, talking about some things that have never really been spoken about before, perhaps deeply, with a couple of different perspectives on it. I think the show started with like, what law would you ban? And then that was a good conversation within itself. It was quite interesting to get like loads of different opinions and stuff there. It's been a pretty calm one. I mean, I lost my rag a little bit, almost. Is it finished? Oh, I thought the stream had just finished. Thank you so much, KK. But the thing is, it's not my stream. I'm just the only one here. So that the owner of the stream is not around. He's come out of the room. So yeah, it's I don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna, you know what? Because it is 3 a.m. And I have tried to contact Jedi. I'm gonna leave. But big up everybody. Like the show. There's always a donation. Watch. Actually, you could do that. What would be good as well is if you press the bell button so that you got notifications for when Jedi came on, and you can watch the rest of the shows. Also, he has an Extremely Balanced Device show, which is a really fun show that you can get involved in. You can send your dilemmas to him at Extremely Balanced Device show at gmail.com. I'm sure it is. But also there's like his Instagram, his Twitter, his YouTube, all REDPILLTRILL. That's where you're going to find his music as well. And yeah, like I'm going to leave. I hope everyone has a nice sleep. And until the next stream, take care. Bless up, soldier. Take care of yourself. Have a nice sleep, inshallah. And the same to everybody else. Okie dokie.